Councillor Kirby-Young, are you able to activate your camera?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for Wednesday, February 26, 2025. This committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency, if we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber, and please use the stairs and not the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security team member to guide you to a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In addition, I'd also like to acknowledge, before we start today, that we have 2 members of Parliament in the gallery today, Larry Brock and Gary Motz. Hi, welcome, and thanks for joining us today. And I hope you enjoy a taste of Vancouver City Council. So, Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Sim? Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
Councillor Dominato? Councillor Bly? Councillor Fry? Councillor Montague?
Present.
Councillor Klassen? Councillor Meisner is in the chair. Councillor Joe?
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. So any comments on agenda items can be sent to the committee using the web form on the city's website, and a link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I'd also like to acknowledge the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. There are a number of speakers registered for today's various agenda items at today's meeting, and it is encouraged that those registered speakers follow the meeting progress on the live stream on YouTube and on the city's website, and on X to monitor timing and track their turn to speak. So today we have 2 reports and 3 member motions. The committee will recess the meeting and break at noon for lunch. Council will reconvene in camera at 1 p.m. and the committee will reconvene at 1:15 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, committee members will recess again at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. And if we don't complete the agenda today, we will reconvene on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 2 on the consent agenda for committee's consideration, and we'll hold report 1 to hear from speakers. So before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Not seeing anyone. So does any member wish to hold any of the consent items, and that's report 2, for debate or questions to team members?
Chair, yes, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm sorry I don't have a panel, but I'd like to hold report 2.
Yes, noted, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. Okay, so that was the only report that was on the consent agenda. So we will move to report 1. So report 1, potential to update the Vancouver building bylaw to enable single egress stairs. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? I'm not seeing anyone. So this item was held to hear from registered speakers, and it also has a staff presentation. So we'll view the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Corey O'Kell. I'm the General Manager for Development, Buildings and Licensing. And today we're here to report back on the potential to enable single egress stairs in low and mid-rise buildings, aligning with provincial changes to the BC Building Code to deliver better quality housing options through space-efficient egress designs. Just for some background, on August 29th, the Province of BC and BC Minister of Housing announced changes to the BC Building Code, allowing single egress stair designs in low and mid-rise buildings with the intention of having larger layouts and more multi-bedroom apartment options available for families. The provincial government provided a voluntary opt-in adoption contingent upon the presence of adequate fire service. The provisions of the current Vancouver building bylaw generally require each floor area of a building that is greater than 2 stories to be served by at least 2 exits. This requirement has been consistent with Canadian model construction codes for many years and consistent with the risk management concept that redundancy provides a significant fire and life safety benefit. The National Research Council and Codes of Canada has yet to complete its study on single egress provisions, responding to a code change proposal made in 2022. This next slide is just providing a visual of the 2 different designs, where single egress stairs are a departure from existing local design practices. So on the left, you have a single egress design, and on the right-hand side is the image of one with 2 staircases. So just a quick overview, some key potential benefits of single egress. It unlocks opportunities for increased housing, supply and diversity, more livable apartments, more family-sized homes with 2, 3, or more bedrooms, more housing in lower density neighborhoods without access barriers, increased design flexibility, lower embodied and operational and carbon, and compact footprint enabling green space. Along with the changes to the BC Building Code, they also included additional requirements in order to provide more life safety for these types of buildings. You can see on the right is increased sprinkler design requirements, stair construction is to be non-combustible, wider stairs, and mechanical pressurization of the stairway or construction. The technical risk mitigation features proposed by the province are likely to lead to increased costs for other building systems, potentially impacting cost savings for these. Recent staff experience with proposals for single egress in buildings have generally confirmed the higher cost of the risk mitigating features, and designers have typically responded by identifying a desire to waive these features and look at alternate solutions. This approach often increases cost, time, and administrative burden for both the city and the owner, and it could result in a negative impact on housing delivery by increasing review times. We also want to share some of the potential development benefits of single egress. So there is an opportunity for increased housing supply and diversity. It enables apartments on smaller single lots by increasing efficiency and avoiding time, expense, and uncertainty of land assembly. That gives opportunity for more units, up to 24 units versus 6 to 8 units in a multiplex, and it may enable secured rental tenure in addition to ownership options. It reduces carbon pollution as well. The fundamental idea of single egress housing benefits are highly dependent on a specific design, and the improved flexibility of suite design is frequently stated as a benefit, largely due to the elimination of area taken by one stair and reduced public amenity areas, which allows the freed up floor space to increase and improve living spaces. Estimates by some studies suggest that there may be space efficiency gains of up to 10% of the floor area for smaller 4 stories and 5% for 6 stories. These designs could also potentially include a larger number of units, as noted previously, compared to our current multiplex designs that we allow. Some of the potential design benefits of single egress is livability, accessibility, and compatibility. So it shows space efficiency, greater portion of the dwelling unit area to circulation area, more units with multiple aspects enabling cross ventilation, increased access to natural light, and opportunity for more bedrooms. It reduces access to barriers, enables fine-grained urbanism compatible with existing small lot patterns. And building scale and compact common space can support sociability connection between neighbors. Next, I'm going to speak to the fire service and the background. So for over 80 years, the building codes in Canada and the US require all buildings to have at least 2 exits from each floor if over 2 stories in Canada and 3 stories in the United States. This provides fundamental life safety principle of providing layers or redundancy in life safety system. A fundamental firefighting tactic is to use a second stairway to attack a fire, while the first stair is used for occupant evacuation. And as most people are aware, things don't always go as planned in fire situations, and it's the firefighters on scene who must deal with that situation. It's been noted that single egress stair provisions only apply to buildings with limited occupant load, and it is expected that occupants will have evacuated when fire attends the scene. Fire is not a remote risk, and it also well documented there are numerous cases where occupants have delayed evacuation for various reasons, which could subsequently impact their ability to egress safely. In an emergency evacuation, there may be an elderly with mobility issues who might slow the pace of exiting down the stairs. It is a certainty that over the life of the building, there will be at least one person who will require assistance coming down the staircase. If a building owner does fail to maintain the SES life safety systems, residents will be exposed to an increased risk to their life safety with only one way out. This only way out will further be compromised and made unusable if firefighters must use the same stairway to run hoses and stage firefighting operations. A report for the University of the Fraser Valley has identified that smoke affected primary egress routes for more than 42% of residential apartment fires, including corridor. Just further to the life safety, the regulations assume everyone will be able to exit the building without delay using the stairs or elevators. Fires will be contained within the fire-rated compartments, and sprinklers will suppress and control the fire every single time. A single stair could result in both evacuation and emergency services response occurring simultaneously within the single stair, which could result in delays to emergency response, evacuation, or both, leading to significant risk to both the residents and firefighters. In the case of fire response, firefighters set up and stage for a fire attack from within the safe confines of a protected stairway. Hoses need to be connected to the standpipes in the stair, which means that the doors between the stair and the fire floor must be held open, allowing smoke to spill into the exit stairway, which could lead to the single stair becoming unattainable. The single egress stair provisions attempted to mitigate the potential of fire and smoke spread into the stairway by requiring pressurization of the stairs or constructing vestibules on each floor. However, the single egress provisions did not take into account the necessity of opening exit stair doors to extend hose onto the fire floor, thereby negating the effects of both the pressurization and the vestibule. We did receive some feedback. So in Seattle, they do have single egress stair provisions there. And we reached out to Karen Gross, Seattle's Executive Director of Fire Prevention, who stated the following. The City Building Department, the Fire Marshal, and myself are all against a single exit stair as the code for everyone because we feel that most fire jurisdictions are not situated like we are in Seattle. My concern is that all these advocates for single exit stairs can misuse the Seattle experience to say there is a no risk. And I think that would be a mistake because for other jurisdictions, I would think this could be quite risky. We also have a quote from the Greater Vancouver Fire Chiefs Association presented to the Mayor Committee of Metro. Vancouver highlighting the safety concerns associated with single egress stairs in buildings, members echoed the safety concerns for both municipal employees and residents that would arise by the implementation of single egress stairs in buildings and motioned that the MVRPRD board approve a letter to be sent to the provincial government requesting that implementation of changes to the BC Building Code to allow single egress stair buildings be paused until the safety considerations are reviewed as requested by the Greater Vancouver Fire Chiefs. And two, that the province committed to utilizing standard code changes, processes, and incorporating the safety safeguards provided by the consultation. And that motion was carried. So currently, Vancouver Fire and Rescue does not support the adoption of the BC provisions as noted. As requested, we also reached out and got expert panel feedback. So in response to Council's directions, staff convened an expert panel to consider the single egress stair proposal. So it was BC Architects Institute, Engineers, Geoscientists of BC, Planning and Fire Services. So the experts have acknowledged that the issue is complex and should not be rushed. The BC SES provisions may not be well suited to the Vancouver context, and alternate means to achieve the fundamental goals of more space-efficient egress designs may be more appropriate. In doing a jurisdictional scan, proponents for single egress stairs have pointed towards other jurisdictions with single egress stair designs as evidence of performance. Such comparisons do not necessarily take into consideration the whole context of the City of Vancouver. Local building choices in design of materials can affect fire and life safety outcomes. Other international codes are often more specific and have a greater number of building construction and occupancy types. As noted previously, Seattle is frequently referenced due to similarities in geographical proximity, yet it is notable that the Seattle Fire Department was not supportive of recent attempts to expand single egress stair provisions throughout the state, identifying the crucial nature of a rapid fire response and substantive firefighting capabilities that are needed to make this work. So just to provide a brief summary of some of the benefits and potential risks. So single egress stairs could increase flexibility in design, leading to more multi-bedroom options. It could improve suite livability through opportunities for more cross ventilation and improved natural lighting. It may improve development options by eliminating the need for costly or time-consuming site consolidation. Some of the risks noted are loss of redundancy and occupant choices in evacuation. Stairs can become compromised during evacuation or emergency operations. Crowding on the stairs, which would hinder emergency response and slow evacuation. Fire response operations may be compromised. Firefighting practice is to operate from the stair and hold it open to run hoses and equipment, leading to contamination of the stair. This could also remove smoke management operation options. Each position is somewhat non-quantifiable. Building staff have therefore been conservative and taken the position that it's better to lean towards options that will improve occupant safety. So leading to that, there are many important and desirable benefits for single egress stair designs. However, they're not always unique to the single egress design. Other more space-efficient exit system designs can achieve the same benefit without having to compromise life safety with the removal of the second stairway and possibly without the additional costs of the current SES provisions. So some of those we've noted here is scissor stairs. So stairs comprised of a pair of straight runs in opposite directions are placed on opposite sides of a fire-resistive wall. This allows two separate stairs to occupy the space of a single stair. Also exterior stairs. And then one other option is looking at single egress stairs as limited adoption. So in single egress buildings less than 6 stories in height may be appropriate under certain conditions in the city, such as corner lots that provide better access for Vancouver Fire Rescue response. So next steps are our recommendations. We have a recommendation and alternate consideration for council at this time. That council declined to adopt the provision of single egress stair provisions enacted as revision 3 to the 2024 building code on account that the proposed features are not well suited to the Vancouver context. Further, that council direct the chief building official in consultation with the fire chief to further investigate and report back with recommendations to safely densify sites across the city through the adoption of space-efficient egress in small residential buildings. An alternative consideration would be that an alternative to recommendation A, council direct the chief building official in consultation with the fire chief to report back with proposed alterations to the building bylaw to adopt with modification the provincial single egress stair provisions, including additional mitigation as may be warranted in the Vancouver context. And that is the end of the presentation. As you can see, we have many individuals here today that can answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Corey. Okay, committee members, any questions to staff? And I see a few councillors on the queue, so we'll go to Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. First off, just and I think the comment is captured in the report. Does this need more time? It seems rushed. I know we first got this motion back in November, and it was seeking a very quick timeline for your work on this. Does this need more time? I mean, I think that's captured in recommendation A, to do more work.
So at looking all of the feedback we've received from industry, from the fire service, from our panel, I think that it would be a good opportunity to explore it further and look at potential alternate options or actually look at limited options for single egress.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I guess this is more generally a question for the firefighters because, of course, in my life, I will never have to rush into a burning building to rescue somebody. And I think that we got a letter from the firefighters union talking about some of the concerns and really highlighting actually that the majority of residential fire-related deaths are a result of smoke inhalation, not necessarily by burns alone. But what was interesting to me is the notion in here that the BC Building Code, which was the genesis of this, obviously, with the provincial legislation, and we have our own building bylaw recognizing that, but that the BC Building Code does not consider or control other aspects of fire response capacity and building upkeep realities once a building is completed. Can you, I don't know if you've seen that letter, but if that makes sense to you, and if there's like the Fire Act is distinct from the BC Building Code or the Vancouver Building Bylaw?
Hi, thank you, Councillor Fry. Karen Fry, Fire Chief, City of Vancouver. So the building code takes into effect until the building is built and then the occupancy. And once that building is occupied, the fire code now takes place. And so the requirements necessarily rely on the fire code and what's in that to maintain the systems, but we cannot generally make amendments once that's in place. Is that sufficient? Okay.
Okay.
That answers that?
It does. So mechanical systems like pressurized air and sprinklers and whatnot, those are mandated in all multi-unit residential buildings, or?
Currently, I'm going to put that over to Rick Chung, our fire protection engineer and assistant fire chief.
Yes, good morning, Rick Chung, Assistant Chief. Yes, to answer the question, since 1990, the Vancouver Building Bylaw requires pretty well all new construction to be sprinklered and have a fire alarm. After that, yes, it has to be maintained on a yearly basis, both sprinklers and fire alarm, as well as all the fire protection systems.
But those systems in and of themselves wouldn't mitigate the potential risks that have been articulated in this report as far as fire life safety.
They are relied upon a lot. So yeah, one of the arguments of the proponents is that we have fire alarm systems and sprinkler systems in these buildings to mitigate the risk. But as you know, once the building is occupied, now it's left to the building owners to maintain. And we have experienced challenges sometimes we have challenges in particular buildings to have those systems kept up to date. And it can take many days or many weeks or sometimes months, go through various enforcement actions.
Okay, last question, and maybe this isn't for you, Rick, necessarily, but more generally, older buildings that have single egress stairs and fire escapes, and I know it's captured in here, external fire escapes, is that a panacea here at all, or is that?
External fire escapes are still on existing buildings, generally the older ones. Fire escapes had not been permitted in the building codes since 1980. So since then, though, exterior stairs would be allowed, but not fire escapes, the one you see erected outside windows and the
Interesting.
sort. But the ones that are on existing buildings, they're allowed to remain in place as long as they're maintained in proper conditions. And as you may be aware, we have challenges in having those maintained properly as well.
Right, so, but an external staircase could facilitate that egress.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm just trying to understand why the Seattle has been doing that for almost 50 years. Vancouver cannot do that because of, looks like from this report, it says the situation in Seattle is very different from Vancouver. I'm just trying to understand the details. Can you expand on that? Why it's different from Vancouver?
Yes, sales express the fact that it's not for everyone. It's not for, in Seattle, they have the ability to provide a certain number of firefighters within a certain time frame. I think it was 8 minutes they were quoting, within 30 to 40 firefighters within 8 minutes to response scene, and includes an aerial truck every time.
So it's mainly the resource issue in terms of the number of firefighters?
It's a resource issue as well as the hydrant allocations.
Okay, because also from the Seattle's executive director of fire prevention, she also said most fire jurisdictions are not situated like we are in Seattle. She's mainly talking about the resource.
Resource and protocol, yes.
And what is the protocol? Can we expand on that?
Well, like the number of firefighters within a certain amount of time.
Okay, so it's more like a policy or legislation difference.
Yes, the dispatch, I believe so. Within the first 8 minutes, they have a certain number of people, firefighters.
Okay, so if we have improved protocols or have enough coverage for the firefighters, can we do that? Assuming everything's the same, can we do the single egress stairs?
I think if we think about the buildup of resources. So in certain areas of our city, if everybody is in quarters, we can have sufficient amount of resources arrive on scene within 8 minutes or 10 or 12 minutes. Many areas of our city are still under-resourced, so trying to have 30 firefighters arrive on scene in 10 minutes with a mandatory aerial ladder is pretty unrealistic with our current staffing levels. And while we continue to build within our staffing, we are far busier per capita and per firefighter and have more fires than Seattle. We had 15,000 alarm calls last year and 4,000 reportable fires. We have a higher risk than what we are seeing in Seattle, but it really is about building up of resources and having sufficient firefighters on scene and available to respond. Seattle is a lot more dense in its population, whereas we're spreading out through our west end and other areas of the city where many of these buildings would be occurring.
Okay, thank you, Chief. That makes sense. Okay, let me see. Okay, so other questions regarding this alternative, like cedar stairs or exterior stairs, have we done any impact analysis? What is the impact on the housing supply if we do these two stairs?
Hi, Paul Chang, Planning Department, Assistant Director of Development Planning. At this point, we haven't done a cost analysis, but I think we'd like to start doing that exploration. In both recommendations, there's an idea that the expert panel for which planning has a seat will be furthering that exploration to find out the cost-benefit analysis of these kinds of solutions and whether or not they would actually indeed outweigh just having two stairs, period.
Okay, oh, that analysis also including the impact on the housing supply, the space, everything, right? Not only cost.
Well, in terms of housing supply, the planning department is very interested in this particular piece of legislation only because it does really fit into a particular building typology that we want to increase. We really want to facilitate the production of small-scale apartment buildings. You saw in the presentation, there's a lot of great benefits that come with those particular types of buildings. It figures very, very deeply into our Tier 3 transit-oriented area development and also in our villages work as well. So we're interested in seeing this. It actually increases the diversity even perhaps of the development industry. This is a new typology that we haven't seen in a long, long time, with the idea that there have been changes with the parking bylaw. Small apartment buildings are actually possible on 50-foot sites, 75-foot sites, maybe even 33-foot sites.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the answer. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the work on this. It's a very interesting report and discussion related to the sort of, I guess, competing challenges around this, right? Livability as well as life safety. So to sort of put it simply, but I just want to focus a little bit on the Appendix C. And so I think this is for staff initially. How many of these stats relate specifically to single egress as being sort of a known challenge amongst dealing with this? Because I'm just trying to reconcile the stats in Appendix C with the topic that we're dealing with today, which is single egress stairs.
Hi, thank you, Karen Fry, Fire Chief. This is really just our total number of fires. So because we don't have too many buildings with single egress, many of our older buildings that are maybe in the downtown core, some of our SROs, example, the Winters Hotel, was a single egress, or the ones that have the fire escapes on the outside. So our statistics don't necessarily contemplate single egress stairs because our buildings currently have dual stairwells since the building code in 1980, since the building codes required it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing a piece of this that wasn't necessarily sort of specifically stated. So thank you for that. Maybe just to follow on that is, could a single stair building be safer than a double loaded building with 4 times the occupant load in that building using a single stairwell?
Absolutely not.
So if the second one is somehow blocked for some reason, are we able to use this data to analyze life safety risk in that situation?
Yeah, I think if we looked at the number of occurrences where one egress is blocked or one stairwell is blocked, which has occurred under many situations, I think that would take a lot of work to go back and really analyze the number of fires where one exit or one ingress is not viable. It would be a big challenge to look at that. I think having the dual exits, we have two items of contemplation. One is that it provides a second means of egress. And the second is that in order to fight a fire and limit the fire damage, the fire department, use a stairwell to access the building and to start initiating our attacks. And a lot of times, if people are egressing out of the building at the same time, there's that kind of conflict with those individuals. So to try and evacuate people safely as well as begin firefighting operations. We also, as a report indicated, we take our hoses into the building to start a fire and we prop open the fire doors to with our charged hose lines. And right at that point, that stops the ability of a pressurized stairwell to keep the smoke from that stairwell.
Okay, well, that actually leads to my my third question, which is helpful based on what we're concerned about when we are contemplating life safety. You mentioned smoke. It was shared with me, I think there's a stat that less than 2% of fires in new buildings spread beyond the actual condo based on the sprinkler system and sort of the fire suppression systems that are within each condo. So is that an issue that we should be wrestling with on this, in this report, is the spread of the fire, and you mentioned smoke. Could you just provide your...
Yeah, if a condo unit starts within that condo unit and people shut their door, so we see that thing on mandatory closing of doors, right? Self-closure of doors in a fire, that does help stop the spread of fire. And we see examples of that every single day when we're responding. Trying to have occupants maintain their fire suppression systems is a challenge. People prop them open, even with self-closers on it, they'll prop them open with door holds. They don't close them necessarily behind them. So there's always risk. People don't behave always in order to maintain their fire suppression systems the way that they were built. So yes, compartmentalization is a good thing, right? Our fire separations are great. Our sprinkler systems within a unit are fabulous when they work and when they're maintained properly and when the occupants actually adhere to the requirements of them.
Okay, I think that's my time, Chief. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks for the report and the overview. It's an interesting conversation between opening up the unique housing and balancing the safety requirements. I'm curious, we've got sort of the aggregate Vancouver stats. Following up on that, we've got some commentary. Seattle's had it since the 50s. Do we have any stats? Did we review any stats from other jurisdictions about how many fires they had with single egress that may have resulted in Seattle, for example, in an urban context, in issues in a fire? Any life safety issues? Any stats?
Yes, Rick Chung, Fire Service. No, there's no stats available for that. Not as we know. There's right now, even in Canada, there's no specific item that has been, I guess, a data input point that says a building is single egress, and there's no stats that have that particular item in there.
Okay, so we don't have any stats that are saying this was put in place and we had some serious life safety issues as a result.
And data has varied all across the world, so it's hard to compare one jurisdiction with other jurisdictions, how they carry out the
Right, I'm going to keep moving.
statistics.
This question is probably for our building team. And I'm thinking of an analogy when I think it was last term, we had a situation where we had a distinction between the Vancouver Fire Code and the BC one, and it related to capacity of how many people could be in a pub or bar. So for example, we had lower capacity. So if you were had a pub downtown or on Granville Street, you could have less people in that pub than if that same pub was in Prince George or in Burnaby. And so we identified that distinction and made amendments so that there was sort of a continuity with the BC building code and a level playing field, if you will. So I guess for the building team, I'm wondering if the province is setting a baseline for recommendations to adopt that, why do we think the Vancouver context is so different? Why do we need to be different in Vancouver again? Because we're in a process where we're council given direction as best we can, unless there's sort of specific positive requirements or circumstances where we're trying to harmonize the building code. Maybe this question's for Corey.
Well, I'm happy to take it. Saul Schwebb's chief building official. Again, as we said before, Vancouver is different from most other cities in the province in terms of our density, our height, just how close together a lot of our buildings are. And so, I think that requires us to kind of, take a look at this and see if it really does make sense. And quite frankly, we haven't had sufficient time to do that yet.
So it's a question of having more time then?
Yeah, I think.
Be helpful?
Yeah, more time would definitely be helpful to see if it does make sense for.
And how would you spend that time if you have more time?
We've been working further with the council that we've convened, doing some more jurisdictional scans, but basically let the technical team take us in that direction.
Okay, and could we do that? I'm wondering why, because we have sort of dates that are put on reports all the time. And oftentimes we don't meet them. Sometimes staff said, we find we need more time to do this. I'm wondering why we didn't take that.
Are you just asking for the timing on that?
Yeah, that's okay. I guess my other question is, how much would coming back in the fall provide an ample window to do some more due diligence? I know there's some literature and studies coming out. You referenced one. I'm aware of a study in Alberta coming out, I believe, shortly in the spring. So what would
Yeah,
that
I
provide?
believe the latter half of the fall would probably be a reasonable time, because as of to date, no other municipality has adopted the single egress stair model, so it would also be in consultation with them to understand that better as well.
Okay, that's helpful. I know Vancouver often leads in these things. The other sort of question that I have was really around, would it be possible in that analysis to provide, further to Councillor Joe's question, a bit of a sense of what we think this might provide in terms of an uptick in opening up some of the missing middle? Based on some of the early feedback that we've heard from people, that there's some infrastructure requirements in terms of connected to sewer, there's some design constraints on some lots. We get a little bit, would the time provide a bit more color on that?
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor. I think right now, when we're just reviewing the kinds of building plans that we might get with only one stair, there are definitely a lot of advantages, a lot of great pluses that can come out of it. And so we're very eager to keep exploring that. And I think the alternative possible solutions in the future that we might come to conclude with might actually help us with that. It's really just about increasing the amount of floor area per floor that's actually dedicated to living space rather than exiting space. And also the quality of the units themselves, and also the better simplicity of actually not having to consolidate multiple lots just to do an apartment building.
Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation this morning. I did want to just circle back on the jurisdictional reviews, and just if you could provide more context around other jurisdictions like Europe, where I believe have single egress stairs, and if you could comment on that further and why that works there and not here.
Yes, thank you for the question. So my understanding that in other countries outside North America, construction is, in Europe especially, is non-combustible construction, whereas in this provincial provisions, combustible construction is being allowed.
So that would be the biggest differentiator
Yes.
from your experience and understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Most of my other questions have been asked. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Klassen.
Just a few quick questions about risk. There's probably a crude analogy would be a seatbelt in a car that reduces the amount of risk. And I realize that that our building officials and fire department are very much trying to address the level of risk associated with this one. But sprinkler systems themselves are one way to offset that potential risk. How would you sort of rank the risk of the single egress building form in contrast to other building forms that don't have that?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I would categorize the risk is very high by removing the second stair. The building code in Canada and North America is predicated on the fundamental fact that there is at least two stairs. There's the occupant evacuation scenario is always contemplating that should one stair be compromised, there's the other second that people can use to evacuate. So building code's already built in that the safety factor that the one set of stairs would be at risk and cannot be usable. That's why building code has been designed around that one exit stair being not used, and there's another second stair that can be used for evacuation. So that's a fundamental principle.
Can I hear from our building permits department and their view on this particular question around the level of risk? And again, understanding that we face a lot of risks in our lives. Crossing the street, they serve as an example that often used. But also, when I used to work in the seniors care sector, there was an analogy often used to me that that sort of how do you balance quality of life for somebody who has health issues that requires them possibly to be strapped to a bed. But if you strap them to bed, you completely remove their quality of life, but there's no risk. But if you allow them to get out, walk around, there's a potential that they may fall or may have some kind of injury. So again, it's about balancing risk, and that's kind of where I'm kind of drilling into here.
Thank you, Councillor. Kevin Lau, Manager of Building Policy. Just going back to your analogy about seatbelts, in a car we do have those seatbelts, and that reduces risk. But likewise, we also have advances such as airbags and similar, and other features in the car that help reduce that risk. And so that's really what's happening here. Is the code's been sort of predicated on this idea that we have two exits. A second exit's a fairly low maintenance solution as opposed to some of these other options. You do have other options, certainly, but it comes down to that balance of that risk, right? And what it means to have these other features that improve quality of life versus what the advantages of that increased risk. And as we mentioned earlier, we prefer in buildings certainly to err on the side of solutions that will improve occupant safety.
Just with a minute and a half or so I have left, can you help me understand how sprinkler systems work and how effective they are in terms of reducing that risk?
Okay, sprinkler systems, as we know, are very effective solutions. But again, there are circumstances where they don't work. Those usually come as a consequence of maintenance. And so as we add more features in the buildings to compensate for, say, the removal of a stair, then you amplify that risk, right? So the probability of a failure comes as a consequence of, the more pieces you have, the more likely that any one of them isn't going to work. And that's why we cover for that with the idea of redundancy.
And modern systems, I mean, we're talking about things that are going to be built in 2025 and beyond.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, so same thing. We recognize that sprinkler systems are fantastic. However, there is always inherent risk. Even though they work the very first time, you do need to shut down the sprinkler system to get it repaired. So in that meantime, there is that risk as a big risk. So that's what exactly happened at the fire a couple years ago.
Thank you for those responses. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Okay, we'll now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings are treated fairly and respectfully, and the language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents, and no form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory as outlined under Section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they are using respectful language. A reminder that there will be an opportunity to hear from missed speakers at the end of the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Peter Dowdy, member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. Do we have Peter on the phone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Peter. Please go ahead.
All right, my name is Peter Dowdy, and I oppose the report. I believe that the City of Vancouver should move ahead with harmonizing with the BC Building Code immediately. The staff report objects to the proposal on two grounds, viability and safety. This is one of the few times that I will say this, but the staff are not actually on the hook for viability in this case. This is a provincial code. Let the province own it. On safety, though, it's important to keep several things in mind. The Seattle has these, and these are their requirements. No more than 6 stories, no more than 4 units per floor, sprinklers, pressurized stairs, and fire block protecting the stairs. Those are very familiar requirements. The National Fire Protection Association hasn't issued a 6-story single-stair code, but they have issued a 4-story single-stair code, and they endorse no more than 4 units per floor sprinklers. and fire block protecting the stair. There's a trend here, and that is that building codes are moving towards fire containment and fire prevention rather than fire reaction. It is true that our neighbor Denmark uses primarily non-combustible buildings in its single stair. However, their neighbor Sweden builds a lot of single stair buildings out of timber. So the combustibility of the material doesn't necessarily seem to be the deciding factor here. However, there is one typology that is single stair and is made out of timber and burns down quite a bit, and that is single-family homes. The report includes some fire statistics, but for some reason leaves out the typology of those fires. I don't understand why. The data is available. In Vancouver, between 2019 and 2023, single-family homes were 3 times more likely to be the site of a deadly fire, adjusted for the population of single-family homes, than apartments. So when we're really talking about risk, we're talking about relative risk. And allowing more infill options increases the likelihood that we're going to replace 80-year-old single-family homes that were wired by who knows whom with a modern single-stair building that has been held to these high BC building codes. And that is going to move people from less safe housing to more safe housing. None of this precludes Vancouver coming up with its own proposals. For example, the scissor stairs that this report seems to be preferring as an option for low-rise buildings could still be allowed in the Vancouver building bylaw, while also harmonizing with the BC building code and reducing regulatory barriers to home construction. Finally, the report noted that developers may ask for these fire protections to be waived. I have some good advice for staff in the event of such request. Deny them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. We'll now go to speaker number 2, Bryn Davidson. Good morning.
I'm Bryn Davidson I'm co-owner of Lane Fab Design Build. We are a company that designs and builds houses in Vancouver. I'm here to strongly support the potential adoption of single-stair buildings. I do hope that we can see some improvements on the province's approach to that. In the past, with our work with Lane Fab, we build a lot of single-family houses and multiplexes. These houses have great access to daylight, access to green space. One of the challenges with them, though, is that they are fundamentally inaccessible. And like townhouses, they're chock full of stairs. They also don't add us to allow a lot of new density when we take away an old house. So they're a great toolkit, but they don't get us all the way. On the other end of the spectrum, we have high-rise towers built out of concrete with a scissor stair. And those nest 2 stairs together because it's concrete construction, and that works pretty well. But in the middle, we have these double-loaded apartment buildings, 4 to 6 stories, that I'm going to just use the technical term, they're crappy. And you might be a great architect, but they're a really hard building to do well, because what you're doing is you have 2 stairs with this long hallway and these shoebox units, just stacked and packed with the internal bedrooms, no cross ventilation. In many cases, they're dangerously hot. This is a risk that we're balancing, is this overheating risk. And so when we look at what the potential for single stairs is to replace both of these types, do better than multiplex on accessibility, do better than the double loaded in terms of livability, and to create a new toolkit that really unlocks sustainable urbanism where we have livable spaces combined with green space. And I think it's incredibly important that we figure out how to do that. So, for example, in my building, I live in a double-loaded building with a 100-meter long hallway. And if one of those stairs is closed because firefighters or it's got a problem, you got to walk 100 meters down to get to that other stairway. And that takes over 1.5 minutes for a regular person to get from one end to the other. And when you get there, you've got 4 or 5 times as many people cramming into this one little stair as you would have in a single stair building. So these double-loaded buildings are really just a giant funnel for channeling huge amount of people into one stair. So I think when I think about it, single stair is maybe not the right word. Maybe we should talk about it as adjacent stair. Because in these small buildings, You open up the door and the stair is right there. If you're fighting that fire, you've got one fire riser and you go right into the unit, it's right there. The idea that that is somehow less safe than this massive thing that I live in, I just don't understand that, and I don't see that represented anywhere in the evidence. So I know our fire department and building officials have done great work in the past. I hope that they can work with us to create something better going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Bryn. We'll now go to speaker 3, Jamie Hart on the phone.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Hart. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I'm a Senior Associate of Public Architecture. I'm speaking in support of the adoption of compact low-rise apartment buildings with a single stair to the Vancouver building bylaw. Single-stair apartment buildings, also known as point access blocks, are the most common building block of livable cities around the world, but they're conspicuously absent in Canadian cities. Public Architecture and GHL co-consultants created a report for BC Housing last year, which detailed the benefits and opportunities for single-stair apartment buildings in BC. The benefits are numerous, and they touch on almost all of our priorities for housing and urban living. This includes making family-sized apartments more viable, livable, and efficient, providing opportunities for natural ventilation, daylight, and respite for bedrooms from traffic noise. It's also very efficient in unlocking smaller parcels for simpler incremental or infill development. It is true missing middle housing. Point access blocks also provide a perfect example of fine-grained active streetscape that we all strive for, with regular doors to the street and a small population of 12 to 24 homes in a building, which is a great scale for getting to know your neighbours. What's often lost in this discussion about risk and safety is that point access blocks are a fundamentally different type of apartment building to what we currently see, with far fewer number of occupants under one roof and shorter travel distances. It's not our typical large apartment building minus one stair, which is often how it's interpreted. I would just reiterate what previous speaker said. So, contrary to what we heard earlier, single-stair permissions in European countries are not always restricted to non-combustible construction. You see exposed mass timber, single-stair buildings, sometimes above 6 stories, sometimes sprinklered, sometimes not. So there's quite a lot of diversity. It's not a case of just masonry in Europe and stick frame in North America. Careful fire safety analysis and evidence-based decision-making are vital in this discussion, and this work is ongoing across numerous jurisdictions in North America. One example is the detailed risk assessment currently being undertaken by the City of Edmonton, which Public Architecture is contributing to. We expect this to be published shortly and to add valuable research on the actual probability of increased risk to life safety. With this in mind, I would encourage you to give this issue time for a more detailed review and knowledge sharing with your peer municipalities. The staff report recommends that the city go looking for alternative recommendations to safely densify sites across the city through the adoption of space-efficient egress in small residential buildings. But that is precisely what point access blocks do uniquely well. If we rush to dismiss this opportunity, the missing middle will remain missing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for calling in. We'll now go to speaker number 4, Inga Roker. Great, we'll get those up for you.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, staff. I'm going to focus, I like your presentation on all the advantages, so I don't have to talk about all of it. But most of you probably know me as the housing and well-being researcher at UBC, but I have a second professional life. I'm the principal of Air Studio with a location in Vancouver in Germany. So I thought this would probably be interesting that I could share both knowledge. So I have done in Germany probably over 20 single stair buildings, and I am extremely familiar with it, and I want to share and make some connections. So next slide, please. Am I doing the slides?
We'll do it for you.
Thank you. So as we heard before, why are we at this situation? Why are we struggling? It's because historically we have built a single family home and we have the towers, but we have not addressed the middle. So we're not only, what I'm realizing as I have approach this area. We don't have the rules, we don't have the codes, we don't have anything is missing in this missing area. But I think of my research, housing and well-being, this I think is where the potential lies to grow our city. So next slide, please. So if we look at our city and we see the red fields, this is what historically was single family. Now we call it multifamily, and here lies our potential. And so we have 80, when you look at this area, which is 80% of the whole city, we have this now multiplex area, and 80% of this 80% are owned by 65 plus. And so that should, I want to address this. Then I thought this was also interesting. I learned from one of the city meetings that 70% of the 85 plus are actually aging in place in the single family neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So going back to my German life, and this is basically our basic building we built anywhere as infill housing. There are usually 3 or 4 units, and the staircase is a 1-hour fire rating around it, so are the doors. But you see that every door is going right to the staircase, and this is what we are talking about. This basic model, there's natural ventilation, and if there's smoke in the staircase, which has windows to the outside, above the latest where a person can stand is a window which opens, and on every door you exit, you can actually press and the smoke goes out. There is no mechanical system to keep the smoke out of the system. So this is the small scale. Let's go back to Vancouver.
Inga, I'm really sorry, but we are at time.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Okay, I go extremely quick.
We have to keep going. We have over 100 speakers today.
Oh, my God.
I'm very sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but if you
I will.
Please send it to us, and we'd love to see it. Thank you very much. Thanks. We'll now go to speaker number 5, Kenneth Santos. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is Kenneth Santos, and I'm representing Strong Towns Vancouver. We're a nonprofit advocacy group for safe and productive streets and incremental development and overall housing affordability. So we wholeheartedly support the passing of legislation to allow single-stair apartments. And we agree with Brandon Davidson of Lane Fab, who spoke earlier, because this is a really critical moment for Vancouver to lead by example, because by embracing the single-stair reform, Vancouver can demonstrate that change is both safe, as Bryn alluded to, and effective step towards increasing housing opportunities through incremental development, because when we allow the single-stair access or egress, we kind of allow younger and smaller developers to build. Now, when we look at the data, sure, Germany and Sweden, you can build super tall high-rises with just single-story access, but Belgium, Poland, Australia, New Zealand, Seattle, New York, Hong Kong, Mexico City, these are all very dense locations and dense cities, and they have a higher storage or story rate for the single-story egress. So when we're talking about, no one's going to build a 20 or 40-story tower with single-story egress, this is mostly just affecting the missing middle housing, which is your stories between 3 and 7 stories, because then once you go 8 stories or more, then the costs become expensive anyways, and there's really no one that's going to build on such a small plot to begin with. So we are full in support of that, but we also want to make sure that there's, by removing the requirements for buildings smaller than this, then we make low-cost, low-rise apartments much easier to build, and I completely agree that losing human lives to fire. However, when we don't build enough housing, we continue to push more and more people into homelessness, which is another tragedy as well. So we really need to pick our poison. But with the housing crisis in the state that we are in, we really support the single-stair egress legislation. Thank you all.
Okay, thanks, Kenneth. We'll now go to speaker 6, Hitesh Schneb. Good morning.
and staff. My name is Hitesh Neb. I am a partner at Wonder Architecture. We're members of the UDI and the Field Collective, a small collection of architectural firms with members less than 10 team members. At Wonder, we contribute to our communities by working with homeowners, developers, and nonprofits to deliver housing. We are in support of single egress stairs. A couple points that I want to make kind of away from all the technical data and stuff. I think SES is a great addition to the middle housing in the city. This option increases the delivery of housing types and unit sizes. It reduces the complexity of delivering housing in the city. We don't have to consolidate lots. We don't have to rezone these properties to be able to deliver some of this housing, and the X from like a single family to these buildings is 12 to 24 times, which is which will have a lot more impact than 4 to 6 on each site. This also helps keep wealth in the hands of homeowners rather than a select few developers that are developing large buildings in the city, and keep it within the families and make it more palatable for single homeowners to be able to develop these sites. As for design advantages, we've already heard a lot of them. But the important thing here is that this typology will deliver family-sized housing, and that's something to focus on. My recommendation would be to focus on working together with everyone that is here today to find the right balance of design, technical and logistical moves that we can make to de-risk this kind of typology. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you for coming to speak. Speaker number 7, Vincent Min on the phone.
Good morning, Council. My name is Vincent Min. As an intern AIBC licensed architect, author of an architectural thesis researching citizen co-development, and a resident of Vancouver, I come to Council today to strongly support the adoption of the single egress stair for mid-rise development. The report evaluation on housing affordability does not reflect the impact of incremental development by small-scale developers and builders on the housing market. Across the city, land is locked in the development process as development is held back by the land assembly process. The current model promotes a sit-and-wait approach as developers are pushed to assemble land and rezone for higher density. This has a significant cost as it increases development risk. The costs associated are a significant factor when compared to the additional safety provisions required for single egress stairs. Allow the market to determine if single egress stairs in mid-rise apartments are financially viable. The report also fails to review and evaluate the increased livability and environmental benefits of dual aspect units possible in single egress developments in Vancouver lots. Without showing Vancouver-specific evidence or providing references, the report blankly states that other more space-efficient exit systems designs can achieve the same benefit. As someone who's participated in the Urban Areas Decoding Density competition last year, our findings show that on typical Vancouver 15-meter by 40-meter single-family lot, the single egress stair opens a plethora of possibilities for future livable units. Vancouver's firefighting capabilities are advanced and well-funded and capable of responding to SES apartments with firefighting ladder apparatuses. Vancouver is an urban city, not a rural municipality with limited firefighting capabilities. Cities such as Seattle and in New York have already adopted similar code provisions without negative life safety outcomes. So in summary, allowing for single egress stairs means supporting small-scale developers, builders, and incremental development, as well as increasing urban livability, sustainable residential apartments, and family-sized units. This is a critical step towards supporting missing middle development and securing a future Vancouver that's more affordable, economically resilient, and spatially diverse. I call on Council to be bold and support the motion to adopt the single egress stairs in the VPP bill. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks to everyone for speaking to the item. When moving the report recommendations, I ask Council that you specify whether you're moving the recommendations or the alternate. So would anyone like to move a motion? And I see Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue, so go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I want to thank all of our speakers for coming out and providing their perspective. This is a really important discussion, as I mentioned earlier, balancing opening up housing options and life safety. I do want to propose an alternate recommendation to what was provided and move that, which the clerks have, and I'll That can be brought up on screen, and I'll just start some general context around it. We have heard from our staff that one of the impediments was time, and I don't want us to not be making the best policy decisions that we can and not opening up new housing opportunities because they haven't had a chance to do that. And so I will read this out and then provide some additional comments. The alternate proposed recommendation is that council direct planning and building staff to further explore and expand on this report from the chief building official and undertake further due diligence in consultation with the building and architectural sector who work in the small and low building space to further explore the housing flexibility and livability benefits that single egress building designs could provide, and review any related and upcoming studies and literature on single egress stair buildings, and report back to council in the fall with further information for council's consideration. And further that, council affirms its overarching goal of harmonization with the BC Building Code and requests that staff's report back and recommendations seek to limit any proposed beneficial additions to the Vancouver building bylaw related to the potential adoption of the provincial single egress stair provisions in order not to add undue cost, complexity, and limitations to opening up additional housing options in Vancouver. And I just want to say that there's a few things that really stood out for me here, and that is how much building codes are advancing. We heard a lot about the use of non-combustible materials, the fact that this does require some courage in terms of adopting. It's not present in current cities, but we haven't heard that there are any life safety issues, such as in Seattle, that had adopted it. We haven't seen any stats that point to issues. We've heard concerns, which are obviously important, but I haven't seen data that speaks to it being an issue. Let's talk about the housing benefits. Larger units, including family size, something we hear about a lot to the city, better access to daylight, more green space in an increasingly densifying city, which is really important to people, the ability to infill into neighborhoods, more option to use smaller lot parcels, better cooling, which we've heard is really important. We lost almost 100 people in BC with the heat dome, not having to necessarily use full HVAC systems or potentially better ventilation overall, better accessibility, which is also increasingly important for persons with disabilities and an increasing seniors population. I heard reference that we're looking at a new urbanism. This provides greater livability with green space. Missing middle housing is something that this council is trying to unlock. We launched the change from single-family zoning to the RI, residential inclusive, as it's known, but we know that we need to do more in order to support greater adoption of that. It was referenced that previously 80% of land in Vancouver was zoned for single-family. That is right for opening it up. We heard that providing more flexibility on this not only provides better quality housing, but will reduce complexity. It avoids things like having to consolidate lots or do rezonings for much larger projects, as we heard. And I think what we need to do is really find the right balance here. I had somebody print out for me all the comments that we had received from council on this item. The majority of them are in support, and they're pretty compelling when they talk about they are used widely in other cities. Vancouver is facing a housing crisis. We must explore innovative solutions, expand our horizons. Vancouver has the opportunity to provide leadership here. This is a new typology that can provide high quality living in the city. The comments go on. We look to Vancouver in leadership for leadership in cities and situations. Allowing single egress stairs means supporting small scale developers and builders, incremental development, livability, and sustainability, and family-sized units. This is a critical step that is more affordable, economically resistant, and spatially diverse. I could go on, and all of council will receive these comments, but the wave of support is very compelling. So I'd like to give time and space to the staff and the industry to go back and look at how can we move this forward? What do we potentially need to do to positively mitigate? And here, look at some of the studies and have a more evidence-based conversation. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Okay, just before we do that, Councillor Kirby-Young, could I ask you to please just confirm what's on screen is accurate? There's just a question from the city manager. Okay. So is that not correct, what's on screen right now? That's correct? Okay. Thank you for confirming that. Okay, so seconded by Councillor Klassen. Okay, any discussion? This is an alternate recommendation. We should be in the main queue, so I think we were in the wrong queue previously. So sorry about that. Were you next on the queue? You were next. Okay, we can advance you. Clerks, could we just move Councillor Klassen up, please? Okay, Councillor Klassen, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for this alternate recommendation. I, too, have been kind of responding to what I've been hearing, and what was really striking to me, in addition to our speakers that we had here today, is the chorus of comments that came from people from our architectural and building design sector, people from the universities, really looking at what we're doing here and saying that there is a real opportunity for innovation and creativity that we've not really seen to date on this on the choices that we are given. And you know, to the points that Councillor Kirby-Young made, new building materials, advanced sprinkler systems, and obviously our ability to incorporate more safety measures. I think this really drives us and suggests that we have a further conversation rather than making a binary decision today. This is a way for us to really consult and work with our community. These are some of the most creative and dynamic people in an industry that I think we can be very proud of. We have a fantastic architectural and design sector, urban design sector that has grown up in this city that is a very important part of our economy here. I would really like to hear more from them on what the options are that they can bring forward. And this alternate recommendation really asks us to do a bit more work, to go and look at our options and work with sector and come up with those ideas. I think these are the things that really we should be doing at this stage, rather than making a kind of a hard decision that doesn't factor into where we are in terms of how we build today. And I know that there's a lot of changes. We're talking about mass timber buildings and other types of buildings. And again, all of them have associated risks. And again, we need to kind of balance those against what the opportunities are here. And the mention of the heat dome to me is still completely deeply resonates to me, because I realize that if we had had buildings that had more airflow, we wouldn't have lost the 100 people in the city of Vancouver and potentially the other 500 across the province that were succumbed to the heat that we felt in that day. So I'm very happy to support this alternate motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
I'll cut right to the quick and suggest that this amendment, I appreciate where it's going, but it misses a key consideration that is in recommendation A that staff put together, which is that further that council direct the chief building official in consultation with the fire chief to investigate and report back with recommendations to safely densify sites across the city through adoption of space-efficient egress in small residential buildings. I think that's the amendment that needs to be amended into this amendment, because there is no mention of fire safety in here. There's no mention of working with the fire department. We've heard very compelling material from our fire chief, from, you know, the Seattle fire chief. There is a lot of, you know, I think thoughtful consideration that has to go into this kind of work. I believe that this motion in the first place was rushed. You know, the province announced it, and then we jumped at the opportunity and requested staff report back by Q4 of 2024. And I guess technically you're late in coming in Q1 of 2025, but that was an unrealistic timeframe in the first place. I think we need to be thoughtful about this. I appreciate the advocacy from the architects and from the pro-housing folks. And I recognize that there is an opportunity here to add cool, gentle density and stuff, but I'm not the guy who's going to be running into a burning building to save somebody's life. At the end of the day, I'm going to default to the expertise of our fire safety folks. Now, I'm happy to jump back on the queue and add this this omitted second clause from recommendation A, hoping that that's going to be considered as a friendly amendment, because I think the general intention to take this back to the drawing board is a good one, but I do think that we really need to address the very real concerns that have been well articulated by our fire safety professionals, because at the end of the day, I've been on council presiding over decisions amidst some catastrophic fires that led to loss of life, not through decisions that we made, but I take this role that we have very seriously in the sense of we have a responsibility to the safety and well-being of people in our city, and I think I'm going to default to the expertise of the folks who actually do that work in our city. So,
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks to all the staff and also the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. Also, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for tabling this amendment. I fully support. And if Councillor Fry want to bring another amendment, I support that as well. So, I think there's a compelling case for Vancouver to move forward with this modifying and adopting the single egress stairs in the near future, rather than outright rejecting it. Vancouver, first, I think Vancouver housing crisis demands innovative solution. And this single egress stairs allows more efficient use of space, make it easier to deliver family-friendly and multi-bedroom units without requiring expensive land assembly. Cities like Seattle, Boston have demonstrated that the single egress stairs design can work when combined with modern fire safety measures. And also the fire and life safety concerns are valid, but I think they are manageable, such as wider stairs, enhanced sprinkler systems, mechanical pressurization, and emergency power requirements. If single egress stairs can make safe enough for provincial adoption, it stands for reason that Vancouver can implement responsibly with additional safeguards tailored to our local needs. And also, we shouldn't let uncertainty block progress. We have an opportunity to be a leader in implementing thoughtful single egress stairs policies with necessary safety enhancement. Instead of rejecting single egress stairs outright, we should work toward modifying it and piloting it in a way that meets our unique needs. So I support this amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young to direct staff to report back with a path forward for safely implementing single egress stair in Vancouver. I think if we are serious about tackling our housing crisis, we cannot dismiss ideas that proven successful elsewhere in this world. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and I'll just keep it really brief just to say I support the amendment. I just want to see this work continue. At the end of the day, I think that I take Councillor Fry's comments around sort of the pace of this work and the acceleration of some of this work. My question, and I don't need an answer right now, but how has the province been engaging with various fire services to get their input? I wonder if there's an opportunity there for more robust engagement, but I suspect that if we continue this work, we'll be able to get to those places. I think at the end of the day, and one of our speakers referenced their personal circumstance, similarly, inboard bedroom, not a lot of airflow, livability, and I see all of this wasted space with lots of stairwells, and they're not that they're not valuable, it's just that we're trying to weigh political will and life safety, and I just want to say thank you so much to Vancouver Fire for being here today to help level set the very real trade-offs that we would be making, and so that we understand what those risks are, and we can do that as an informed council. So I will support Councillor Fry's amendment should he decide to bring it forward. I do think it's necessary, and it's a miss that it's not in this language here, but I believe it was probably part of the intention initially anyways. So let's keep moving forward. Increase affordability, increase availability of different types of units. When we look at how we are building out the Vancouver plan and adding more density in neighborhoods, I think this gives us way more creative options in building the types of homes that people can really get excited about in their communities. So I'm excited about this work to move forward. So as a result, we'll support the amendments so that we can continue to keep going. And I will just say, we've mentioned heat domes. It's not a one-off, right? We know that every single year, people are struggling with climate change, increased heat in homes, and is quite serious in terms of a life safety. But I also suspect that during the heat dome in 2021, it was our Vancouver Fire, as well as paramedics, that were responding to those calls as best they could. So just to acknowledge the way that we are all working together to build the city out and balancing these decisions. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'm listening intently to the conversation around the table from my colleagues, and I do want to propose an amendment, and it's building off what Councillor Fry said, but it's going to be a bit different than his, and I'll explain why if you want to go
I'll
to
take
an
you to an
amendment queue.
amendment queue. 1 second, please. Okay, please continue.
And yeah, Councillor Bly is correct. It was inherent that to me, life safety is a given in terms of reviewing it. But to be more explicit and sort of respond to Councillor Fry's comments, I'm suggesting that we add.
Okay, we do need it emailed in to the.
I did email it. Okay, hang on, I'll send it again. 1 second. The magic of technology. Okay, it's gone again. It's gone now. It's just simply adding in the words "in consultation with the fire chief," just to be explicit. That was intended, but just so that that's understood. So I've included that piece. I didn't include the other piece that Councillor Fry spoke to around the adoption of space-efficient egress in small residential buildings, because that was in the context of Recommendation A, which declined to adopt the provincial code. And in the amended recommendation I've provided, what we're trying to do here is adopt the provincial code, but then also allow for any positive modifications that might be necessary without being sort of undue, and not have a separate made in Vancouver only solution here, but to have the provincial and then see if there's anything that we need to augment with to the positive in the Vancouver context. So I interpret sort of the adoption of space efficient egress buildings as already being covered in the language that I've already proposed, and wanting to be as close to the BC building codes we can, but make any positive modifications once again for the Vancouver context, but not go an entirely different route. And so that's why I didn't include the other piece.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. We now have that on the screen. I'll need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
You know, I will accept the general intent and the bit about the space efficient egress. The amendment I was suggesting was not only including the fire chief, but our chief building official, which is a statutory role under the Vancouver Charter.
Planning and building staff.
Well, no, it doesn't. It just expand on this report from the CBO, but it doesn't say engage them.
Do we need to take a minute recess?
Sorry, I'm looking for this. Okay, was that? Okay. Oh, sorry. So it's not the same as the original. Okay. I'm reading your. Okay, so you've added building staff.
Let's take a recess for 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll come back. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, so it wasn't.
I don't know if clerks were.
So you added building staff.
No, I had it in the original. Yeah, I had this in the alternate.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks for your patience, everyone. We're going to continue on the amendment. Councillor Fry, did you have any more comments? It's on Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment. Nope. Sorry, I can turn your mic on. But
Just
go
to
ahead.
close the loop on that, thank you, Chair, for giving me that opportunity. Thanks for giving me that opportunity to review. And I see that the chief building officer is kind of captured in that, and I think, and along with the working with the fire department, so I'm appreciative of that and can support this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay. So seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'll call the vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel. And committee, if you could please register a vote on the voting panel. And just waiting for a vote from, oh, okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we'll go back to main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything further to add?
I'll just say thank you for a good discussion. I appreciate the initial work on this from staff, and I really appreciate the sector coming out. We do have some pretty phenomenal, creative small builders, and we have a lot of land that we can unlock to be more creative in delivering more livable, better quality housing, which is the largest part of our land base. And so I'm actually really excited about the potential for our staff to have some time and space to collaborate further with the industry and the sector while keeping the important life safety considerations in mind. But I do want us to make data-based decisions, and I am struck by the fact that this has existed in a number of other jurisdictions and that the province saw fit to implement it and incorporated additional safety standards with that implementation. So I think that we have some great potential ahead, and I'm looking forward to seeing this coming back and unlocking more missing middle family-sized units, better quality housing, and ensuring that we always keep safety in mind at the same time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fry.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll start by thanking staff for the report and the presentation this morning and the collaboration with Vancouver Fire, appreciating that it was put together under quite a short time frame to try to gather this information. I'm supportive of the amendment brought forward by Councillor Kirby-Young for a number of reasons. I do think there's important work and discussion to be had here. I think there's an opportunity for Vancouver to really be a leader in this space, and I'm really intrigued by the possibilities and opportunities that are presented. I heard the speakers, a number of the speakers, Lane Fab, as well as I think it was Air Studio, would have loved to have seen more of that presentation about maybe the potential, particularly for low-rise 4 to 6 story housing. I'm really intrigued by the opportunity to have more family spaces, more dwelling space, the better airflows, even just some of the potential design options we might see in the city. I spent 2 years living in Europe, and so I am, familiar with some of the architecture there. So I'm curious about what might be transported here in terms of the single egress stair. I also do want to acknowledge, and I think the balance council is trying to strike here is that balance around expanding housing options for people in the city, but also balancing that with life safety considerations, which I heard loud and clear about the reason and rationale in North America for having the 2 staircase model. But again, I think there's lots of potential here, and if we give our staff a bit more time, more research, examine other jurisdictions, I think there's some creative potential. So for those reasons, I'm going to support the amendment, and thank you for staff and to Vancouver Fire for their contributions today.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Very brief remarks just to follow up to thank Chief Fry and your team, our building officials, and of course representatives of the sector who both came here in person or phoned in or wrote in. And I think, again, the chorus of voices that I heard on this one is that we have an opportunity here to explore new innovation. And if there's an opportunity to innovate, I'm always going to be there. And this is a great example of that. We have to really make sure that we are focused on life safety, make sure that those considerations are embedded in any kind of decision going forward. But at the same time, I think we have the ability to work with a very creative sector here in the city, as Councillor Dominato says, perhaps lead the way and find ways of building buildings that are beautiful, safe, comfortable, perhaps more affordable and environmentally sound. And it's a tall order, but I believe that we can accomplish those things, and we're already starting to see some great examples there. So I'm very pleased that this amended motion has come forward, and I'd be happy to support. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Claassen. Okay, I'll now call the vote on the amended motion. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee members, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And that completes report 1. Thank you to staff and fire rescue services for being here today. Okay, let's move on to report 2. Contract award for construction services for permanent plazas. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? I'm not seeing anybody. So this item doesn't have a staff presentation. Councillor Kirby-Young, you held this item, so you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have I think will be a quick question, and I really appreciate the work on this one, but it's just around, it's not explicit in the report, and I know it talks about standardization of a number of pieces. So a couple of quick questions. And the first one is, what has been the level of engagement and consultation with the BIAs with respects to the design vision for these plazas, so that we're delivering something that works for them in terms of programming and requirements?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As we know, these plazas have been in place in temporary form for quite a while in the city. So we put them in, most of them during COVID. And our BAs are key partners in those plazas. So in the standardized design process, we've been working actually quite closely with them and any other community partners that are involved in the day-to-day management on the design. And so they've had quite an influence.
Okay. And so I know that it mentions things like the ability for additional lighting and small scale events. So will this sort of negate costly upgrades by the BAs to put the lighting in? That's something we hear about a lot.
Exactly. So like one of the big motivators for this is to make it easier to use that plaza for all the events and programming. So we've standardized our electrical, we have poles for lighting, and it'll make it all easier for those activities.
Okay. In the recommendation in A, it references some of the different funding components. But I just wanted to confirm that if this contemplates the ability for e-bikes, so that would also include the ability to house or locate e-scooters also?
Yeah, so with the design, we've implemented an electrical kiosk with each of them, and so that can support e-bikes or e-scooters. And in some locations, we are building that in to the scope.
Okay, and I think that was most of it. And this is a relatively quick process. What is the final anticipated completion date? Just
April 2026.
Okay. And so will the plazas be out of commission at all then? Would that work happen in the fall and then people can still use them this summer, or what's the thinking around?
So what we've done is we've bundled the construction, and so it's going to happen in phases. Each plaza will take about 6 to 8 months, and the first one will start in April, so about a year to complete.
Okay, so there might be a loss for summer 2025?
Yeah, and in a couple locations, we're doing temporary plazas across the street to try and still support public life.
Okay. Great, thanks. Appreciate the answers. Happy to move the recommendations. Unless, Lon, did you want to add something?
Just wanted to introduce, this is,
Sorry.
who's answering the question?
Rachel Magnuson, Associate Director of Street Activities.
Awesome.
I also did want to add one other thing about the standardized. There is a lot of benefit has come from this. One is the overall cost is quite a bit lower than we were anticipating, which is good news. The fact that we're able to bundle up 4 plazas into one procurement attracted a level of contractor that we don't normally see because a single one isn't attractive enough for them to bid on. And then the construction method is a sequential one, which moves from site to site to site with the trades, which again saves an incredible amount of money and time in terms of mobilization and demobilization of crews. So it's a new method of kind of delivering work in kind of a bundled, programmatic, standardized method, but we do see a lot of
So
potential.
you've triggered one follow-up question for me then. If sort of this is an effective, efficient way to do it, did we just do 4 for budget, or did we leave anybody off the table?
We did 4 based on an estimate. So council allocated from the Growing Communities Fund money that at that time we felt was enough to build 4. So we had put that forward as a suggestion along with, say, the upgrades to Beatty Street. And so, of course, to add additional plazas, when they're bundled, the incremental cost of the additional plaza is lower and lower for each additional plaza.
So was there any money left over to add another one?
Not at this time. There's not quite enough money to add another one, but in future, I would like to explore how we could package up projects that would allow us, in the process to add additional work, recognizing the developer's often interested in that, especially once they've gotten good at it. When you recognize once they've gotten to the 4th plaza, they're actually going to be pretty good at building plazas.
Okay, that's great. Look forward to that. Thank you for the answers. I appreciate it. Happy to move the recommendations, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? Not seeing anyone on the queue. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes report 2. Thank you. So we'll now move on to council member motions. The next item is motion 1, consultation with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing at a public meeting. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? So I'm not seeing any conflicts. So Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. So happy to introduce this motion today, titled Consultation with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing at a Public Meeting. And I'll just quickly remind us how this came to be, of course, with the Mayor's proposal to stop net new supportive housing units, essentially freezing that type of housing, anything new in our city. The question started to come up about what does, the regional plan look like, the provincial plan, how accurate are the numbers that we have in terms of our proportional share as a city of Vancouver when it comes to supportive and shelter beds compared to the rest of the region. We see quite an uptick well, up until this motion, I must say, or the mayor's motion, that quite an uptick in commitments from other municipalities to increase supportive and shelter beds in their communities to serve their residents. As well as just some of the stats around folks who fall into homelessness and how many, what do we know about where their sort of home of origin is. And as we heard yesterday, most folks who are struggling with homelessness in our city are from our city. So I think at the end of the day, really this motion was to be quite a practical and pragmatic attempt to get some data. It's not unusual for the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing to address a city council. They did that in Victoria just not too long ago. They have a presentation and a deck about all the work that they're up to. They can take the conversation in camera as required with any sensitive sort of land use, what have you. So this is a great opportunity to engage the province, and I really hope that that councillors, colleagues around the chambers today really sees this as an opportunity to hear from BC Housing, which we have never done, certainly since I've been elected 6 years in the city of Vancouver, although they have, as I say, addressed other communities and councils as part of their work. So I know that they are supportive coming to council to chat with Vancouver from a BC Housing and Ministry perspective. So I hope we can have that opportunity in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Do we have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Dominato. So we'll now hear from registered speakers to this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the motion and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker has withdrawn, so we'll go to our second speaker, which is Jill Atke, CEO of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. Do we have Jill on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Jill. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning, Mayor and Council. So my name is Jill Atke. I'm the CEO of BC Nonprofit Housing Association, which represents nonprofit housing providers throughout British Columbia. I'm here to speak this morning in support of the motion to consult with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing at a public meeting. The announcement made by Mayor Sim on January 25th at the Save Our Streets Forum has generated significant public attention and interest in both supportive housing and additional solutions to homelessness. Many Vancouverites are now keenly interested in ensuring that their elected officials engage in constructive dialogue about an issue that impacts all Vancouverites, but has real-life consequences for those who are most vulnerable. The second component of the motion regarding city staff working with the province and BC Housing to determine the number of supportive housing units that would need to be built in Vancouver and across Metro Vancouver to end chronic homelessness, and which municipalities those units are needed in, strongly supports the need for a regional approach to ending homelessness, something we have long advocated for. Evidence and planning provide a strong foundation for good public policy, and approval of this motion would provide the opportunity to achieve a strong regional approach to supportive housing allocation.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Appreciate the comments. We'll now go to speaker number 3, Donnie Lynn Rosa. Morning.
Good morning. It's been a minute since I've been here. Mayor and Council, it has been a while. My name's Donalyn Rosa, and I'm the CEO of Atira Women's Resource Society, and we are BC's largest supportive housing provider. Our services are uniquely positioned to support women, children, and gender-diverse folks who are fleeing violence. I am in support of Councillor Bly's motion and commend the councillor for her deep commitment to the community in the downtown east side, as demonstrated by her engagement with the service providers and community throughout her time on council, not just as of late. I also want to acknowledge this city council for the work you've done so far. The motion passed 15 months ago to uplift the downtown east side, and the unanimous approval of the plan to acquire 105 SROs with support from both provincial and federal governments were important steps forward. These actions show you're serious about solving this crisis, but we must continue moving forward. The uninformed freeze proposed in the mayor's motion would slow down the development of new supportive housing at a time when we simply cannot afford delays. Turning away from these promises would only create distrust and disappointment in the community. The items that have been discussed today involve public housing, public safety, and the public good, but you'll notice there's been no public consultation. There has been no consultation with the people who use these services or provide these services. Council will remember the last time they decided to take action in the downtown east side without engaging community. This is known as the Hastings sweep. All this did was push folks away for a moment into parks and side streets and unsafe situations. And it eroded the relationship between the city and the community, one that we're still working to repair. By all accounts, that was an embarrassing and dehumanizing approach endorsed by this council. Please, don't make that mistake again. We're giving you a chance to do better. There has been no thought towards how this will impact the residents of Vancouver affected by the growing housing crisis and who will continue to be affected as long as they can't reach ABC's middle-class housing income of between 90 and 190,000. I stand behind Councillor Bly's proposal to invite a delegate from the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing and encourage you to include the service providers to council and discuss the proposed freeze so that the city can see the implications on Vancouver's residents, which include those who need support. I stand behind Councillor Bly's proposal to work with GoBC and BC Housing and determine how many supportive housing units we need to support our public, instead of leaving these sweeping changes to people who do not have the public's best interest at heart. These individuals have worked hard to build their lives, their families, and their communities right here in Vancouver. They are not disposable or easily displaced and should be respected and engaged as the motion suggests. And if ABC truly stands behind their proposals, they should have no problem having federal and provincial oversight. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Donlin. We'll now go to speaker number 4, Nicole Mucci. Morning. And just before you begin, Nicole, I need to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver.
No, but I've worked in the downtown east side for a decade.
Great. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Sim and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Union Gospel Mission wishes to express our strong support for this motion, which calls for a coordinated, long-term strategy for supportive housing across Vancouver and the Metro Vancouver region. Every day, UGM serves people who are experiencing homelessness, addiction, and extreme vulnerability. We see firsthand the toll that a lack of stable, supportive housing takes on individuals, families, and communities throughout Metro Vancouver. This crisis is not confined to Vancouver alone, and without a regional approach, we do risk simply shifting the issue rather than solving it. Vancouver desperately needs its social housing stock, which only makes up 1/10 of the housing in the city, to be updated. But if the city only replaced one existing SRO building per year, it would take 150 years simply to replace the current buildings. This alone will not meet the continuous and growing need for more supportive housing options as the number of people falling into homelessness in our community continues to skyrocket. A freeze on new, net supportive housing in Vancouver is the wrong path forward for our unhoused neighbors throughout the city. We support this motion's call for a delegation from the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs and BC Housing to meet with Council to discuss the implications of a freeze on new net supportive housing in Vancouver. These conversations must happen with transparency and with urgency. Directing staff to work with the province and BC Housing to determine how many supportive housing units are actually needed across Metro Vancouver and where they should go is a necessary step towards an actionable, evidence-based solution, and it builds upon staff recommendations in the Uplifting the Downtown East Side progress report. Housing alone is not enough. Housing alone is never enough. This is why UGM provides a continuum of care that addresses many types of wraparound support, from addiction recovery to employment pathways and beyond. Individuals need options. They need opportunities in order to truly thrive. And a freeze on new net supportive housing amplifies and increases the risk that already vulnerable populations face. A long-term regional strategy that includes Vancouver ensures that every municipality plays a role in that we are planning for not just housing, but that we are planning for stability, for dignity, and for lasting community transformation. We urge Council to support this motion and to continue working with the province and BC Housing to advance a comprehensive, coordinated approach in the spirit of 2023's Uplifting the Downtown East Side motion that passed unanimously. UGM stands ready to collaborate in any way that we can because we believe together we can ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 5, Katie Conkin. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Katie Conkin. I'm the Director of Development and Communications at First United in the Downtown East Side, and I'm here today to speak in favor of this motion. I'd like to open by sharing a quote. Communities need people, and people need homes. We look forward to continued collaboration with other levels of government and partners to help Vancouver become a place where everyone, regardless of income, can find stability in a place that they call home. That's a quote provided by Mayor Ken Sim on May 23, 2024, about the Homes for People Action Plan. For years, affordable housing has been one of, if not the most pressing issue for Vancouver. We all know that we're in an affordable housing crisis. This is a problem so pervasive and so complex, it must be solved through all levels of government coming together and informing solutions. The Ministry of Housing and BC Housing both have the mandate and the expertise to speak to the implications of freezing net new supportive housing projects. The outcomes of the freeze on supportive housing motion later today are dire, as I'm sure you'll hear from other speakers today. This issue is about policy as much as it is about process. Vancouverites rely on mayor and council to make informed decisions and to gather feedback from experts and partners before making policy choices. We rely on you to work together, not at odds with other levels of government. Less than a year ago, Mayor Sims spoke for the city and said just that. It's important that that commitment is upheld today. As you may know, First United is redeveloping its site at Gore and Hastings. We're building 4 floors of our programs and services and 7 floors of affordable housing, below market housing for Indigenous people, of which 35 are supportive housing units. Construction is scheduled to complete late this year. This is a huge project and will help transform the neighborhood and help thousands for years to come. And the only reason we were able to successfully move forward with it was because we partnered with so many different organizations to make it a reality. In fact, we even partnered with the city on it, and you'll get to see the tremendous impact it will make late this year. The stakes are high. These choices mean the difference between housing and homelessness for our neighbors. It is vital that Council directs staff to work with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing to understand what assessments they've done, to ask questions, and to develop a cohesive strategy for the region that provides wraparound services for those who need it. It's vital that these partners are leveraged to support the most vulnerable members of our community. Politics aside, it just makes sense for governments to work with one another. Isolationism is not the way forward in a democratic system. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Katie. We'll now go to speaker number 6, Lucy Maloney, on the phone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can, Lucy. You have 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Maloney and I support this motion. Prohibiting new supportive housing is a radical move, one that will likely increase homelessness, lead to worse mental health and addictions outcomes, and undermine our efforts to reduce crime and improve public safety. Before we take such a radical step, we owe it to hear from the province and BC Housing about the potential impacts, both to our challenges with homelessness locally and to the province's efforts to take on mental health and addictions. We also owe it to Vancouver to determine where supportive housing is truly needed and work together with the province and our regional partners to get that housing built. Right now, nothing has been done. So instead of a thoughtful and considered process that builds trust with the community, the province and other municipalities, we get an approach that erodes what little trust existed. Ultimately, I support this motion because this Mayor and Council must make their decisions armed with all the facts, not just the facts that are politically convenient. And so that if the worst should come to pass, this Mayor and Council will not be able to say that they weren't warned. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lucy. We'll now go to speaker number 7, Clara Prager, who's here in person. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Clara Prager. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking on behalf of Women Transforming Cities in support of this motion. At yesterday's council meeting, Mayor Sim, you said residents of Vancouver would love to make sure that members of this chamber are willing to work with the province. I agree. And in fact, residents expect you to work with your provincial counterparts in their interests. Councillor Meisner, you said that a lack of coordination amongst multiple levels of government is one of the reasons that the downtown east side continues to see challenges. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you said we should leave no stone unturned when it comes to gathering information and coordinating with our provincial counterparts. Councillor Clausen, you said it was important to draw the province into the discussions that you're having rather than have them adjacent to it. That was yesterday. when it came to increasing bureaucracy for frontline organizations. Today, through this motion, you have a chance to take concrete action on those statements. Metro Vancouver as a whole has seen significantly more supportive housing units open than Vancouver itself. Kalon urged councillors to reject the motion to freeze supportive housing, stating, "What I find challenging about this discussion is painting people as the problem. It's the lack of housing that's the problem, and that's what we should be working to address." And then to the CBC, the minister also said that research in BC has shown that providing housing leads to a decrease in crime. So it would seem that your provincial counterparts have some important information to share with you and contribute to this dialogue. I think this conversation needs to take place, and I think it should take place quickly and publicly. Next week, the province will present their budget with investments to help our province weather the pending tariff war and address the housing crisis. I think it's unfortunate that this motion was delayed by 3 weeks because that's time that could have been spent ensuring those investments best serve Vancouverites. I'll also add that delaying the motion on a procedural technicality is a fairly unusual approach to government relations. But better late than never. We all agree that the city can't tackle these issues alone.
Sorry, we're over time.
So I hope you'll support this motion.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone for speaking. That's the end of our speakers list. And committee members, is there any discussion? And I see a few councillors on the queue, so we'll go to Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm happy to support this motion, and for a couple of reasons. I'll be obviously speaking it in more detail with respect to the mayor's motion later today. But I just want to speak to the importance of having this dialogue. Just noting, I think for interest, as we're talking about supportive housing, the need for supportive housing in the city, our own housing strategy calls for roughly 1,500 supportive homes over 10 years. That's like 150 a year if you put that in. Last year, we didn't complete any. And so that's really a drop in the bucket in terms of what we actually need to meet the demand of individuals who are unhoused or precariously housed in the city. But I do want to highlight the value of having BC Housing and Ministry of Housing staff come and meet with the City of Vancouver and with councillors. I'd be interested in hearing from them about how we achieve more regional distribution. I actually have heard Jill Atke just spoke and said that they indeed do support a more regional approach and have been advocating for that there should be services, there should be supportive housing in all communities. I heard mayors say that they had land available, that they had projects available, but they didn't have provincial funding, whether it be capital or operating or both. So I'd like to hear from the province. I'd also like to hear from the province about their capital and operating framework for supportive housing. I've heard from service providers that they're interested in that conversation to talk about the type of funding to ensure they have the suitable numbers of FTEs and supports in their programs. Yesterday, I asked staff about the Balmoral and Regent, two properties that we expropriated in 2019. It was one of the first biggest decisions our council made at that time because of the conditions. And the commitment last term was that we would work with the province would work with us to redevelop those sites into self-contained, dignified housing. What we heard yesterday is that the Regent, we have a lease agreement that's in place or in the works of the province. It could be upwards of 2027, 2028 before we see a conversion of that building. That's almost 10 years. So I would love to hear from the province about how they're going to support municipalities like Vancouver and other municipalities. I would also love to hear from the province about how we work together on the health gaps that we're seeing in our housing in the city, the intersect between primary health care and homelessness, and have that discussion. So from my perspective, there's really good reason to support this motion and to engage in this discussion, and I'll be wholeheartedly supporting it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I actually have an amendment to move on this report or on this motion. So I don't know if you want to take us to an amendment.
We can move us to the amendment queue just a sec. Please continue.
Thanks very much. It is probably mostly administrative. It's just to note that in the first, I suspect it'll come up on screen, but in the first recommendation, there is a date, and of course that was intended based on when this first came forward 3 weeks ago, to have this dialogue with BC Housing and the ministry ahead of the decision that that is on the agenda for today related to the mayor's motion to freeze supportive housing. So I just want to take that date out so that there's no confusion.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Okay, committee members, if you have any comments, discussion, please add yourself to the queue. Not seeing any. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll support the date change, but I don't want that to be misconstrued as to me supporting the actual motion, which I'll be talking to when I'm in queue.
Okay, thanks for that, Mayor Sim. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, we'll go to the voting panel, please. And council, if you could please cast your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes with Councillor Klassen abstaining. Okay, so we'll now go back to the main queue. And Councillor Bly, did you have anything further to add?
I'll
I'm back on.
take my time for now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry.
I know we have a lot of speakers to the later agenda items, so I won't take too much time. I just, reflecting on some of the pieces that Clara Pager had mentioned about conversations or comments from the Minister of Housing, and the fact that we haven't had the conversation with the Ministry of Housing, and these are some pretty substantial changes that are being proposed and have huge ramifications across the entire spectrum of municipalities and housing providers and indeed BC Housing, of whom we are supposed to be good partners. So the fact that that hasn't been captured in the mayor's motion, which is coming forward, I think this is frankly at a bare minimum that we need to do, the work we need to do to even consider the mayor's motion. So it's unfortunate that this has been delayed 3 weeks, but I do support this motion, and I think it's an important piece to the puzzle before we make any rash decisions as a council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Mayor Sim.
Okay, great, thank you. And you know, what I love about this discussion is the spirit of intent of everyone around this chamber is to help, residents, vulnerable residents in the city. So this is a good thing. Okay, I do want to highlight a couple of things. First of all, and sort of this will lead into the next motion that we cover, but it's been brought up quite a bit, so I'm going to bring it up. What has been characterized by some groups is that we are not, we are not in favor of supportive housing. And what I can tell you, Councillor Dominato brought up a really good stat that we're committed to building 1,500 units over the next 10 years. Well, what I can tell you is we currently have 7 projects in stream right now that are going to be building 793 units in the downtown east side, including 737 supportive housing units. To give you some context, as of the end of December, for Surrey, which is the next leading city after Vancouver, by a wide margin, they only have 841 units of supportive housing. So we are doing almost as much in 1 year as Surrey has done. That is currently done. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I respect Jill Lackey's comment about, this is a regional issue, and Jill supports a regional approach. And I think through our conversations, we've daylighted this conversation because, the mayor of Surrey, for example, mentioned that they would support it. They actually want to build more, but the province hasn't provided the funding. And when we have conversations with the province, which we do on almost a daily basis, they're like, hey, no, give us a call, we'll provide the funding. So this has actually daylighted a lot of things, which I actually think is good. So the mayor's office is already in regular conversations with the provincial government. So I really don't believe we need a motion to keep that work going. we have strong working relationships with the province, and those conversations happen all the time, whether it's about supportive housing, homelessness, or other critical issues facing Vancouver. In fact, at about 8:30 this morning, I had another conversation with Minister Kalan on this very issue, and we both are aligned in the fact that we support building more supportive housing throughout the region. So individuals are the most vulnerable individuals in the region get the support they need. And I want to be clear, and this is where the minister and I agree as well. Supportive housing does work. All you have to do is go to like 16th and Dunbar as an example. No one knows there's a supportive housing unit there because it's run really well. And we support these. Or like Naomi Place where we went last week. These are examples of housing solutions that work. So we are all in agreement here. I to my earlier point, and you've heard this, heard me say this before, the challenge we have in the city of Vancouver is, whether I don't think there's a single person or very many people that agree would agree that things are working incredibly well in the downtown east side. Okay. And it's not through a lack of effort. It's not through a lack of resources. And then when we actually look at this pragmatically, we've come to the conclusion that while Vancouver represents 25% of the region's population, we take on 77% of the region's supportive housing, 67% of the shelter housing, and 50% of the social housing. We have uninhabitable SRO units, which I think we can all agree. If you ever go through one of the ones that really doesn't work, it's undignified, it's unlivable, and it's not humane, it's not compassionate to have individuals who are vulnerable residents living in those conditions. And so we're looking for senior levels of funding to actually repair, replace that, plus a whole host of other issues that I don't have time to talk about here right now. Needless to say, the mayor's office will be reaching out to the province to compare data and make sure that we have the clearest picture of Vancouver's housing needs. It's already part of the work that we have been doing together, and we will continue to do together. And like I said, we're taking a regional approach with the view of empathetically and compassionately helping people throughout the region who needs that help.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just in follow-up to the mayor's comments, I mean, I appreciate that the mayor's office is having conversations with the Minister of Housing. This motion is having the Ministry of Housing meet with council, not just the mayor's office. And I don't want to read the entire article, but I think the February 21st Vancouver Sun article with Sarah Gruchowski, right in the lead, BC Housing Minister urges Vancouver Council to reject Mayor Sim's motion to pause new supportive housing projects. So notwithstanding the conversations that the mayor may be having with the Ministry of Housing, we're hearing a very different story. And I think it behooves us, because we are evidence-based decision makers, I would hope, at this council chambers, that we should hear from the minister why he is saying something that runs completely counter to what the mayor is suggesting. And I'll just go on to highlight a couple of other pieces. Ravi Kahlon, BC's housing minister, criticized Sim's motion on Friday, saying the numbers of supportive housing units in the city's report doesn't match with the province's numbers. That's a pretty serious piece that we're kind of missing in this conversation. Again, before we go kind of, running off with a motion that may have information that does not match with the province who is the funder of record for most supportive housing projects in this province and in this city, I think we deserve to have a more fulsome conversation that we have not yet had. And I think it's imperative if we're going to make decisions that have such massive impacts on housing in our city and some of the most vulnerable people in our city. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to level set because I know that people are passionate about this issue, but some of the comments that I heard from one of the speakers earlier that suggested that, I don't think the language used that council directed in terms of what was referred to as a Hastings sweep or endorsed, but that was actually a recommendation that came forward from staff from our professional staff and the Vancouver Fire Chief, who ordered the clearing of that due to significant concerns with the uniqueness of the Hastings Street encampment and its adjacency to highly vulnerable, flammable, old, supportive housing stock and units, which was very distinct and different than other situations that we have had. For example, such as encampments in parks that have unique and different considerations in how to handle and kind of mitigate and advance those situations. And so there was a very specific concerns there, and that is a situation where, just like our chief building official is empowered in terms of life safety issues, so is our fire chief. And I think that's important to state that for the record, that that was initiated by our professional staff, and that work was done as a result. So I just want us to make sure that as we're heading into, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of perspectives and a lot of dialogue today, that we are dealing in facts, and that is where that came from in an effort to protect and not put the lives at risk of people that were in those SRO buildings, as well as the sort of the safety issues that were prevalent on the street. So I just wanted to sort of share that for the record. I'll also note too that I think IGR is an ongoing function, and how that's handled is a very important one. There's an art and some delicacy to how those conversations happen. Typically, you don't have delegations from ministries coming to speak at council. I've been on council for 6 years now, and I don't recall ever having a ministry delegation come to speak here. Sometimes we have specific officials, such as from Coastal Health and others, but there's ongoing and robust conversations and dialogue that happen here. So there's also, I think, been a lot of characterization and dramatization, if I could put it that way, around sort of that dialogue and invitation. But we have regular meetings with Vancouver Coastal Health that are initiated and set up in conjunction with our staff teams, and some really positive dialogues result in a lot of really good outcomes, such as the hiring of the first Indigenous outreach response team with the funding that was provided by this council to support mental health response in conjunction with some of those acute situations and divert from a typical policing response. So I do think that we kind of need to look at the broader context there, and I'll leave it there for now and listen to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. First of all, Chair, noting the time and one item that's coming up that only has 3 speakers, I'm wondering if we might entertain, if I can move that we extend the meeting into the lunch break to complete item 2.
Yeah, could I get a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
I'm happy to support that, but would request that we take a 3-minute recess.
In between?
Yeah, in between
Sure.
the two. Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so all in favor, say aye. Okay, any opposed, nay? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's continue. Yes, Councillor Klassen, go ahead.
Right. Thanks very much. Just sort of reflecting a little bit, actually, just what I heard from Councillor Kirby-Young. Not only was the work involved in the decampments led by our staff teams who did it, I think, with great care and compassion. But these were definitely items that were directed to us by staff because of the safety risks, the violence that many people were experiencing in those conditions. And I note that we're in very good company now with Victoria and many cities across the western U.S., Portland, Seattle, several cities in California are having to faced with the same choice of doing that. But I'm just going to speak really briefly here to kind of the motion is that I'm extraordinarily proud of our relationship with the provincial government, and in particular with the Minister of Housing. I think what we've seen is that while there may be some items that we are have some differences on, but broadly speaking, we are making incredibly great strides together by working with the province, and I think this council would do that with whoever's in government, but I think in particular this government over the last 2 years or so has gone extraordinarily well. I also serve as the Mayor Sims designate on the BC Urban Mayors Caucus, and that group, which represents all the large urban areas across the province, has also had a request to meet with the leadership team of BC Housing for some months now, and has not had that request abided yet. But it just gives you an idea that there are a lot of projects in play right now, and they're taking some time before speaking with other levels of government. So I think our chances of success are probably not very high, given what's going on there. But I also think it's a really good thing that we are daylighting this discussion. And as somebody who worked nearly 2 decades in government relations prior to being elected to council, I have some perspectives on how you do those intergovernmental relations. And I frankly don't have faith that the approach that's been put forward here will achieve that success. A lot of the work happens between staff, and it happens between the mayor's office as well, and certainly on the political level. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this motion, and I hope that we can have a healthy discussion on the item coming later today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So appreciate the discussion around the table. I think that, you know, there's some interesting comments that are, you know, framed up, I would say, as opinions. And I think the challenge right now is all we are dealing with are opinions, and we need some facts. So as much as the spin on this motion is crisscrossing across this chambers, the reality is I'd like to ask some questions to the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing in my role as City Councillor about not only the City of Vancouver, but what is the regional plan? How many units are in the pipeline, regionally speaking? What are the trend lines? Surrey is committed to close to 800 new units of housing before 2029. I think that's an interesting discussion that we have as a good regional partner. What we have before us in the motion coming this afternoon, and what this motion is in response to, is an enormous abdication of responsibility as a city. Like it's really quite damaging, in fact, because we play a leadership role in our region. And I know for a fact that there are municipalities who are planning to move similar motions to this if Vancouver, around no more supportive housing, if Vancouver gets out of the game of providing housing for homeless. So what this does is gives us an opportunity to engage with those who are ultimately responsible for housing in our province, which is the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing. This is their mandate. So, you know, I'll just respond to one or two things as I close out here, that we need to understand what are the implications of passing any kind of motion or shifting gears on delivering a supportive housing for our city. What are the implications we may not have line of sight to from a regional and provincial perspective? The mayor talks about that this has daylighted the regional issue. We got a comprehensive presentation yesterday on the Downtown East Side that was directed by the motion that I brought forward that was supported by this council. And most of it was about regional share, because that's already direction that staff have got. It didn't come from the mayor. They got that 18 months ago from the motion I brought forward. This is not a new topic. This isn't daylighted anything. All it's done is it has pit Vancouver against Burnaby, against Surrey, against Richmond, and all of those that are in our region that need to work together to actually solve this. And the last thing that I'll say is that the notion that the mayor's office meets with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing staff, and that should give us any comfort that we're getting real information, is laughable. That unless you're an ABC councillor, of which obviously I no longer am, on this one issue, it would seem, having been removed from the party, the idea that I'm now being asked to trust the information that's coming through the mayor's office on this particular issue, that's tone deaf. That's not reading the room. So I would like to hear from the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing on what is happening with supportive housing in our city as a data gathering exercise, as a pragmatic effort. We hear from BC Assessment, we hear from Vancouver Coastal Health, we hear from these government agencies all the time. There's no reason why we can't extend the invitation to BC Housing and the Ministry of Housing to help inform council when making these critical decisions. Thank you, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So I will now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that fails with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby Young in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. And that completes motion 1. So before we move to the next item, as we're going to extend, and this will be not too long, I'll need to relinquish the chair to Vice Chair Dominato. Oh, shoot. Sorry, we're going to have a 3-minute recess. Apologies. So we'll resume in 3 minutes and I'll relinquish the chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving to item number 2 on our agenda, which is motion 2, bringing back the block party supporting Davie Village and Vancouver Pride celebrations. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Meisner. Before we start this agenda item, does anyone have a conflict of interest? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Miser. You have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Hey, thank you very much, Vice Chair Dominato. So I'm really excited to bring this motion forward to bring the Davie Street Block Party back to the West End for 2025. Council would have received many letters of support over the past 24 hours from the MLA for the West End, Spencer Chandra Herbert, as well as many local businesses, West End Business Improvement Association, Pride Society Community as well. So the return of the block party has been many months in the making. There is a working group that has been formed with the West End BIA, with the Pride Society, and with community. And I've been present at some of those sessions, and I can share that there's a lot of excitement about bringing this block party back to Davie Street this summer. So for those who may not have attended it in the past, up until about 2019, Davie Street would be closed down on Pride weekend, and there would be a large block party with performance spaces, expanded patios, vendors, and more, and really just a celebration for Vancouver Pride. In recent years and the pandemic, the block party was put on hold, and also the route of the parade was changed. It now ends at Concord Pacific Place. There is a celebration zone down there that Pride Society is working on and intend to do again this year. This is really meant to complement that. So when people are done the parade, they're done celebrating at Concord Pacific Place, they can come back to Davie Street and enjoy the evening or the rest of the day on Davie and celebrate Pride. So I hope Council will join me in supporting this motion to bring back the Davie Street Block Party to Vancouver this summer in 2025. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Can I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. We'll now move to registered speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker is Terry Smith, Executive Director for the West End BIA. Terry, are you here? Welcome, Terry. And
you knew I was short?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of the West End Business Improvement Association. Our organization represents approximately 650 businesses and property owners along our 3 main commercial streets of Davie, Denman, and Robson. I am here today to express my strong support for bringing back the Davie Street Block Party and as part of Vancouver's Pride festivities, and of course to extend our gratitude to Councillor Meisner for introducing this motion. Pride is a vital time for our city, a celebration of queer rights, visibility, and community, and it's also a key part of the cultural fabric of the West End and an essential economic driver for local businesses. For the West End, Pride holds a particularly important place as it's the historic heart of the 2S LGBTQAI+ community. It's the first unofficial Pride March took place in 1978 down Thurlow Street, setting the foundation for the Pride movement in Vancouver. Since the relocation of the Pride Parade and Festival in 2023, its absence has been deeply felt by the community. While businesses have experienced a decline in foot traffic and economic activity, it is the loss of connectivity, joy, and the sense of pride that the neighborhood once thrived on that is truly mourned. We have heard loud and clear from both businesses and residents that there is a strong desire to see the celebration return and to reignite the spirit of pride in the West End. Bringing back the Davie Street Block Party will not only revive an important tradition, but also strengthen community ties, stimulate economic activity, and create a vibrant and welcoming space that brings residents, visitors, and businesses together to stand with, support, uplift our queer friends, family, and community. And sorry, but especially at a time right now, this is really important. And so I don't want to get emotional about it, but we really need to stand strong. Additionally, we kindly ask that Council consider supporting the Davie Street Block Party with a financial contribution, whether that be through increased fest share or something like that, and to allow for temporary changes for Pride Weekend for expanded patios, increased occupancy, and extended operating hours for our businesses, nightclubs, and restaurants. This is not dissimilar to what happened in Gastown last year for the pilot along Water Street. The financial burden to host festivals and events in our city has become unsustainable, and without predictable grants and sponsorships, we are losing the social, economic, and cultural benefits that they bring to our communities and our city. Further, the temporary changes will help our local businesses thrive during this important time and provide welcoming, safe spaces for people to gather and celebrate. The West End is fully committed to collaborating with our Davie Village businesses, city staff, Concord Pacific, Vancouver Pride Society, and community to make this a reality. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I look forward to working together to bring back the Davie Street Block Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry, for those comments. We'll now hear from our second speaker, registered speaker, Alan Daly, Board Chair of Vancouver Pride Society. I believe Alan's on the phone. Can we just confirm?
Yes.
Good morning, Alan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Good
you,
morning.
and you have 3 minutes to address council.
Excellent. Thank you so much. As you mentioned there, my name is Alan Daly. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm here today representing the Vancouver Pride Society as co-chair of their board of directors. I'll keep this pretty brief. The Vancouver Pride Society fully supports this motion. We are excited to see the Pride Festival return to Davie Village and the West End. We have received requests for this return over the past number of years, and initial feedback on this proposal has been positive this year. We will participate in whatever capacity we can and support however possible in planning and execution. Our community vendors and performers must remain at the forefront of our planning, and we have a responsibility to ensure our events are accessible, fun, and free for all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alan. Thanks for calling in today. And then we'll move to our third registered speaker, Anthony Azar, Chair of the Board of Directors Community. Also on the phone. Do we have Anthony on the line?
Anthony is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers in chambers or on the line for this item? Okay. Well, that marks the end of our speakers list then. Thanks to everyone who participated. Committee members, do we have any discussion? And it looks like we do. We'll advance Mayor Sim for comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I just wanted to thank Councillor Meisner for moving this motion. I think it's great. It adds, continues with the swagger of the city, and it really steps up for the LGBTQ, IA2 plus or 2S plus community amongst a whole host of other things. And you have my 100% support.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate Councillor Meisner bringing this forward, and vibrancy and animating our neighborhoods is a real priority for this council. It was referenced, we've seen the work we're doing in Gastown, working to revitalize Granville Street and supporting our festivals and events. I think that this is a great vision. I'm very excited to see this happen. I think it's a natural gathering place, notwithstanding the route of the Pride Parade that was changed repeatedly by the organizers to achieve more accessibility, et cetera. But that is sort of time limited, but Davie Street is sort of a natural gathering space. It is home to the community. I think though that there's an opportunity in this conversation to daylight is that the bigger issue facing our festivals and events is the sustainability and the continuance of those. We have a number of them that are threatened. We just lost the Mural Festival. Celebration of Light is scrambling for funding in order to be able to continue this year. There are others on the books. And what we have seen is an unprecedented confluence of factors that has been impacting our festivals and events. It was always tough to put them on. Then we had COVID and they essentially shut down. We had COVID relief funding. Now we've got a situation where that's coming due and costs have escalated in terms of a lot of the services and equipment rentals that they use. And at the same time, they're having to pay that back, and people's patterns have been changing in terms of how people go out. And you've got an affordability crisis in terms of some of the ancillary spending. So we have a kind of a perfect storm where a number of our festivals are really in danger of not continuing. I want to reference that there's an open letter that was signed on behalf of BC's arts and cultural community and by a lot of Vancouver festivals. And I worry about Pride's sort of continuation, not just in terms of use of the lands and the route, but its overall financial sustainability. Because having a block party is fantastic. It's a great additional vision, but we actually need to keep Pride itself going. And so the letter that was sent to Premier Eby and Minister of Tourism Chandra Herbert says, we're writing to seek the urgent renewal of the BC Fairs, Festivals and Events Fund or a replacement in order to provide immediate and meaningful support to events throughout the province. As businesses and organizations, these are challenging times, and I'm paraphrasing through some of it. And it sort of goes on around our events are the cornerstones of cultural identity, economic vitality, and social connection. Our fairs and festivals are more than entertainment. They deliver economic support, they provide employment, they support the booming film industry, so on and so forth. But I just want to emphasize that they are really at risk, and those things that actually make life really vibrant and bring people together, we can't take them for granted, and I'm deeply worried about all of them, including the actual Pride Festival itself. Although curiously, there was a number of Vancouver organizations that signed on to this letter, from Bard on the Beach to Just for Laughs, the Peony itself, things like the Writers Festival. There's just a whole host of them, and oddly enough, Celebration of Light, as I mentioned, but oddly enough, the Pride Society did not. So I am in support of looking at more sustainable funding to support these ongoing events. And I think the challenge here is that the city should do everything it can to step up and support an event like this one. But it's going to come down to money and the costs that it are required to put on these events. And that includes things like relooking at policing. I know we tried to do that with the Fest event, that we can have plans, we can look at the risk assessment, there can be use of security or other things other than non-policing resources. But we're going to have to get creative if we really want to keep these things in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, just really quick to say that I'm express my strong support for this motion, acknowledging many of the concerns that Councillor Kirby-Young just laid out as well, that putting on these events, these festivals, these street parties are increasingly challenging from a financial standpoint, but I know just how incredibly powerful and important they are to community. And having been down on Davie Street and during past Pride weeks, I know the energy, the happiness, the success, and also the tourism attraction that it really becomes. And thinking of our sort of challenges that we're facing across the 49th parallel, it's a big draw for a lot of people who do come from the United States, and it would be really nice to see the community coming together. And this is a great event to do just that. So I'll be happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'll be brief. I know we're moving into to the lunch break here with speakers this afternoon, but I just want to lift up the voices of those that spoke, and particularly Vancouver Pride Society and Terry Smith, who's here on behalf of West End BIA. Really feeling your heartfelt comments coming through, that we are in a time where there is incredible there's an incredible sense of fear in the community, actually, around being able to be out loud and proud. And any ability for us as a city to champion events that bring the queer community together in celebration is one worth championing, especially in our political climate, especially at this time. So just to lift up those voices and community as well, while not able to speak, does the same work. And so it's been a pleasure, I must say, to work with Councillor Meisner in a number of meetings with the Vancouver Pride Society and West End BIA to continue to champion these activities, and particularly in support of the queer community, LGBT community across the city. So I know that this is just going to be such a welcomed event on Pride weekend, and people want to be on Davie Street as well as elsewhere in the city, but they want to be on Davie Street to really celebrate together. So this is just a really exciting initiative, and thanks, Councillor Meisner, for spearheading it fully all the way through.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry.
I'll keep it brief. Fun fact, My first Pride Parade was 1988. I don't even know if you were born then, Peter, but okay. So anyway, I just I want to thank the community, thank the Pride Society, thank Terry Smith for all the advocacy, and especially thank Peter for or Councillor Meisner. Really appreciative. Looking forward to bringing it back to Davie Street. It's going to be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I've added myself to the queue, and then we'll let Councillor Meisner close. I also want to thank. Oh, sorry, I have to relinquish the chair to who's deputy or acting, or back to the mayor. Okay, mayor. Yeah, thank you. I do want to thank Councillor Meisner for his thoughtful motion and collaboration with the Pride Society and others. I think I'll keep my comments brief, but similar to others, I do think it is a time where we need to uplift the queer community and recognize that the state of the world we're in today is increasingly polarized, and some of the actions we're seeing south of the border, discriminatory, dangerous, and we are increasingly seeing more hate speech and other actions. And I think that this is exactly the right thing to be doing, is bringing people together in celebration openly. And I just want to reiterate what I've heard from my colleagues here at the table, from Terry as well, and from Vancouver Pride Society and community is, I think this is a fantastic initiative. Grateful to see it come forward, and thank you, Councillor Meisner. And I'll take back the chair. Councillor Meisner, do we?
Thanks, everyone. Really heartwarmed by all of the support in this chamber, and the community should know that it has many allies on this council, as you can see today. And as mentioned by Councillor Bly, her and I have been working hard over the past few years to advocate for the community organizations that serve the queer community. So not just about the Block Party, but about Pride Society and the festival and the parade, and also the other organizations in the neighborhood that provide critical health services to the community. I'd also like to give a shout out to our speakers today, in particular Terry Smith from West End BIA and Alan Daly from the Pride Society, who spoke in support, and also for the great work you did last year in bringing back the Block Party in a smaller form. So that was on adjacent properties to Davie Street. So I'm really excited that this year we'll be able to bring it back in a bigger form, in a more exciting form, more akin to how it was previous to the pandemic. So really looking forward to this, and anything we can do to bring the community together during these very important times, I think is going to be a huge accomplishment and add a lot of excitement and vibrancy to our city. So hopeful that council will all support, and I think you will, because you all had great comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner, and I'll now call the vote. Can you take us to a voting screen, clerks and committee members, please vote on screen. Thank you. I can't actually see it from here. That passes unanimously. Congratulations, Councillor Meisner. I will pass the chair back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Dominato. So just noting the time, we're going to take a recess for lunch, and we will return at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, this is the city moderator. Please remain on the line. We will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
Hey, Elise, this is Rowena from the chamber. Are you able to hear us through the TELUS line?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. We hear you just fine.
Thank you.
Hi, Councillor Dominato, are you able to turn on your camera to make quorum?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Thanks, Councillor Dominato, and thanks, everyone. We'll now resume. The final item today is motion 3, temporarily pausing net new supportive housing investments in Vancouver to prioritize replacing existing stock and promoting regional equity. It is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Not seen any. So Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. Well, listen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce this motion after announcing my intention a few weeks ago to temporarily pause the funding of net new supportive housing in Vancouver. And so when we were elected to make tough decisions and hard decisions that will shift the status quo and set the city up on a path to long-term success. As we know, the downtown east side.
Sorry, Mayor Sim, to interrupt you, but we've lost quorum. Councillor Dominato, could I get you to turn your camera back on, please? Councillor, oh, okay, we're back. Sorry about that, Mayor Sim. Please continue.
You know, I'll obviously have a lot of more comments about this, but needless to say, you know, the motion that we are, or that I'm, you know, asking for support today, it's, you know, Vancouverites are empathetic, compassionate, you know, citizens, and we believe in supporting residents, vulnerable residents in the city. And at the same time, we have a lot of challenges. And so the motion calls for no net new supportive housing as we look to refurbish crumbling some of our units, SRO units that are crumbling and are unlivable. And so I want to be very clear, this motion does not include a whole host of supportive housing, for example, for seniors or youth. Doesn't include, you know, units that are already in the system and approved, or things that are going to get approved over the next 6 months. But we can talk about that in greater detail. But I do want to stress once again, Vancouver represents 25% of the population of the region, but we take on 77% of the supportive housing, 67% of the shelter space, and 50% of the social housing. And if we want to make progress on this issue, we have to treat it as a regional issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sim. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Montague. Okay, so we'll now hear from registered speakers to the motion. Public speakers should state whether they support or oppose the motion and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list as per the procedure bylaw. A reminder that council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language that we use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents, and no form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tones, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of character or of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory, as outlined under section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our collective responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during the meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they're using respectful language if necessary. As per our usual process, there will be an opportunity to hear from missed registered speakers at the end of the speakers list. So we'll now go to our first speaker, who is Jean Swanson. Do we have Jean on the phone?
I'm here, yep. Jean Swanson, Vancouver resident, opposed to the motion. So very conservatively, we need over 10,000 units of decent housing that rents for $500 a month in Vancouver. That's to house about 4,000 homeless folks, 3,500 of them with no fixed address on social assistance, plus an estimate of seniors and folks not on social assistance. Plus, there's the over 6,000 SRO residents who live in unsuitable places and could die in the first big earthquake. So we need over 10,000 units. Getting these housing units could extend the lives and make them way nicer for people who need the housing. That's the main reason we need them. 10,000 units would also save all levels of government money for health, police, sanitation, etc. And it would be nice for everyone, including London Drugs, if people didn't have to live on the street. The mayor notes that people who are homeless are 19 to 23 times more likely to be crime victims. The solution to this is not cops. The solution is not stopping housing. The solution is getting homeless people 4 walls and a lock on the door. Yes, we need to protect modular supportive housing. It's way nicer and will last longer than the SROs. This council needs to extend their land leases or find new sites for those units, in addition to getting new supportive housing, in addition to fixing or renewing the SROs. We need them all. This motion is saying explicitly, if you're homeless with a mental health or substance use issue in Vancouver, you're staying on the street. At the Carnegie Housing Project Town Hall on January 30th, we asked folks what's needed to improve the downtown east side. They didn't say pause supportive housing. They didn't say more cops. They said, and these are quotes, more housing. Community safety starts with dignified and affordable housing. Get rid of police. No more homelessness, safe supply. Housing, harm reduction, more help, less gentrification. Proper livable housing, mental health support. More accessible housing now, can't wait. Your idea of a regional approach to housing for low-income folks is an elaborate, bureaucratically contorted excuse for doing nothing in Vancouver. The most recent homeless count found 81% of people were in the community they were counted in the last time they were housed. Burnaby and New West are not going to house Vancouver's homeless. Vancouver needs to. This council should be lobbying and begging senior governments for at least 10,000 units of $500 a month housing, not pausing what we're offered. If you pass this resolution, you should be willing to take responsibility for the 3,000 people on the supportive housing wait list who will probably die there before they get housing. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Jean. We'll now go to speaker number 2, Brianne Deman. Afternoon.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Brianne Deman, and I am the Director of Embers Eastside Works, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to the motion. I've worked in the downtown Eastside for over 8 years, and during this time, I also served as the coordinator for the North Shore Homelessness Task Force and was part of the regional team that implemented the 2020 Metro Vancouver homeless count. And it's our most recent homeless count data that I want to speak to today. The motion is premised on data that Vancouver, although representing only 25% of Metro Vancouver's total population, holds 77% of the region's supportive housing units. However, these numbers are incomparable. They're apples to oranges, as not everyone in Vancouver's total population is even eligible for this type of housing. A better number to compare to is Vancouver's share of the region's homeless population. In 2023, Vancouver represented over 50% of the region's homeless population. This is in striking contrast to the mere 25% of the total population share. For reference, the only other municipality that had a meaningful difference in these two numbers was New West, which has 4.2% of the region's homeless population and 3% of the total population share. We also know, as we heard a number of times yesterday, that the vast majority, or 78% of Vancouver's homeless folks, become homeless in Vancouver. So what this all means is that Vancouver is responsible for over 40% of the region's homeless issue while representing only 25% of the population. This is the greatest and most disproportionate share of the homeless population that any municipality is individually contributing to. And while we currently hold at least 77% of the supportive units, this isn't an indicator that we have come anywhere close to solving the problem. In fact, I think it paints a more damning picture of our city's ability to adequately house its own residents when even with the majority of the supportive units, we are still unable to solve our share of homelessness. This makes it really difficult to argue for our regional partners to take on their fair share of responsibility when the data clearly shows that we are the only ones not pulling our weight. Now is not the time to stop supporting our own residents. I want to close by saying that we are in a moment where we are being asked to determine who we want as our neighbors and who belongs in our city. It's a precarious road to go down if we are looking to rid this city of poverty, not by curing it, but by culling it. Where do we draw the line? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 3, Nicholas Garatua. Sorry, I'm probably butchering your name. Oh, Nicholas, I need to ask if you're a resident in Vancouver.
Can I start?
Are you a resident
Yeah.
in Vancouver? Okay,
Yes, I
great.
am.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Nicholas. I'm a resident of the downtown east side of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the motion, temporarily pausing new supportive housing investment in Vancouver. I'm part of the Carnegie Housing Project that advocates for affordable housing for all in the city. I've been homeless for 2 years. I'm currently living in a SRO and at risk of being homeless again. Research shows that life expectancy of homeless people is half the life expectancy of the BC average. I'm 47 years old now. How many years do I have left? I'm very worried about how I can survive in this city. Where would I go if I can't even hope being on a wait list with other 3,000 people for supportive housing? Supportive housing is what this motion is killing. Passing it would create a worse situation than before. It would open the way to ugly 30 stories towers and higher rents managed by greedy landlords. SRO owners would sell their SROs, evicting low-income people with nowhere to go. Gentrification is a genocide of people who are poor. Supportive housing is probably not perfect. but it has treatment on site, basic services, and is inspired by a sense of social justice, community, and care. People without housing spend twice as long in the hospital than the national average. If we have housing with supports, we wouldn't be as reliant on emergency systems. Housing is a human right, like health, right to life, freedom of expression, protection against slavery, right to education. This motion is not only unfair, it's a shame, a violation of these basic human rights, and a sneaky way to get rid of poor and low-income folks in the city. Less supportive housing and social housing means leaving a fundamental right under the control of a wild market where people are numbers and not human beings. What should this council do? Follow the developers or protect the people who need housing? This is why I decided to oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak to council today. We'll now go to speaker number 4, Sean Miles.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for your time today. I'm here to speak in opposition of this motion. My name is Sean Miles, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and the director of Binners Project. I come here today not as a housing provider, but as an organization that sees the benefits of supportive housing within its membership on a daily basis. But more specifically, the harm that a lack of housing can cause. For some context, Binners Project provides low barrier income opportunities to binners, also known as waste pickers, informal waste collectors, to help improve their livelihoods and foster community connection. In 2024, Binners Project provided over 13,000 hours of income opportunities, and in total, Binners earned $313,828 through all of our programs in that year alone. We asked members about their experience with supportive housing, and approximately half of our members report that they are previously lived in or currently live in supportive housing. We have also regularly been in direct contact with supporting housing providers that refer their residents to our organization. Over the years, we have regularly seen how deeply disruptive loss of housing can have on our members, with some going from 20+ hours a week of income opportunities to 0 almost overnight when housing is lost. Binners contribute to this city, and without housing, their potential to engage in this work suffers. Supportive housing is an investment in low barrier work. Supportive housing is one of the best ways to actually uplift the downtown east side and provide pathways for people to move out of poverty and improve safety in this community. Speaking right after me is one of our members, Am, who can directly speak to his experience with supportive housing, and I'm grateful for him being willing to share with you all today. Myself and others are not saying that changes in the community aren't needed. We see that and we agree with that. But what is being proposed here today will not only directly harm residents of your city, but will create uncertainty for developers. The attempt to carve out certain groups to be exempted from this motion only further adds to this uncertainty and also blatantly excludes other groups, including Indigenous people. An ABC councillor yesterday said in an interview that this motion may not work, which means that you are choosing to gamble with people's lives. I hope each of one of you understands that in this motion, if it succeeds in any form, you are signaling to the downtown east side and beyond that you are more interested in taking risky and uncertain actions that directly impact people's lives than listening to the very people living and working in that community, asking for your help. I've struggled with why this is a bold decision to make. I've struggled with why this is a bold motion. Boldness is one thing, recklessness is another. This is reckless. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker 5, Amaran Larat. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors.
My name is Emerald Laurel. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. I stand before you today to share my own story and to show you the value of the necessity of supportive housing and how a temporary pause in new development will have extreme consequences on the residents of the downtown east side and further around the city. I've been in supportive housing since December of 2022, and without it, I'd be at a different point in my life. I may not even be here in front of you today. I first applied for regular subsidized housing back in 2001, and at the time, I was separated from my family and struggling with addiction and looking to restabilize my life. However, when I applied for regular subsidized housing, I discovered that single people aren't prioritized in their applications. SROs were an option, but not an option that would benefit my health. And I do not know anyone who lives in SRO successfully with their addictions in check. I don't have the proper skills to fight my addictions on my own if I wouldn't have got into supportive housing. I was successful in getting into supportive housing in 2022, and I've entered into a 4-phase program allowing me to prioritize my health and navigate my addictions. I wasn't alone anymore. The team that surrounded me was helpful and caring and offered the support and resources for me to take my first step forward to recovery. I was able to build a routine, improve my sleep, ease back into work, and set goals in my life. Supportive housing has also helped me connect with additional resources in the community, including the Binners Project, where I've been able to work, volunteer, and get regular hours to work to have an income. It allowed me to look at the possibilities of going back to school to learn a trade, and gives me hope for my future. Temporarily pausing new supportive housing developments restricts people in my situation from getting help and stabilizing their lives in the downtown east sides. We need to build more supportive housing, and we need to help the people that are already here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 6, Clara Prager.
Hello, my name is Clara Prager. I'm a resident of Vancouver and speaking today on behalf of Women Transforming Cities in opposition to this motion. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm actually just walking to City Hall right now to join a rally with hundreds of residents of the downtown east side and their allies who oppose this motion. And that's because the downtown east side is a community of care, and this motion is part of a plan to break up that community of care, to tear people away from their homes, their loved ones, and the support systems they rely on to survive another day and get back on their feet. You may point to some of the exemptions for the freeze, for women, for seniors, and youth, but these exemptions won't keep those demographics safe. Why? Because this motion explicitly targets people who are homeless, at risk of becoming homeless, who use drugs, or have mental health challenges. Women, seniors, and youth are amongst those who are homeless, use drugs, and have mental health challenges. That doesn't make them any less deserving of housing and support. It won't keep those groups safe because separating people from their support systems, from their access to low-barrier employment, from nutritious meals, from therapy and cultural healing will increase crime. But this motion also doesn't mention anything about housing for trans people who are twice as likely to experience homelessness, according to the CMHC. It doesn't mention housing for Indigenous people, who represent half of the homeless population in Vancouver. And it doesn't mention housing for people with disabilities, who are significantly overrepresented in the shelter system. This motion attempts to decide who deserves housing and support services, and you don't get to decide that. Every single person in Vancouver, sheltered or unsheltered, using or not, deserves housing and the support they need to lead a dignified life. It's this chamber's responsibility to do everything in their power to make that happen. We want solutions, not assigning blame to other municipalities, to senior levels of government, to nonprofits on the front lines helping residents every day. And we certainly don't need blame assigned to people who are already extremely vulnerable and regularly stigmatized for political gain. Instead of taking responsibility and doing something productive, this motion scapegoats a small group of our neighbors while doing little to help anyone else. It attempts to divide marginalized communities against each other, which will not work, by the way, and it separates people into the deserving poor and the undeserving poor. If our leaders are truly compassionate, they will stop playing politics with people's lives and work on real solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll now go to Lucy Maloney, speaker 8.
My name is Lucy Maloney, and I'm speaking in firm opposition to this motion. I live downtown. It's where my kids travel to school to see their friends and hang out. I mention all this for a reason. Public safety downtown isn't a game to me or something to posture about. It's where my family and I live day to day. That's why I feel so strongly that this motion must be defeated, because supportive housing makes communities safer and stronger. Residents of supportive housing use 32% fewer health and public safety services than people at risk of homelessness, and are 64% less likely than shelter clients to need an ambulance. That's because in supportive housing, people who need help are connected to it on site. They've got access to employment connections, 24/7 access to support staff and nutritious food. Most importantly, supportive housing keeps people off the street. People forced to sleep outside or in front of stores are vulnerable, at risk of being preyed on by criminals. I know you all know this. Mayor Sims said this morning that supportive housing works. But if it works, which it does, why on earth are you trying to ban it? It's true that the region needs to step up, but we need to step up too, because there are thousands of people experiencing homelessness in our city right now, and building housing elsewhere won't solve the crisis happening on our streets today. There is a particularly cynical part of today's motion that I want to call out. There are actually carve-outs for women's housing, family housing, seniors and youth ageing out of care. While every exemption from this unfortunate motion is welcome, there are groups that are not exempted. Indigenous people, people with mental health and addiction challenges. It means that this motion is very narrowly targeted at some of our most marginalised and stigmatised neighbours, at the people most in need. It pushes them out of our city. It leaves them literally out in the cold. I'd be remiss if I didn't address one final point. When Mayor Ken Sim announced this motion, he announced it alongside a police task force, what we now know to be Task Force Barrage. We've also discovered that there are additional plans to relocate current residents to their home communities. Vancouver must be a city for all its people, including people who need mental health supports, who need addiction supports, who need a hand up to get back on their feet. We can't barrage our way out of a housing crisis. We can only house our way out of it. To prohibit new supportive housing and relocate current residents flies in the face of the city's stated commitments to reconciliation, to UNDRIP, to equality and to basic fairness and justice. To pass this motion would be to use human beings as bargaining chips. It's wrong, and I call you to reject this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Speaker number 9, Landon Hoyt.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Landon Hoyt, and I'm here today as the Director of Hastings Crossing Business Improvement Association, representing 850 business owners, property owners, and organizations in the downtown east side. I strongly oppose this motion because it will only deepen cycles of poverty, increase street disorder, and ultimately harm, not support, small businesses in Hastings Crossing and across the city. Let's be clear, supportive housing is not the problem. The Mayor's motion mischaracterizes its role and impact. Supportive housing provides essential on-site care for at-risk individuals, including meals, clinical services, and social supports. These homes create safety and stability for people, which is exactly what we need to reduce crime and disorder on our streets. The real challenge is the lack of broader solutions that address the root causes of poverty and homelessness. What is most troubling about this motion is that it makes no attempt to tackle the upstream issues fueling these crises: housing affordability, mental health care, and economic inequality. Instead, it halts one of the only proven interventions that moves people off of the streets and into stability. If we want to create a safer, more prosperous environment for businesses, we need more supportive housing, not less. I also take issue with how this motion was developed. There was no consultation with local businesses, residents, or community groups, many of whom have spent years working on real, evidence-based solutions. Business owners in our district are managing safety and cleaning challenges daily, including our very own teams responding to over 1,000 wellness checks, incidents, and referrals responded to, and over 3,000 poops cleaned over the past year alone. I guarantee you we will see an even greater spike in these numbers if this motion passes, because we know that keeping people housed reduces disorder in front of our storefronts. No one in our BIA has asked for a halt to any type of housing, quite the opposite. Other BIAs are also questioning where this motion came from and how it serves the economic health of our city. While I appreciate the mayor responded to concerns that a broad housing freeze would be harmful, this revised motion still targets the most vulnerable, individuals experiencing homelessness with severe mental health and substance use challenges. If the goal here is to improve safety and create a more business-friendly community, shouldn't these be the very people we are prioritizing for housing? We all want a safer, more inclusive, and economically vibrant city, but we know the real problem here is poverty, and poverty is bad for business. And this motion will only worsen poverty. It will not help London Drugs. It will not help the small street-level businesses that bring life and vitality to our neighborhoods. If we truly want vibrant commercial districts, we must ensure that people aren't living in crisis on our streets. That's why I urge you to reject this motion and instead work on real, long-term solutions, expanding supportive housing, improving public safety strategies, and directly supporting small businesses with resources that they actually need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 10 is Aaron Seeley on the phone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Seeley. I'm the CEO of YWCA Metro Vancouver, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver, speaking in opposition to this motion. YWCA is a longtime nonprofit housing provider operating across the region, focused on serving women, gender-diverse individuals, and families. On the downtown east side, we support single mothers and their children with safe, affordable housing at Causeway Care House, as well as supporting pregnant and new moms with transitional housing at Crabtree Corner, including, or both on East Hastings. Our hub model includes wraparound supports, and while we do not offer low-barrier supportive housing specifically, we believe that it is a critical component of the housing continuum, especially in communities like the downtown east side, and we rely on the expertise of other supportive housing providers as part of that system. We are eager to continue our partnerships with the city and to expand our model at Crabtree Corner with more culturally appropriate services for the over 60% of our participants who identify as Indigenous. And we note that the exemptions in the proposed motion will enable YWCA to continue this work, but it will not make our community safer. In the midst of rising inequality, the interconnectedness of mental health, substance use, gender-based violence, and housing crises, we also want to note that many of the issues faced by the city require policies and programs outside of your control. We agree that the status quo is not acceptable and that there is a need for other municipalities across the region to provide more supportive housing and services as well. But achieving this takes time, and we must see a yes and approach. We owe a duty of care to our most vulnerable neighbors, and we must work together to do more and not less. Legitimate and pressing safety concerns exist within some low-barrier housing, especially for women and gender-diverse people. We need to take those issues seriously and find solutions that work for everyone. We urge Council to continue to add new supportive housing units while also replacing those SROs that are unsafe. I appreciate that this motion is not regulatory. It signals a future direction, but as written, it will directly harm our most vulnerable neighbors, and it will put added pressure on our overburdened healthcare system. With over 128 years working in this community at YWCA, we know that many people need low barrier housing and harm reduction before they can access treatment and independent living. We are concerned that without new supportive units, we'll see homelessness increase and people pushed into neighborhoods with fewer supports, making the neighborhood less safe. As the motion states, Vancouver has led the way providing safe and stable housing in the region because successive local governments have demonstrated care and empathy for all of our neighbors, not just a select few. Residents of the downtown east side and the city of Vancouver are our neighbors. And as a Vancouver resident for more than 20 years, I've seen firsthand how supportive housing makes our communities safer, providing residents with the homes and services they need where they need it. I want to continue to be part of a community that cares for those who are most at risk to ensure they have the dignity and safety they deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 12, Marcia Nozick. I have speaker 12 on the phone. Hi there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my name is Marcia Nozick. I'm the CEO of Embers, a community economic development organization that's located in the downtown east side. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am also opposed to this motion. The problem with the mayor's proposal to pause building any new net supportive housing is that it really doesn't meet one of the key premises stated in its own whereas section of the motion, which is to, quote, ensure that those suffering the most receive the safe, stable housing they desperately need. If Vancouver moves ahead with this, it will limit the supply of supportive housing in Vancouver. And as our population grows, and we know it will, there will be net more people requiring supportive housing, which will put pressure on existing stocks and services. Facing limited or no options, we condemn people to the streets. We could expect an increase in homelessness, drug use, worsening crime, and danger on our streets and in our neighborhoods. That said, I do support some aspects of the motion, certainly upgrading the deteriorating housing stock. I also understand the push to create a more balanced regional approach to supportive housing. The mayor says Vancouver has 77% of the region's supportive housing while only representing 25% of the population, implying that Vancouver's homeless is the result of people migrating away from their communities to access Vancouver's supportive services. But as we've heard before, these stats don't tell the story, because the homeless count for Greater Vancouver reports that most people experiencing homelessness lost their homes in the community where they reside, and people who are homeless in Vancouver were housed in Vancouver by far. So this points to a bigger issue, which is the lack of affordable housing and skyrocketing rents that displace people from their homes, and it's a downward spiral. Person loses housing, ends up homeless, becomes unemployable, mental and physical health deteriorates, leading for some to drug use, and all that comes with that. And there's no upside here. Putting a stop to new supportive housing will only make matters worse. I've worked for 25 years in the downtown east side as the founder and CEO of Embers. Embers provides people who face barriers to employment a second chance by providing them support, training, and opportunities to work. In my time, I've seen many hundreds of individuals move from being active drug users, turn their lives around, and are now leading wholesome, productive lives. People like Mike Dick, who lived as a drug addict on the streets of the downtown east side, who today is a site superintendent with a construction company, actually working in this neighborhood. Rather than a downward spiral, we see an upward spiral as people are given the support they need to change their lives. The lesson is that people can and do change when they are provided a safe and supportive environment. Supportive housing is a cornerstone in this process. In freezing new supportive housing, Mayor Sims is trying to force the hands of other communities.
Sorry, Marcia, you're over time. I'll have to leave it there. Thank you. Just a reminder to all speakers, we have 3 minutes to speak, so I'll try to keep to that just because we do have a significant number of speakers this afternoon. So we'll now go to speaker number 13, Stephen Von Schikowski.
Thank you. My name's Stefan von Sachowski. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I'm here today representing the Vancouver and District Labor Council, which is made up of 90 affiliated local unions representing approximately 60,000 union members. And I'm speaking in opposition to Motion 3. Our members are deeply concerned with the state of affairs in the downtown east side. We believe that every resident has the right to decent housing and that this housing should be suitable to the needs of the resident, including the wraparound services that may be required. We say what we desire for ourselves, we wish for all. But the right to housing is not just our belief. Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. This is an article that, despite being a signatory country and a drafter of the Declaration, Canada violates every single day. And it's become normalized, rationalized, and accepted, but we need to change that. Supportive housing is essential. It provides more than a roof over one's head. It offers health care, harm reduction, recovery, meals, and life skills programs that help people transition out of crisis. We all want to see an end to homelessness. We're all concerned about public safety with the fentanyl crisis, with other issues that are ongoing in the city. But halting the expansion of supportive housing while homelessness increases is not part of the solution. We need a plan that builds housing across all of the city for people of all income levels, a plan that coordinates development with ensuring that residents become housed and receive the services they need, a plan that's developed with the input of residents and stakeholders in partnership with and including in community, government, labor, business, and all those directly affected. And I want to also note that our Labor Council does include many unions who represent community health and social service workers in the downtown east side. These workers have some of the most difficult and sometimes dangerous jobs in our city. They provide crucial, even life-saving services every day to residents, and they are not part of a poverty industrial complex. These are hardworking people who struggle daily to serve a community that's been ravaged by decades of failed government policies and neglect, a legacy of colonialism, a poison drug crisis, and an economic system that puts profits ahead of people and human rights. And they do so often at great cost to themselves. Psychological injury rates are high amongst these workers, and maintaining adequate staffing is often a challenge. We need to respect these workers and give them the tools and resources they need to help the community. In conclusion, I'd like to note our support of the open letter of the Coordinated Community Response Network and thank them also for their work on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 14, Sean Orr.
Hello, I'm a Gastown resident and I am speaking in opposition to the motion. When this motion was announced, it was packaged as the status quo isn't working. But this motion, this council, is the status quo. The status quo is policing, prohibition, austerity, and gentrification. And yeah, it's not working. While we know this motion affects beautiful, safe, and dignified housing across our entire city, we really know what this is all about: cleaning up the downtown east side. And we've been talking like this for 75 years, back when the downtown east side, Gastown, and Chinatown was called Skid Row. Cleaning slums, urban renewal, the same rhetoric which demolished a black neighborhood called Hogan's Alley. Back then, we paused liquor licenses, stopped issuing permits for home improvements, paused infrastructure. In short, we created the conditions that caused decline, then rush in to say we are the only ones who can save it from decline. The motion talks about a concentration of housing and services in one area, that we have 25% of the population, but 77% of housing. But isn't that what cities are for? Would we say the same thing about jobs, that Vancouver has 70% of the jobs, that other places need to step up? No, I don't think we would. And as Francis Bula reminds us, things are concentrated in a few blocks, as every diligent student of Vancouver history knows, because successive waves of gentrification from the 80s in West End, Yaletown, Fairview Slopes, and Mount Pleasant concentrated poor people in the downtown east side. City and police encouraged it. And for me, I've seen the community fight for these services to keep them there. This motion, when combined with the uplifting the downtown east side motion, leaked memos in the Globe and Mail, and the city wanting to get into the market rental game, reveals to me that this is really just a real estate grab. And it fits perfectly into this historic trajectory of displacement. Our housing system systematically pushes people into homelessness, and this motion is part of that. Homelessness does not just happen, it's created. It's part of a system, and the system is working as designed. It's the same system that drives up our rents and forces families, artists, my friends out of the city. What I want to ask council is, who benefits from this motion? Not people who need supportive housing, not families concerned by tents in our parks, not small businesses, as we just heard, not people experiencing mental health challenges, Indigenous peoples, trans people, and people with disabilities, but also not the thousands of people living in privately owned SROs that don't qualify as supportive housing that are living in squalid conditions. It makes me wonder if this motion fully understands what supportive housing even is. And where is the evidence? This is supposed to be a council that values database solutions, but I've seen none. And what this sounds like to me instead is extortion to the province and other municipalities. Look, I know some of you have to follow the party line, but to those with a conscience, I ask you to be bold and defy this plan that will just throw more fuel on this fire. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. We'll now go to speaker 15, Steph Kallstrom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Steph, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Steph Kallstrom, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to this motion. I've had the privilege of working in the downtown east side, and I'm also a resident of downtown Vancouver. I know that Mayor Sim's motion is extremely problematic. Supportive housing is the foundation of stabilization for Vancouver's most vulnerable and unhoused folks. Stopping supportive housing for those who are using substances will just cause more street disorder, more importantly, continue the cycle of oppression and trauma for many folks from being unhoused. When most people look at unhoused folks, they dehumanize them. This makes it easy to come up with this kind of motion. Gentrifying the downtown east side will only cause more NIMBYism because you will be moving people into a neighborhood that belongs to a diverse community living in extreme poverty. Along with drug use and extreme poverty comes judgment, as already noted. The other side of this is that you will take the neighborhood away from the residents who live there. There has been comments about the number of unhoused people in such a small area. That is because of gentrification. Folks have been pushed into smaller and smaller area because of new builds that are not for them. Over the last 13 years, I have seen firsthand how supportive housing changes people's lives, how it creates stability, and how it gives people back their dignity. I have had clients that you might call repeat offenders, someone who has spent years incarcerated. When they entered supportive housing, their substance use went down and they started low barrier employment. After a year, they were chosen for housing that was self-contained. They moved into that unit and worked on sobriety and eventually were in recovery. This person got their driver's license, bought a car, went traveling, and started full-time work. I have had other clients who have become marathon runners who are also raising their children, have gone back to school just because supportive housing has helped them stabilize. These are not isolated cases either. This happens for so many people. I have met folks who have said to me that the very challenging life that they have had caused them to use substances and is better than dealing with the unmanageable trauma that led them to use substances in the first place. People in those situations deserve housing, and people in the situations also stabilize in supportive housing. While I agree that other municipalities need to do better, that doesn't mean that we get in a contest with other cities to see who is willing to give way first. We need to continue to take leadership in a role providing supportive housing to our city's most vulnerable, whether someone's goal is recovery or not. We need to build supportive housing desperately and dignified housing. Housing is for everyone. I will leave you with a quote by Herman Melville. Of all the preposterous assumptions of humanity over humanity, nothing exceeds most of the criticism made by the habits of the poor by the well-housed, well-warmed, and well-fed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker 16, Donna Lynn Rosa.
Thank you, and good to see you again. Mayor and Council, I'm Donna Lynn Rosa of Atira Women's Resource Society. As the CEO of the largest supportive housing provider in the sector, dedicated to supporting women and children fleeing violence, I stand here today deeply concerned and in opposition to the proposed motion. While I agree that we need to be replacing aging housing stock and encouraging the rest of the region to do their part, I believe it will have significant negative consequences for the vulnerable populations we serve, up to and including many deaths. I speak for all supportive housing providers when I say we are working every single day to support women, children, Indigenous people, racialized people, queer people, immigrants, and people with disabilities, all of whom are disproportionately represented in Vancouver's unhoused communities. We have seen the numbers of people continue to grow, not just in Vancouver, but across the region. As housing, shelter, and service providers, we are stretched to capacity. There simply isn't enough space or resources to support everyone who needs it. Last year, for every person we supported, we turned away 4. In 2022, reports indicate that over 86,000 households in Vancouver are struggling with housing affordability, and with threat of tariffs and the cost of living skyrocketing, you better believe more people will be teetering on the edge of homelessness. This crisis won't hit everybody equally. It's going to hit the most vulnerable populations hardest, especially in our already struggling neighborhoods. And what does freezing new developments mean? It means we're leaving vulnerable people with nowhere to go, and trust me, that will only make things worse. The current housing stock is not nearly enough to meet the demand, especially for those who need specialized trauma-informed care, including many women escaping violence. Even temporary housing can be their lifeline. This council was elected on the platform of a better city. The reality, however, is that in Vancouver, single mothers who are fleeing violence with their children can't afford a studio apartment, but are turned away from shelters because we're at capacity. Senior citizens and people with disabilities are forced into homelessness due to a lack of accessible housing. These same people will have their belongings confiscated during street sweeps, and we all remember the embarrassment, which was the Hastings sweep. This council broke relationships, which are still suffering from the uninformed dictatorial police state approach. And our municipal government is attempting to displace Indigenous people and gentrify an area full of community, culture, and heart. Providing housing is not just about offering a physical space. It must be accompanied by tailored programs and services that address the specific needs and traumas these vulnerable communities face. This motion directly undermines these holistic, trauma-informed approaches that are at the very core of our mission to support women, children, and marginalized communities. Collaborating with experienced nonprofit housing providers is essential to creating more supportive housing for vulnerable populations. I urge City Council to reconsider this motion and continue investing in new housing to meet the urgent needs of those relying on us for safety and stability. So, when Mayor Sim says that this housing freeze in the middle of a housing crisis will benefit individuals facing homelessness, forgive me when I say that I don't believe it.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker 17, Robert Patterson. On the phone.
So,
Hi, is that Robert?
yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Robert, I need to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I'm not.
Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm a lawyer with the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center, and I'm speaking today to speak to concerns about what this motion's intentions are with regard to SROs. We've heard, listening on the line today, we hear from many other community members and community organizations, such as our colleagues at First United, that are better placed to speak to the other elements of this motion. But I specifically wanted to address the lack of clarity in this motion in terms of what its purpose is with regards to existing SRO buildings. On the one hand, the motion indicates that there is an overall intention to replace aging SRO housing stock and the dilapidated housing that many people in the downtown east side are forced to rent in those SRO buildings. However, it's not entirely clear from the motion how that is to be operationalized, there are other aspects of the motion that raise red flags. For example, to begin with, if the intention of the motion is to replace SRO buildings with new low-income supportive housing or housing that is accessible and meeting the needs of the community, that needs to be clear. Because at the moment, while the motion refers to replacing these old SRO buildings, it doesn't specifically say what they're replacing them with. The Overall, there are some other issues, of course. The assumption, of course, is that it's to be replaced with other SRO buildings. If that assumption is wrong, hoping that is the assumption, then the motion should reflect that. But there are other practical things to consider when approaching that through this motion. As some other speakers have noted, many of these SROs are privately owned. And so it's a question that there should be a holistic plan in place in terms of how to then deal with upgrades to those buildings, ensuring that, if that is the goal, also not to create perverse incentives, for example, rewarding perhaps the owners of those buildings who have allowed them to fall into disrepair that have caused harm to so many of their residents. Another aspect of the motion that grates against this function is the moratorium on additional temporary modular housing. If the goal is to revitalize existing housing stock, then those buildings will have to be torn down. During that time, that's going to displace a large number of vulnerable, low-income people, the exact kind of people that are going to need temporary modular housing. So that moratorium, if in conjunction with the replacement of older housing, would lead to, we think, drastically increased levels of homelessness, and that therefore that approach needs to be rethought. But again, I do wish to end on this note that the motion should reflect what we hope is the intention to replace, it's specifically around SROs, that the intention is to replace SROs with similar kinds of housing aimed at low-income residents, aimed at folks, replacement even with supportive housing, because many folks who are in these level of kinds of housing, even if they may not be in supportive housing at the moment, are in need of it. If the goal is to instead, if the actual goal of this motion is to rezone these SROs to permit
Robert,
market
you're over
construction,
time, so we'll have to leave it there. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 18, Juno Diane. Hi, Juno. Good afternoon. Just because you didn't indicate it on the sign up, I need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am not a resident of Vancouver, but I've been involved in the downtown east side in a bunch of capacities for 15 years.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So my name is Juno. I work at Wish Drop-In Center and Shelter, and I've worked there since September 2019. I've been volunteering in the downtown east side since I was 12 years old, and I'm also a unit chair with QP Local 1936, who represent a couple different supportive housing organizations. Because of this, I firsthand witnessed the effects that a lack of housing have on people, and I very strongly oppose this motion. My work is where you go when you have nowhere else to go, and because of that, I work with arguably the most vulnerable and at-risk residents of Vancouver. I work with people who use substances and struggle with mental health and other accessibility issues that make access to market housing very difficult. Shelters like mine are already frequently at capacity, and we don't have anywhere where we can tell people to go. The Uplifting the Downtown East Side report discusses Vancouver being a pioneer and leader in responding to the homelessness crisis, having allocated $600 million to building housing and supports. Pausing this building supportive housing will set back progress that the city has already made and worsen a crisis that they claim that they've been working to combat. Vancouver should continue building supportive housing and create a positive model that other municipalities can follow suit. The motion and report says that people should be given a choice of where they want to live, but the choice to stay in the downtown east side and continue being residents of Vancouver is being taken away from them. Many of my clients express not wanting to be homeless, but not having an option due to nearly 3,000 people needing beds. As the motion recommends, pausing building housing will worsen the homelessness crisis, leading to further risk, putting people at risk of violence, creating larger encampments and less dignity for residents, all things that previously CanSim and Council have opposed. I support expanding housing. I support it being more accessible and in more municipalities, but it's not that simple. People in supportive housing rely on other supports, such as mental health clinics, insights, and detoxes. The Downtown East Side report discusses initiatives to build these supports in SROs, but most of the examples are exclusively Downtown East Side based. Creating supportive housing in neighborhoods that can't meet these other needs will lead to an increase in isolation, anxiety, depression, all factors that contribute to increased substance use and suicide, putting people further at risk. This doesn't protect residents, it doesn't grant dignity, as the motion states it aims to do. Supportive housing, for many, is a lighthouse in a storm, and it's important that as many people can access it as possible. Many citizens of Vancouver and not citizens of Vancouver are speaking to the motion today, and I urge the council to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Juno. We'll now go to speaker 19, Chantel Spicer on the phone.
Good day. My name is Chantel Spicer, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition, which represents over 80 organizations and community collectives that come together to advocate for public policy solutions to end poverty, homelessness, and inequality in BC. Enforced and legislated poverty, which contributes greatly to the housing crisis, erodes all aspects of our community, cities, and society, and it is our hope and call to see the City of Vancouver lift people up through access to adequate, safe, and dignified housing instead of pushing them further into marginalization. We oppose the motion to pause supportive housing projects in the city. The role of supportive housing in the city cannot be understated, with supportive housing serving those made most vulnerable by poverty and inequality that are included in exemptions, such as seniors, people with disabilities, and survivors of gender-based violence, though others are distinctly not included in these exemptions, including Indigenous people, 2S LGBTQ+ people, and people with complex healthcare needs. This means that you are creating dangerous ideas of who deserves and doesn't deserve care, which only perpetuate systems of poverty and stigma. Furthermore, under the guise of an urban renewal approach that would remake central city neighborhoods, you are proposing to displace the existing population, many of whom are living in legislated deep poverty and in fact require the sense of care and belonging and community that supportive housing provides. We recognize the importance of ensuring the adequacy of the existing social and supportive housing stock in the city, but do not believe that it must come at the expense of expanding the number of supportive housing units. Supportive housing is a key component on the housing continuum, and creating an intentional deficit or pause on much-needed supportive housing creates added pressure along the continuum. What we need instead are community investment approaches that direct resources towards the community-identified responses needed, which is not policing, but is documented in every survey and report of the downtown east side as access to housing. The legacy this ABC motion would have in the city would be one which recklessly fuels the crisis of housing unaffordability and continually forces those most impacted by income inequality into housing precarity. Rather than pointing fingers at who bears the burden of providing social and supportive housing in the region, we wish to be part of a city and community that proudly does our part, or even more than our part, in ensuring that all people's right to housing is a reality. We must ensure that the downtown east side and throughout all of Vancouver, that homes are built for people, not for investors, investments, and tourists. We hope that Mayor and Council sees the staunch public opposition to this motion as a call for Vancouver to be the partner needed to build the 10,000 units of social and supportive housing that has been identified as what is needed to meaningfully address the housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 20, Kana Eng.
Hi, my name is Kana Eng. I am a resident born and raised in Vancouver. I strongly oppose this motion to stop building new supportive housing. For over 10 years, I've worked in the downtown east side as a frontline worker, and I'm absolutely tired of witnessing my clients deteriorate over not having housing. There are over 4,000 unhoused Vancouverites, and this number grows by 7.7% every year, and that's only going to get worse. 1/3 are Indigenous people, and 22% are seniors, 70, 60, 80 years old, struggling in the streets. We are in a housing crisis, yet this motion fails it. It does not help, and it makes it worse. We need to build more housing to resolve homelessness. Stopping the development of housing will not create housing elsewhere. It will only sentence the over 3,000 unhoused Vancouverites on the supportive housing wait list, and they will struggle and suffer as they wait for housing. Your version of revitalization reeks of gentrification. Your leaked memos reveals plans to fast-track development in the downtown east side, displacing community members to allow millionaires to profit. Your revitalization smells like bull. As a frontline worker, I previously had to choose between vulnerable clients to recommend to get housing. with so few available spots. It's heartbreaking to prioritize who gets housing because they are all in dire need of housing and, most importantly, deserve housing as a human right. I look at you all, and I'm sure that you guys are going to hear so many speeches, but I challenge each and every one of you to be in the shoes of the over 4,000 unhoused Vancouverites. Try to secure the supportive housing without relying on your connections or privileges. Be one of the over 3,000 Vancouverites on the supportive housing waitlist and experience the soul-crushing hopelessness of navigating an underfunded housing system. I challenge you to do that. And if you fail to secure supportive housing, good luck finding shelter. They are choked at maximum capacity and they are extremely chaotic. And if you can't find shelter, I dare you to live on the streets until you find supportive housing and face the housing crisis that this motion will contribute to. Only once you walked into the shoes of the unhoused, feel the dehumanizing distress of not having a home, should you ever consider passing this inhumane motion. If you cannot fathom that, then build more supportive housing. I hope that you all have a warm home to return to.
Okay, we'll now go to the next speaker, speaker 21, Christina Chu.
Yes, hello, Mayor Sim and City Councilors. I'm Christina Chu, long-term resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the motion. We all know that there is not enough supportive housing from years of government policies that have not provided enough. So we need more, not less. And Vancouver has 50% of all the homeless in the region. So we need to be responsible for our own homeless neighbors. Recognized all over the world, Finland shifted from their usual policies to implement housing first and now has only a rate of 0.08% homelessness, an impressive drop in the number of homeless in the last 10 years. London Cares is another example of long-term housing with integrated wraparound supports and with astounding results in just 6 months. Dunn House, University Health Network in Toronto, and Wob Canoes, Manitoba's Finding the Way Home, starting in Winnipeg, are just some Canadian examples of models using supportive housing. Extensive research, including those done in Canada, has overwhelmingly shown that investments in permanent supportive housing are effective in reducing homelessness as well as cost-effective, leading to housing retention rates of up to 98%, can reduce substance use over time, can decrease emergency department use and hospitalization, decreasing the strain on our medical system. Housing First more quickly helps people to exit homelessness, improves community functioning, and is particularly effective among people who have been homeless for long periods or have serious psychiatric and substance use disorders. So why are we not implementing more well-researched and evidence-based approach that best solves the problems of homelessness and drug overdose crisis in the downtown east side? Many of you grew up with privileges and stability. And perhaps you think of people who are homeless as criminals or addicts that were addicts by their own fault, which is false belief. I dream of a city where people will be treated with kindness and dignity and not judged by labels, but with respect for their resilience of having survived the traumas of their earlier life and what they've faced from being unhoused because of poverty. May rationalizations for dehumanizing others, which dehumanizes our own souls, stop. The decision you make will impact the lives of approximately 2,400 homeless neighbors right here in Vancouver who became homeless in Vancouver, and 6,000 residents in SROs. I appeal to your humanity to care with compassion for these brothers and sisters in our connected human family. What legacy
Sorry,
do you
Christina,
want to be
you're
remembered
quite
for?
over time, so we'll have to leave it there. Thank you. Thanks for calling in. We'll now go to speaker number 22, Kenzie Mains, in person. Not present. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 23, Divija Mandani.
Hello, can
Hi
you hear
there.
me okay?
Yes, we can. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Divija Matani, a Vancouver resident, speaking for myself, and I strongly oppose this motion. As a research associate at the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, I study how misleading narratives shape municipal policy, something I see at play here. So let's start with a fact. Vancouver is home to 4,000 and plus people without housing. That means our neighbors are dying while waiting for shelter, right now. Yet, this motion proposes pausing the one thing we know works, supportive housing, as a strategy to address homelessness and improve safety. That is incredibly difficult to take seriously. Competent leaders scale up solutions, not stall them. Mayor Sim says Vancouver houses 25% of the region's population, but 77% of its supportive housing, justifying this pause by suggesting other cities need to catch up. Yet, when Vancouver builds market condos, I have yet to hear the mayor call for a pause, so sorry, you can catch up. No. When developers want to build luxury housing, we're told we need urgency, deregulation, and fewer obstacles. But when it comes to housing those who need it most, suddenly we need to slow down, pause, reassess. That's a double standard. Meanwhile, BC's housing minister, who oversees provincial housing policy, has called for this motion to be rejected. If the city and province are truly in daily conversations, as the mayor claims, why is the minister saying the opposite? This motion assumes that if we stop building homes, the crisis will magically resolve itself. But that won't happen. That's not how housing works. That's not how a regional collaboration works. And that's certainly not how leadership works. If this motion is about regional fairness, where's the full, transparent breakdown of supportive housing data across Metro Vancouver? The public deserves real data, not selective statistics used to justify a political decision. This motion claims to include special provisions for women, youth, and seniors, but those exceptions fail to address the systemic exclusion of those most at risk in our community. By pausing housing, we are telling these individuals that they don't matter. So let's be clear about what this pause will do. People don't disappear. They end up in tents, emergency rooms, or jail cells. Costs don't go down. They skyrocket as emergency services try to manage a preventable crisis. Crime doesn't decrease. It escalates as people without options become vulnerable to exploitation and criminalization. So I ask you, which communities are truly being kept safe? Are we committed to real solutions for the housing crisis, or are we creating policies that accelerate gentrification, deepen displacement, and perpetuate suffering? We need leadership willing to partner with communities, listen to those most affected, and create evidence-based solutions. Reject this motion, protect the dignity and safety of our city's most vulnerable residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 24, Jill Atke.
Nonprofit housing association, and I'm speaking in opposition to Mayor Sim's motion. While I appreciate that the narrowing of focus has provided additional clarity from what was announced a month ago, it also targets those who are most vulnerable, people with mental illness and substance use disorder. It excludes people who require the most supports from seeking those supports in new housing projects. To be very clear, Vancouverites need to understand that if this motion passes, there will be more unsupported, vulnerable people on the streets of Vancouver, not fewer. I'm not frankly sure how we arrived at a place where an effective, evidence-based solution to homelessness that has long had cross-partisan support has been characterized as the problem rather than the solution. It was not that long ago when we required people to, quote, graduate into housing, and this motion appears to be designed to return us to that time. Many of our members operate supportive housing that is higher barrier in nature, and any project they had planned will be allowed to proceed under this motion, except consider one crucial fact. Each of them tells me that they cannot provide higher barrier housing without others providing low barrier housing. They will not be able to meet the increased demands on them if people who require intense supports have fewer options. The housing system is exactly that. It's a system. We have long advocated for a regional approach to homelessness, and what I probably didn't make clear this morning, and I need to make abundantly clear now, is a strong regional approach doesn't mean the City of Vancouver hits pause while waiting for others to act. Does Vancouver provide a disproportionate amount of supportive housing in the region? Yes, but we also have a disproportionate number of people experiencing homelessness and a disproportionate number of healthcare services. Supportive housing plays a key role in preventing trips to emergency departments in this city and serves as a connection point to healthcare services. With 5 hospitals to Surrey's 1, Vancouver has a responsibility to provide more supportive housing and more access to health services than other municipalities. Finally, supportive housing providers exist to catch those who fall through the gaping holes in our social safety net. They are there to respond to system failures. To suggest that systems are failing because of the work of supportive housing providers misplaces the blame. Changing the system is the job of elected leadership at all levels. And hitting the pause button in a crisis isn't changing the system, it's making the problem far worse. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Jill. Now we'll go to Speaker 25, Lori Buckley.
In opposition to this motion, I'm deeply disappointed in the city's cruel response to the folks who are most impacted by the urgent housing crisis in the downtown east side by planning to remove a critical resource that is designed to help people escape the cycle of poverty. Pausing the build of supportive housing as a way to convince other Metro Vancouver cities to create more resources for their population only hurts the growing population who desperately need it here in Vancouver the most. Essentially, you are punishing the people in this neighborhood for being in a desperate situation. While addressing the deteriorating SROs to make them safe and livable for folks has been long overdue, I could speak from personal experience that they are by no means a replacement for supportive housing. In 2010, my mother was facing another eviction from another home. She faced severe mental health issues that made it challenging for her to keep her housing on her own. If it wasn't for the Rainier Hotel, she would have faced living on the streets at 60. The Rainier Hotel was able to provide her with something she never had living on her own, a community of friends and a new sense of purpose. My mother was unable to work full-time due to various disabilities, but through the services at the Rainier, she was able to find purpose by volunteering at a daycare while accessing employment opportunities at East Van Roasters. Supportive housing gave my mother a new lease on life. It also gave me, who was a student at the time, and my sister, a single mother, a sense of relief that she was among people that could care for her. So, supportive housing is part of a social responsibility to ensure that all of us who live on these lands are included, that despite your abilities or trauma or status, even in your most vulnerable state, you will have care, connection, and purpose. The only difference between people who are struggling in my neighborhood, the downtown east side, and those who are housing secure is luck. And you have the power to make this city less challenging to live in. So I urge council to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 26, Zakir Suleiman.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Council, thank you very much for your time today. I'm calling you from the council grounds, but I'm actually calling you from a rally outside council. I'm calling from here today because there have been a variety of processes that have truly stopped the community from fully expressing its displeasure and the reality of its experience with the motion that's being put forward today. However, I hope in the background you can hear the hundreds of people that have showed up here today to put a strong foot forward for the community to represent the people most affected by the choices you are making today. I'm calling you today from outside of council chambers because this is also where the community is, but also where the experts are. Ken Sim and ABC's council members have repeatedly used cherry-picked statistics and cherry-picked experts to make a case for their entirely unilateral and unsupported movement to ban social housing, even with the carve-outs that are currently in this motion. I want you to understand that hundreds of people here today disagree, that hundreds of people here today, experts, fully understand the implications of what this could be, and those hundreds of people are outside of where you sit right now, building community power to push back against this decision. And should council move forward with this decision, those people will continue to go on saving lives like they do every day in the downtown east side, and they will push back against the implications of this motion for the people they love and the communities they are a part of. Please do not move forward with this motion, but if you do, know that you will face resistance every step of the way in implementing any agenda that allows our unhoused neighbors, our community, from being harmed by this motion and leave thousands of people on the BC housing waitlist out to dry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker Tara McClone. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you, councillors. My name is Tara McGlone, and I am a resident of the City of Vancouver. I strongly oppose this motion for many reasons. I am the president of CUPE 5536, BC Harm Reduction Workers. I represent mental health workers, shelter workers, and other professionals in the health and social services sectors across BC, with the highest concentration here in Vancouver's downtown east side. In addition to my role as a local union president, I serve as the intake coordinator at a low-barrier overnight emergency shelter in the downtown east side. While this proposal does highlight some real challenges in the neighborhood, framing frontline service providers as part of a poverty industrial complex is not only inaccurate, but harmful. These organizations, many of which partner with Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing, deliver essential, life-saving services to some of the city's most vulnerable residents. These nonprofit organizations and the frontline workers that I represent play a critical role in keeping people housed, fed, and supported. Your broad, unfounded accusations undermine this vital work and does a disservice to the people you were elected to serve. This motion cites statistics that we have heard multiple times today, stating that despite representing only 25% of the regional population, Vancouver is home to 77% of the region's supportive housing and more than 67% of its shelter spaces. I do not doubt these numbers. However, while you may see percentages on a page, my colleagues and I see roughly 4,000 people daily who are either unhoused or insufficiently housed on the City of Vancouver's watch. We can agree that existing SROs in supportive housing need improvements, but acknowledging that reality does not change the fact that there is simply not enough housing spaces as it is to meet demand. Halting new developments only worsens this crisis. Looking at data does not capture the full picture. I work directly with people navigating the complex and often insurmountable barriers to securing housing. Openings in supportive housing are far fewer than they appear on paper. I've personally known many people patiently waiting for years for supportive housing space so that they don't have to leave a shelter every morning and wait around outside all day to come in at night if we have room. The fact is that they're left waiting for the right fit at the right time. There are situations where something will open up in a building in which someone who had been waiting for years to get in wouldn't be considered because they were too sick. And what may be surprising to some is that it actually works the other way too. Sometimes units available are extremely low barrier, and someone who has been waiting for years could be deemed to be too self-sufficient to be considered for these units. So they won't get into those either. The lack of adequate new supportive housing means many people get sicker and worse off living without stability. These are people who potentially never get a home and be properly supported if the city refuses to build more supportive housing. I don't think I have to remind you all that housing is a fundamental human right, and without continued meaningful investment in social housing, homelessness will only continue to rise, exacerbating the very crisis you aim to solve. The responsibility of the city is to support all residents of Vancouver, including those in the downtown east side. This community existed long before you and will exist long after you. The proposal to displace people and restrict access to housing resources does the exact opposite of what is needed. So for these reasons, I urge you, councillors, to reject this motion and commit to real solutions that prioritize the well-being of all Vancouverites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 28, Julie Roberts. Withdrawn. Okay. Speaker 29, Jenny Wren. Do you have Jenny in the chamber? Doesn't appear so. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 30, Leslie Kemp.
Hello, councillors, mayor and council. My name is Leslie Kemp. I'm a resident of East Vancouver, and I'm here to speak against the motion to pause new supportive housing investments in Vancouver. Because pausing these supportive impacts those who are already most vulnerable in our city. And numerous studies have shown a clear link between housing and health. Housing is a key social determinant of health and well-being. And living in unaffordable housing or not having adequate housing is linked to all kinds of poor outcomes, including mental health issues. Supportive housing is essential. It is not the problem. For people who find themselves homeless or for those who are on the verge of homelessness, supportive housing is a lifeline, a potential beacon of hope. Secure housing is a first step towards a secure, safe, and healthy life. But it provides much more than that. It offers health care, harm reduction, and life skills that help people transition out of crisis. French writer Anatole France said, "The law in its majestic equality forbids both rich and poor to sleep under bridges, to beg in the streets, and to steal bread." Well, we don't find wealthy people doing this kind of crime. Of course, they engage in crime on a much higher level. If we want to create safety in our communities, the best solution is to provide housing for all and housing that meets the needs of our diverse population. I want to end by asking City Council members, what kind of future do you envision for Vancouver? Is Vancouver going to be a world-class city where only the wealthy can live? Or will it be a city of compassion with a mix of good housing for all of us to live in? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 31, Michael Vaughn. We have Speaker 31 on the phone. Hello, is that Michael?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Just need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am not.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I am the CEO of PHS Community Services Society and speaking in opposition to the motion. With historically high levels of homelessness and an ongoing drug poisoning crisis, should we reduce the proportion of housing in Vancouver that houses the most clinically complex, most behaviorally challenging, and hardest to house people? Decades worth of data from Canada, the US, and the UK has demonstrated repeatedly, and it has been repeatedly referred to in other people's presentations, that low barrier supportive housing is the most effective and cost-effective means of retaining housing for people with complex care needs, improving safety, and reducing the burden on acute and emergency health care and policing resources. It is generally understood that there are many police and emergency service calls to supportive housing. However, the appropriate question is how many calls for service would there be without supportive housing? Without 24/7 attendance to individuals in crisis, conflict de-escalation, wellness checks, advanced overdose response, immediate emergency response, etc. In 2024 alone, our one organization provided advanced overdose response in over 800 incidents and diverted police resources away from thousands of incidents of mental health and other crisis and distress situations. As well, supportive housing is currently the only viable means of delivering complex care on a meaningful scale. Complex care is a program title that health authorities use to describe a series of pilot projects that, in the main, envision better resourced versions of what we are already operating. Health services are cost-effectively integrated with low-barrier supportive housing, which often has embedded clinics, clinical outreach, medication management, and home support. Simply put, healthcare needs low-barrier supportive housing. The largest hospital network in Canada is currently working to develop housing in Toronto specifically to address the hundreds of patients with no fixed address who disproportionately use acute medical resources because they have nowhere else to go or to be discharged to. Decreasing the proportion of low-barrier supportive housing in Vancouver will increase the numbers of homeless people with severe conditions such as recurring psychotic episodes and severe substance use disorder. It will overtax police and healthcare. It will disperse a significant proportion of those with complex needs to seek help from other sources, public, private, charitable, that is, parks, libraries, and emergency rooms, that are not equipped to provide low-barrier services or are readily overwhelmed by such demands. In sum, we oppose the motion, which does nothing to save lives or make the streets safer. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 32, Taz Zahid. Not online. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 33, Chuck Puckmeyer.
Hey, you guys, I gotta pause here. You carry on. I'll touch base with you after. Yeah,
Chuck,
hello?
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Thanks. I was on another meeting here. Just let me quickly just grab my notes here. Thanks. I do not live in Vancouver. I live in New Westminster. I'm the chairman of the Lookout Health and Housing Society. I have been for about 6 years. I just want to, I'm really concerned. We're speaking in opposition to this motion. I want to address the fact that in 2023, the homeless count showed 2,420 individuals experiencing homelessness, which was a 16% rise, and we anticipate now it's risen it's almost double that number. There are about 6,500 SRO units in Vancouver. Nearly half are privately owned. And we know some of the track record of some of the private owners. It was when the nonprofit organizations got involved that there was actually funds and resources to bring them up to standard. Some of them were unbearable. I know the City of Vancouver even condemned 2 of them. The Lookout Society operates SSROs, 230 units just in the Vancouver boundary. 2 of them are partnered sites. We house and shelter 1,000 people a day in Vancouver. This organization started about 54 years ago by Karen O'Shaughnessy, and it was because there was a need then. There's even a greater need now. We operate between Chilliwack and Vancouver Island. We house over 1,700 people a day. 30% of our guests identify Indigenous in our entire regions, higher in the downtown east side. I also want to state that 70% of Indigenous people leave reserve due to the lack of economic opportunities. It alarms us to hear overtures that we should send them back. How can we talk like this in Canada, that we're sending people back? It's absolutely alarming language, and it shows just a lack of compassion for our communities, which we colonize. We agree SROs need to be replaced and updated and maintained for safety reasons. But we need to accomplish this while we continue to build and while we continue to provide. Could you imagine all the people that we service right now are now sleeping in tents in Vancouver? What kind of impact would this have? And the last piece I want to address is the alarming rate of senior homelessness. This will greatly impact that. At Lookout in New West, we've actually turned one of our units into a unit for homeless. Seniors come to our door, couples. We've been evicted. We have nowhere to go, and we just can't put them in the regular shelter beds, and so we've created a suite just for them. We work with our neighbors at the Senior Services Society that are able to find locations for the seniors to go to. Please rethink this. This is very drastic. This is very serious. If it is implemented, people will die. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Now go to Speaker 34, Lucas Meyer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucas Meyer. I'm here to speak against this motion, and I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. I'm assuming here that the intent is to temporarily pause contributions of land and money until other levels of government step up and contribute what they're supposed to contribute. If this is the case, I can absolutely assure you that this plan won't work. When I retired over 10 years ago, I volunteered to film people in the downtown east side for Access TV, which was a public service TV at the time. And I had the honor of filming homeless Dave as he went on his hunger strike to arrange a meeting with Gregor Robertson, who was mayor at the time, to talk about improving social housing in the downtown east side. Now, I thought that given that Gregor was supportive of social housing and ending homelessness, and I had voted for him on this for this reason, that it would be no problem. But it took 32 days for us to get this meeting between homeless Dave and the city council at the time. And they said their piece, and then they did nothing. And so I think what you're trying to do here is you're trying to basically hold a kind of a strike in terms of, giving resources to build social housing and this sort of thing. I think in fairness to Gregor, I think that he actually did care about solving the homeless problem, much more so than your average mayor in the outlying districts here would, or your average leader in the provincial or federal governments. So I think that given that it took 32 days, and for context, Mohandas Gandhi, when he went on hunger strikes, it took him, the longest his hunger strikes took was 21 days. And if you remember the movie Gandhi, that last hunger strike that he was on, where he stopped all the violence that was going on between Hindus and Muslims, that was 5 days. And that one worked. So really, just take a moment to consider how much less likely these other levels of government are going to be to step up and actually do anything. So this act, I believe, is going to put people at an enormous risk. That it may not show up in statistics or anything, but people are going to die from this. So I really urge you not to go down this route. It's going to hurt people, and furthermore, I disagree with the contention that we're freeing up enough resources for the homeless situation. We've got tens of thousands of people that are homeless in just the Vancouver area alone.
Sorry, Lucas, you're quite a bit over time.
Okay, very well. But please do not do this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for speaking today. We'll now go to Speaker 35, Penny Gerstein. Penny on the phone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Penny. Go ahead.
Yes. So I'm on the board of PHS Community Services Societies and Professor Emeritus and past Director of the School of Community and Regional Planning at UBC and a resident of Vancouver. I and the rest of the board of PHS, which is composed of a former BC Premier, Provincial Health Officer and Chief Coroner, and former Vancouver Director of Social Planning, among others, are opposed to this motion. As a planning researcher, I look to evidence to support policy initiatives. I can't find the evidence supporting this motion, nor can I see a robust consultation process with key stakeholders. Instead, what I see is a policy change developed in a vacuum, contrary to all of the evidence demonstrating the effectiveness of low-barrier supportive housing in sustaining people with complex needs and stemming the growing unhoused population. The rationale for pausing low-barrier supportive housing in Vancouver is spurious at best. Yes, the regional population outside of Vancouver is growing, but still Vancouver has most of the health care and other supports needed for this population. The other municipalities in the region are ill-equipped to provide what is needed to fill the gap. The unhoused population has grown across the region, but the vast number are still in Vancouver. Where are these people going to go, and where are the thousands of people needing supportive housing on the BC Housing Registry going to be housed? The downtown east side housing stock does need attention, but I don't see this motion as an effective planning initiative to address our housing deficit for people with complex needs. Instead, I see this as a way to provide opportunities for the redevelopment of the downtown east side at the expense of this city's most vulnerable citizens. It's unconscionable to purposely slow down access to housing for some of our most vulnerable community members as a means of pressuring other municipalities to pick up the slack. This approach treats preventable harm as an acceptable cost in a regional negotiation. Every day without access to stable housing and supports increases the suffering of those experiencing homelessness. By slowing down efforts to meet the needs of the unhoused population in Vancouver, this motion would prolong trauma and hardship. I did support the motion brought forth by Councillor Bly to consult with other levels of government, and am shocked that it was defeated, given that it was only asking for needed data. We need a regional strategy, and Vancouver should be taking the lead on this. Instead of the draconian approach proposed in Mayor Sims' motion, Vancouver should be a model for how to house people with complex needs that other municipalities can emulate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Penny. We're just going to take a 3-minute break here, just a bio break, and we'll come back and continue to hear from speakers.
Please remain on the line. The meeting will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll continue with our speakers list. Next speaker is Speaker 36, William Hopwood.
Hello.
Hi, William. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, my name's Bill Hopwood, and I live in East Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to this resolution. I was an organizer for Raise the Rates for 7 years. One of the things we did is we organized MLA Jagrup Brar to live in the downtown east side for a while. And he commented on how welcoming and friendly the community was, contrary to the myths he'd been told before he was there. Earlier today, councillors talked about the fear in the LGBTQ plus community and the need to uplift that community and stand as allies. I agree. But I wish this council had the same view of the downtown east side community. There is real fear of what the council is considering doing to that community, both this resolution and the proposal to change the zoning, which will drive up land values and therefore rent, which will increase homelessness. It is true that the downtown east side has a high level of low-income residents and some have health issues, but they're also humans and should not be demonized. The resolution in point 4 talks about the poor state of repair of the SROs, which is true, but the city could start by enforcing all the building codes, bylaws, health standards, etc., to make the landlords raise the standards of the SROs so that they are livable in. This resolution is a Trump style of negotiating. Wave a big stick and make threats. Yes, we need housing for low-income people across all of Metro Vancouver and, in fact, all of the province. But achieving this is by working with the province and other municipalities, not by walking away. Ironically, the city is proposing to build rental units, including the announced plan for the site at Hornby and Pacific, which is claimed will produce 1,136 rental homes. But they are for households with incomes between $90,000 and $190,000. And a cruel irony is that that site currently has a homeless shelter. Why doesn't the city build rental units for lower income households? According to CMHC, the median household income after tax in Vancouver was $79,500. Stats Canada says a median household income of $82,000. So over half the population of Vancouver cannot afford to move into those units when they're built. The housing crisis of Vancouver is far more widespread than the downtown east side, but it is the most vulnerable. We need far more homes for the half of Vancouver that earns less than $82,000 a year. That should be the priority of the city, not building expensive units and not deliberately driving up land values in the downtown east side as a gift for developers in that community as well. Please vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, William. Speaker 37, Ilham Kassam.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 3 minutes to speak, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ilham Kassam. I'm a Vancouver resident. I am speaking today on behalf of McLaren Housing Society of BC. McLaren Housing Society has been providing safe, stable, and dignified housing for people living with HIV in Vancouver for over 35 years. Our housing programs are critical in preventing the spread of HIV by supporting residents with prevention strategies and ensuring medication adherence. Despite our ongoing efforts, we currently have a wait list of over 1,100 individuals, many of whom need supportive housing to maintain their health, dignity, and stability. We oppose this motion because limiting the development of new supportive housing directly undermines our ability to fulfill our mission. We agree that the current housing stock, particularly aging SROs and temporary modular housing, must be replaced with better, safer options. However, this motion lacks a concrete and transparent plan on how this will achieve that. Pausing new supportive housing investments while waiting for regional redistribution is not a viable solution. It is a delay tactic that will leave more people without the housing and support they need. Supportive housing is not just a moral obligation. It is a proven, evidence-based strategy to address homelessness. Governments of all political stripes have acknowledged this. Mayor Sim acknowledged this today. However, the proposed motion would limit the availability of low-barrier supportive housing, disproportionately impacting individuals with the highest needs, those facing homelessness, chronic illness, severe mental health challenges, and substance use disorders. Without these housing options, many people will be left to navigate an already overwhelmed shelter system or remain unhoused entirely. The argument for regional equity is valid. Other municipalities must step up. However, the way to achieve regional equity is not by slowing progress in Vancouver, but by expanding supportive housing across the region while continuing to meet the urgent needs here. A strong, interconnected system depends on the availability of low-barrier housing. Providers of independent, affordable housing or mixed market housing rely on the completeness of this system to do their work effectively. Without enough low-barrier options, people in need will fall through the cracks. Furthermore, while this motion focuses on the deficiencies of current supportive housing stock, it fails to provide a detailed plan for the replacement of aging SROs or temporary modular housing. A pause in new investments will only create more backlogs and longer waits for those in need now. In conclusion, we urge Council to reconsider this approach. Instead of pausing net new supportive housing, we should be accelerating efforts to replace a renewed aging stock while simultaneously ensuring new, high-quality supportive housing is being created. We need a plan that prioritizes both immediate long-term solutions.
So thanks very much for calling in today. Okay, thank you. Speaker 38, Nick Blackman.
Hear me?
Hi, Nick. Is that you?
Oh, hello? Yes.
Hi, Nick. Is that you? Are you on the line? Yep. Okay.
Yep.
So,
thanks.
Nick, I just need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nick Blackman. I am the Executive Director of MPA Society. We are a nonprofit housing and services society that has been operating for 54 years now in Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. And I am speaking in opposition to this motion. I've been a registered psychiatric nurse for the past 25 years, and for 19 of those years have worked in, drove through, and walked through the downtown east side. I've seen the changing environment, both good and bad, up close and personal. I was in front of the Mayor and Council almost 3 years ago, advocating for supported housing in Vancouver. Many of you may remember those public hearings. That supportive housing project is still in development stages. And having been involved in numerous housing projects and the creation of supported housing is at best a long and complex process. Simply put, this motion to pause net new supported housing in Vancouver is regressive and negatively affects our attempts to provide solutions to the mental health, substance use, and housing insecurity crises. Together, these have become a humanitarian crisis occurring in real time. If this motion was meant to stimulate dialogue and bring people to the table, it has worked. But it has also unnecessarily created more anxiety, stress, and feelings of hopelessness and powerlessness in our most vulnerable populations. Putting a pause on supported housing, which is a critical step in the housing continuum, will cause more stress on our current support systems and will increase the number of people facing homelessness. The City of Vancouver can be addressing the SRO revitalization, supported housing in Vancouver, and advocating for more supported housing in the Lower Mainland and beyond in parallel. It can be done at the same time. We do not have to sacrifice the creation of net new supported housing in Vancouver. We can bring the Ministry of Housing, health authorities, BC Housing, accredited nonprofit social impact organizations, and the general public to the table. This can be a proactive process to strategically increase supported housing across the province. It is also important to note the Mayor and Council that supported housing in Vancouver is not a one-way street of adding programs. We have also seen the closure of supported housing programs, such as Larwell Place, which MPA operated and provided housing and supported hundreds of residents between 2018 and 2023, and Meridian Village Enhanced Supported Housing Program in Port Coquitlam, which also supported hundreds of residents between 2010 and 2024. In the summer of 2023, MPA Society opened a new 67-unit supported housing program at Main and Powell Street. This was in partnership with BC Housing, the City of Vancouver, and Vancouver
Sorry,
Coastal
Nick,
Health.
you are at time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Next speaker, speaker 39, Kendall Anderson. Okay, not on the line, so we'll come back to them. Speaker 40 is Tanya Webb-King.
Thank you. You got me. Thank you.
Okay, just be mindful of quorum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and to the handful of councillors that are here today. My name is Tanya Webb-King, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak on behalf of COPE. I am co-chair for Coalition of Progressive Electors. I'm Dene German from the Tlicho Nation, and I have almost 30 years of working in the downtown east side. I've worked with mental health and addictions, and I am currently a proud member of the HSABC. I work in HIV prevention in the downtown east side, and I have to let you know that it is very difficult to get antiretroviral therapy meds to folks that are living on the streets. It's very difficult to get pre-exposure prophylaxis medications to folks living on the streets. And to talk about mental health and addictions, it is very difficult for folks that are living rough on the streets to handle complex medications. In fact, it's impossible. It actually explains quite a bit of the public safety issues. I'm here to speak on behalf of us against this motion. Revitalization is just another colonial word for displacement and exclusion. This pause on supportive housing will increase homelessness, public safety, and colonial violence. Even the BC Housing Minister agrees with that statement. According to our last homeless count, homelessness has gone up 30%, and there's already 3,000 people waiting on the supportive housing list. What happened to the public engagement that was promised for folks living in the downtown east side, for the experts, many of whom you have just heard from today? We need supportive housing and not to punish our unhoused community. With almost 40% of the downtown east side as Indigenous, of those that are sleeping rough, 60% are Indigenous. We already know the colonial violence that they face in the downtown east side right now. Supportive housing reduces the pressure on our overstretched services, and thus providing supportive housing means a reduction in the use of emergency services. The strain that this decision could have on our emergency services is going to be great. That includes the fire department, policing, emergency rooms, and all other social services. I talked to plenty of folks from across the city that are frustrated that they go in when their father is having a heart attack and they can't get into the emergency room. I have a lot of folks that are going in to get their own care taken care of, and it's overrun with folks that have nowhere else to go and nowhere else to get care. In the past 5 years, I'll also mention that 2/3 of the new permanent supportive housing has been built outside of Vancouver in the greater Vancouver metro area. This is not just a moratorium on supportive housing, it's a moratorium on community care. And worse, it's callous and it's discriminatory.
Sorry, Tanya, you're over time. Thanks so much for coming in. Okay, now move to the next speaker, 41, Annette Riley.
Hi, everybody. Hello, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Annette Riley. I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm here in opposition to this motion. Reading through it, I just had to ask myself, what is the point? What is the point behind this motion? I'm hearing talk and I'm hearing language about the dignity of these community members and how vulnerable they are, and that they deserve their housing to be restored and upgraded. And yes, that's in the motion, sure. But what is the point of pausing it? Why don't we prioritize that restoration? Let's prioritize that upgrading. Why do we have to pause the building? Is ABC not a pro-housing party? Let's build housing. Supportive housing is housing. And this is housing that you have heard over and over and over again that is needed in this city. Even yesterday, in the report from staff, it was said that the best solution to homelessness is housing. Why aren't we building housing? This has been a problem since I moved here 30 years ago. Why do we not have enough housing? Sure, you inherited this, but this example, if set here, is only going to galvanize malignant NIMBYism in the region. Think about it. You look at Richmond. What just happened? I believe it was February 13th. They canceled a 90-unit proposal for supportive housing. That's only going to spread like a cancer through the region. The downtown east side is a beautiful example. I was there at the town hall on January 30th. I only saw one face on this council there as well. Thank you, Pete, for attending that. It was such a gorgeous example of the care and concern that this community has for each other. They take care of their own because no one else has. They have to. They have no other choice. The example that they set of what a community is one that I think the entirety of our city can live up to. We can learn from that. The juxtaposition between the care that those people have for each other and the intent behind this motion, honestly, it's truly poetic when you think about it. So please, I would encourage you today to stand in opposition to this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to speaker 42, Lee Gangbar. Not online. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 43, Angie Valentini. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. My name is Ange Valentini, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I have the good fortune to know many of you here in this room today, and I really appreciate the work you do, making time and holding space for Vancouverites to come and share our feelings and concerns and shared interests with all of you. I'm a mom, I'm a small business owner, I live in Kitsilano, and I'm here because I read the motion and I feel very strongly that I hear the concerns that are in the motion, but I also feel like it's important for regular Vancouverites to come and step forward and talk about our values and what we care about. And that I think that concern for homelessness and what we're seeing on our streets is a shared concern by many Vancouverites. But I think that what we're going to do about it, we have different perspectives on that. And I really wanted to talk for a brief minute, and I've been listening since 9:30 this morning, so I know a lot of people have shared some of the things that I hope to share, and I want to be respectful of your time and create space for others to also have a chance to speak with you. But in my experience, and I used to live in Toronto. I think that's pretty well known, but I served on the board of an organization called the Homes First Society. And I was on the board for a few years, and I've really seen the transformational impact that supportive housing plays with the hardest to house and people who have been living in the rough and faced many complex issues throughout their lives. Because through supportive housing, we as a community wrap around and meet people where they're at and can provide them with that extra bit of care to help them succeed in making a transition to move their lives forward. And it is pretty powerful. There's also the economic impact of supportive housing in terms of the public interest, because if you compare the costs of providing supportive care to people who are in a difficult time, in a difficult spot, it's far less expensive than the cost of maintaining someone in a hospital room or incarcerating them or servicing them on the street with emergency medical care and paramedics, and the impact that street homelessness can have on the broader community. So I think I think it's important to really understand the benefits of supportive housing and what it is and what it isn't. And I do read in your motion, respectfully, that I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. That there's concerns about the state of many of the SROs, and I share those concerns about the state of that housing. So I would encourage you to contemplate an amendment that might be a yes and, because I think we can do better, and I think we should do better. And I absolutely believe our federal and provincial governments have a responsibility here to meet Vancouverites in forming a solution. But thanks for hearing me today.
Thanks, Angie. We'll go to speaker 44. C. Stein.
Hi, thank you everybody for welcoming us here. My name is C. Stein. Gee, it feels like a prison here today, or worse, with all the security, Ken. I don't know if it's a public hearing or a prison, but I just wanted to say that. First of all, I oppose but do support this motion, and I'll explain why. I am a resident of Vancouver. I have complex mental health issues, though I am not a drug addict or violent, Ken, but rather a cardiac tech. This due to housing and support, like from organizations like MP and TRAC, which we heard from today. And Ken, I want you to remember me as an example of someone who had housing and really made strides, and I've helped save many, many lives as I put people on a treadmill, see if they're going to have a heart attack and live or die, okay? So these are the facts. Homelessness is increasing due to the Broadway plan, inflation, Trump, foreign investment, etc. This is another fact. Fentanyl crisis is getting more deadly and rampant. 25% of people downtown Eastside need care and supportive housing, thus a hospital forever. Some have no choice. 50% need drug and mental health treatment and housing, and 25% are simply just poor. Where do these people go? I support dispersing downtown Eastside a bit, but only in stages. Not in a couple years, but strategically over a decade or so. There is a real and prevalent problem with one group dominating this neighborhood and feeding the drug issue. People cannot be around the drug problem if they are to get clean. I have given Gregor Robertson his platform for homelessness in 2008 when it was a real issue in 2008. He did nothing. I see now we wish to do something, but Ken Sim's approach is too harsh and too fast. He is buddies with Chip Wilson, who has bought up a lot of downtown East Side and East Vancouver and the South Flaps, like Great Northern Way, with his billions. He wants to make more money, I believe, rather than have heart for the homeless and drug addicted and those who are not rich. Chip Wilson owns low tide properties. If you don't believe what he owns, there's a snippet on his website. Can I believe Ken Sim is Vision 2.0 with ABC? They're not listening to people today. You guys are going to make a decision based on your jobs, and you're going to listen to Ken, which is unfortunate. I want to daylight something right now. Riverview. We plainly need Riverview reopened for treatment of 75% of the downtown east side and also for low-income housing. It is in the courts in abeyance while the government deals with Indigenous who want full control and ownership to develop it. It's been a decade now. They certainly built up around Burrard really fast. About being in other municipalities, I totally support his idea of other municipalities. However, the fact is most people are racist against this downtown east side population, whether they are predominantly white or Indigenous. They are worried about their house prices going down, which is very selfish indeed, as they are way overpriced anyhow. How do we fix this problem? In stages. We reopen Riverview and push supportive housing into other communities.
Sorry,
Stop displacement of the poor.
Sorry, we'll have to leave it there.
And Bly and Fry, please amend.
Okay, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
Okay, speaker 46, Eris Nix.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Eris Nix, and I live in the downtown east side. I'm sure some of you have heard of me. As you can predict, I'm against this motion. Honorable Council, Your Excellency, if you're present, although I'm not sure you are. esteemed bureaucrats and beloved corporate lords in the shadows. I'm not sure who's listening at this point, and given that I'm aware you're likely going to hear 60 speakers against a motion, and you're very likely to pass it anyway, I invite you to heed the following parable. A storm is coming, no, of wind, not of wind, not of rain, but of policy. It starts with reasonable sounding motions, pause new supportive housing, focus on regional equity. These words are not harmless. They're the first bricks on a road we've seen before, a road leading to flashing lights, burning streets, and a future we did not choose. It starts here in Vancouver, where housing is a privilege, not a right. Where those who have nothing are told to wait while their homes disappear. Well, homes they need are never built. The margins expand and the margins are watched. First, police step in, control tightens, then developers see opportunity in crisis. The city transformed, gates, arms patrol, total surveillance, a clean, controlled, privatized metropolis. And so a solution emerges, a more efficient enforcer, less human, a lone officer, gravely injured, is chosen for an experiment, rebuilt, upgraded, a machine with a badge programmed to obey. At first, he follows orders, clears tent cities, protects investment, enforces the will of those who built him, but something fights back. He sees suffering, injustice, and when ordered to clear Hastings Street permanently, he refuses. With the help of Dr. Lazarus, the very scientist who created him, he cast off his programming, ignites his jetpack, and in a voice that echoes through the city, he declares, "My name is RoboCop." Council, before we let the greed and policy drag us down this path, we must choose. A city that builds fortresses for the rich and sends machines to patrol the poor, or a city that builds homes. Thank you, and I'll buy that for $1.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thanks for calling. We'll go to Speaker 46, Colin McGrath. Withdrawn. Okay. Speaker 47, Kathy Simizu. Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
Hi. So you have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm grateful to them for being able to live on their lands. I am a member of the Japanese Canadian community and work in the downtown east side, and I strongly oppose this motion. If it passes, lives will be lost, and this is not an understatement. First, we need more supportive housing across the whole city of Vancouver. People who are unhoused and precariously housed have told you inside and outside of these city council chambers many, many times that we need more housing. Secondly, finger pointing at neighboring cities will not solve our housing crisis. We need to act now, implement solutions like building more supportive housing in Vancouver while continuing to collaborate across the region. Thirdly, you have completely ignored decades of research and data that clearly show deconcentration of poverty and halting new supportive housing do not work. Research shows that it's more expensive to disperse services and people from low-income neighborhoods. We have models of what does work from other cities. For example, inclusionary zoning, which would require new developments outside the downtown east side to include shelter rate units within the city of Vancouver. Most importantly, though, this motion and the mayor's rhetoric in the media flies in the face of the dignity and years of hard work done by members of the downtown east side community, including the mutual support network established by the residents and the nonprofits in the neighborhood who are working together every day to save lives. A prime example is when COVID-19 hit and everything shut down. It was downtown east side residents themselves, like Elder Erica Grant and Scondell Bernie Williams, and many, many others who were out there on the streets immediately, helping each other, cooking meals, and letting people know what was going on, despite the fact that they thought they might die. This work is based in love. Hundreds of nonprofits coordinated efforts to provide support for thousands of Vancouverites. City staff well know that they need the frontline workers at nonprofits and their connections to people in the downtown east side to accomplish any of their goals. To dismantle what actually works before creating alternative solutions is ludicrous. Finally, as a Japanese Canadian whose family members were forcibly removed from the Paudugai or the Powell Street area in the downtown east side, I find it appalling that the mayor and ABC councillors would work to actively displace low-income people from their homes in the neighborhood, rather than continue to work to build supportive housing within it. I would be happy to work with you on actual solutions. If you just got rid of the part that says pause temporary supportive housing in Vancouver, the rest of the motion actually would be okay. I really hope you don't pass this motion as is, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is speaker 48, Jane Doe, online. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 49, Donna Baines. Is that Donna? Disconnected. We'll come back to them. Okay. Speaker 50, Mike Roan. You have Mike.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mike. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Cool. Good afternoon. I'm here today as a long-term resident of East Van. I'm calling in today begrudgingly to support the temporary pause. I hope the housing and social development ministers are listening today because I consider this more of a discussion for them than it is for council. I hope they understand this motion is not to ban new supportive housing outright, but to actually unpause supportive housing in other municipalities. For why I'm supporting this motion, it's been a rough last 5 years in my neighborhood. We've been fighting for housing and supports relentlessly. Comparatively, Surrey almost matches our population and has a fraction of the units we do. Richmond just canceled a single project and barely got a mention in the news. Meanwhile, in my neighborhood, we were recently asked to pave over one of our parks to build an overflow fire hall because the East Side Fire Hall is overburdened. I hear from other speakers today that Vancouver has all the services and that's why they should take on all the burden. I'm telling you from conversation with first responders and workers that these services are already overburdened and it's time to start planning more support hubs in other municipalities. If the housing minister and the minister for social development is listening, I would ask them why it's acceptable to keep concentrating all the supportive housing in one part of Vancouver instead of daring to require cities like North Vancouver or Burnaby put in a few units. Truth be told, I'd actually like to see other neighborhoods within Vancouver build this housing as well. God knows I'm sick of hearing Kitsilano shoehorn in complaints about 8th and Arbutus to every conversation. But saying that, I hope everyone who's calling in against this motion today is also putting an effort to press the housing minister to step up and get this much-needed housing built everywhere. The status quo of underserving people in Pointe Vancouver needs to stop. My final thought is I hope the province takes this motion as a serious call to unpause supportive housing everywhere and let Vancouver catch its breath. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Next speaker is 51, Drew McPherson.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Drew. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi. Okay, my name is Drew McPherson. I support this motion. I'm the founder of Drew Zero, Canada's accountability advocate. I graduated from the University of Waterloo with distinction in computer science and electrical engineering electives. I'm a member of the High IQ Society Mensa, and I've faced extreme hardships as a result of being on the autism spectrum and having ADHD. I've spent many years homeless in Vancouver. I lived in a couple of different SROs in the downtown east side. I speak today from my personal experiences in these units. These dwellings are completely uninhabitable. This was so extreme that I literally spent the entire summer of 2023 living in a tent in Stanley Park despite social assistance paying for a unit at an Atira building on Water Street. Worse still, I discovered that by having social assistance pay for supportive housing, that I was automatically disqualified from having a BC housing application that might have enabled me to finally have a permanent, dignified place to live. The SRO I stayed at prior to the Atira building was far worse. I have uploaded photos in my written submissions to give you a rough idea about the conditions, which resembled more like living inside a dumpster than an inhabitable building. There are also two fires at these SROs. The most alarming of my experiences in SROs was targeted harassment, which was being directed against me by the landlord and his cronies. The use of organized harassment is becoming an increasing problem globally, as the United Nations has documented in detail. I have provided a link in my written submissions to these details. SROs in Vancouver are being used as a platform upon which to commit hate crimes against vulnerable minorities. Most of the harassment is able to be disguised as being incidental to the SRO housing itself. These problems are poorly understood and severely underreported. I implore City Council to hear my plea for accountability. There are numerous hidden costs involved with SROs. Police intervention was necessary multiple times due to attempted home invasions against me. A human rights complaint had to be filed due to severe discrimination and hate crimes. Incalculable lost productivity arose from being deprived of sleep and the basic necessities of life. When I began collecting evidence and video recordings of these offenses which were being committed by the landlord, he used his connections at the residential tenancy branch to carry out an expedited eviction in an obvious attempt to get away with the offenses. Evidence of this has been exposed publicly on a whistleblower website, so there will be no covering it up. I strongly urge the City of Vancouver to take these concerns very seriously and to implement stronger accountability measures for the operators of housing in Vancouver. I strongly support the resolution to redirect funds away from the uninhabitable and heavily corrupted housing units. Housing funding needs to be used to provide livable dwellings for the most vulnerable populations in Vancouver. Accountability must be the paramount concern due to the inability of many vulnerable individuals to understand or articulate the issues they face on a daily basis. Supportive housing is supposed to provide support, but in my experience, it has been used to commit hate crimes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Drew. Speaker 52, Charlene Kettlewell.
Yes.
Hi, Charlene. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. I'm a resident in Vancouver, and 40 years ago, the BC government outlined a framework for supporting individuals relocating from Riverview. The plan included a stipend to ensure that individuals would be supported well and in their home communities. However, the government gravely failed and canceled this promised support. BC now has the highest prevalence of concurrent substance use and mental illness in Canada. And here's an important fact. 80% of people exit homelessness by accessing resources in their own communities. You know, I've heard some concerns today. Some say it's unfair to prioritize women and children for housing, but many may not realize that the province has only met 10% of its promised targets for this group. And I applaud our city and you all here for standing up for them. Others have said that supporting housing reduces this type of housing, reduces crime, but research actually shows that crime interactions can drop by 70% when people have the choice and agency of where to live in their individual recovery-oriented houses versus congregate sites like these. In contrast, you know, when the Margaret Ford opened, crime increased by 1,100%. Well, that was reported crime. Even BC Housing recently stated that a proposed site for 129 units at Arbutus wasn't safe enough for women or children. If sites aren't safe enough for women and children, how can they be safe for anyone? In Europe, Finland is the only country that has successfully reduced homelessness through supportive housing, actual supportive housing, providing clinical care with a ratio of 1 to 3 physicians, nurses, and psychologists on every site. Meanwhile, in BC, we have not one non-clinical care worker allotted for every 65 residents on average. Here in BC, the term supportive housing seems to be a clever label with little meaning. This motion grabs the wheel in a collaborative way to help navigate not only our city but province away from despair and dysfunction and back to healing. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 54 is Nicole Mucci. Hi, Nicole.
Hello
again. You again, so please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Union Gospel Mission, a nonprofit that serves individuals from the Fraser Valley to Vancouver Island, also wishes to express our opposition to this motion. People who need supportive housing are not a problem to be managed. They are our neighbors, our family, our friends. They are also, in many cases, the most vulnerable members of our community, those who need more support, not less.
At UGM, we see firsthand how supportive housing provides a critical first step for individuals seeking recovery, stability, and healing. Without these lower barrier housing options, those looking to pursue residential recovery simply have nowhere to begin their journey. Housing is a system. Removing one part of the system weakens the entire structure, making it harder for people to move from the streets into stability. The commitment to prioritize replacing aging SROs and modular housing is much needed, but pausing city support for new lower barrier supportive housing cuts off a vital pathway for those most vulnerable to homelessness. While the exceptions outlined in the motion may appear to address concerns around the definition of supportive housing, the reality is that targeting one marginalized group, people who use drugs and those with severe mental health challenges, ultimately harms all marginalized communities. Seniors, women, and youth aging out of care are not isolated from these challenges. Excluding one group today sets a dangerous precedent for who might be excluded tomorrow. Comparing Vancouver's current level of supportive housing to our percentage share of the population is also misleading, and stating that a regional approach is necessary, but voting against creating a new pathway to work collaboratively with the Ministry of Housing this morning is contradictory. Any plan for supportive housing should be based on the current homeless population within a municipality, and Metro Vancouver's 2023 homeless count data indicated that 85% of individuals surveyed had either lived in their own communities for 5 years or had always lived there. A freeze on new net supportive housing ignores the demonstrated need noted in staff's progress report on the 2023 Uplifting Downtown Eastside motion, which calls for a 26% increase in supportive housing over the next 5 years in Vancouver, along with a 74% increase throughout Metro Vancouver to meet the regional provincial supportive housing targets. This motion frames people in need as the issue, rather than addressing the real problem, a supportive housing system that is truly under-resourced. A shift in provincial funding is necessary to make supportive housing truly effective. However, this motion fails to provide solutions that address the systemic challenges head-on, and instead others people who are already struggling. Vancouver should not turn its back on those who need housing the most. We urge council to reject this motion. We need more supportive housing in our city, not less.
Thanks, Nicole. Speaker 55, Chris Livingstone. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, my name is Chris Livingstone, and I work in the downtown east side. I serve as the executive director for the Aboriginal Front Door Society. I've been there for about a year in the role, and then before that I was a director. I want to speak in opposition to this motion. And maybe some recommendation, I think Kathy made it earlier, is if you took the supportive housing aspect out of, or putting the pause on a supportive housing aspect, that it would help everybody, I think. So every day I have lots of people in my drop-in center. We serve coffee to the homeless people in the downtown east side, and we've been storing their belongings, and I've got a room full of people every day that there's just nowhere for them to go. So we hear about housing opening up through Success and other various agencies, but they're not letting anybody in that doesn't have income. So I'm here because I think that this motion really is dashing or taking away the hope of the downtown east side. People have hope that they want to get inside and that eventually there's going to be a place for them to live. But if you were to pause supportive housing in the region, then you're really taking away their hope, and it makes it just seem like they don't belong there or they're not from there. I've been in the downtown east side for about 30 years now, organizing with Indigenous groups. And I believe that we belong in the city just like everybody else, and I hope that this council will support Indigenous people. That's about it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thanks for speaking today. Speaker 56, Jamie Hallowell.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Jamie.
I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak. My name's Jamie. I've lived in the downtown east side for a little over 20 years, and I live here with my wife and kids. And I want to speak in opposition to the motion or the proposal. During most of my time here, I've been a pastor at the Strathcona Vineyard Church, and I've had the opportunity to witness some remarkable life transformations, and I've really come to see the community for all its challenges as a place where people experience a long-term journey of recovery and healing in their lives. And I know that that's not necessarily what you see when you pass through on the bus, but it happens, and many people in our church have experienced that transformation. And a really key part for a lot of people has been just getting some stable, decent housing, usually with some levels of supports and varying levels of support depending on where they're at in the journey. But I really feel like freezing that piece of the healing system that we have in the neighborhood is going to do a lot of damage to what we can do in terms of as a community to see people's lives really turned around and transformed. And so, yeah, I realize there's challenges, there's financial difficulties, but I would urge the council members to see the downtown east side as a place of healing, and to let's work to fix the problems, but let's not handcuff ourselves with one of our most important tools in terms of supportive housing. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Next speaker is Speaker 57, Dejaka Blyce. On the line? Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 58, Effie Demeter, sorry. Hi, Effie.
Hello. Can you hear me all? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm here to oppose this motion and urge that it doesn't go through. I think there's some confusion about what supportive housing is, and there's levels to it. I both live in supportive housing and I work in supportive housing. And there's a difference between my building and the building that I work in. I've lived in the downtown east side on and off for about a decade, simply because I'm on disability and there's nowhere else that's affordable. Now, when the building I was in wasn't supportive housing, it just had a slumlord. It was so dangerous there that I almost got shot going to the washroom. Supportive housing is housing, sir. And in my job in supportive housing, I'm able to be there for the women that I work with. They're able to come and cry to me when they've had a horrible day. Not everyone has access to counseling or, has made that step in their life. And we're there always for them. Supportive housing is also protecting the women. I've had women go out let's say, to work and been concerned about their safety. And I call that woman every half hour until she comes home. That's supportive housing, and that saves lives. I never would have had to risk a bullet from BPD in my hallway if I had supportive housing, because they would have come to us first and let us know, hey, stay in your apartment. Again, I could have been shot because there was no supportive housing, and I would not be here today. This is obviously an emotional topic for me because I'm both living in supportive housing where I can go and cry if I've had a bad day, and I'm working in some of the lowest barrier buildings available in Vancouver. I think it was a PHS employee that said, you know, give us the person who has problems setting fires or has a brain injury. Give us the people who no one else thinks they can take care of and let us try. There's no sense in halting supportive housing, or at least just call it housing, because that's what it is. There's not going to be any buildings built without any staff in it. That would be a big burden on even all the cops that you've hired. I urge you to not pass this motion. People will die. People are already outside, unable to get their roof. The shelters are full. People will die. We have real winters now. People will die. People are on the list for BC Housing for a decade. They will die in that time. Thank you.
Thanks, Effie. Speaker 59, Josie Fraser.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Josie. Please go ahead.
My name is Josie Fraser. I'm a resident of Vancouver and specifically the downtown east side. I am in opposition of Mayor Sim's proposed pause in net new supportive housing. This motion serves only the ruling wealthy class. It fails to honor and understand the nature of this land, which has been a place of convergence. Of course, it disproportionately hosts these support services and infrastructure, as a disproportionate demographic is called here to exist. Instead of halting planning and implementation of any new supportive housing, we must plan to expand the model while simultaneously bringing the existing infrastructure to dignified standard. You could start by addressing the non-existent housing continuum that this supportive housing model depends upon, and which will be further abandoned by any right prioritization away from renewed and creative efforts towards community building. Whereas currently, the film RoboCop 3 seems less science fiction and more documentary, quite literally, where civic privatized contractors are tasked with forcibly evicting the inner city. We see this in Mayor Sim's street sweeps at the hands of a militarized police force. The attitude the council touts regarding my neighbors and I is barely disguised anymore. If you are taking cues from movies and video games, please just plate the D-tests like in Final Fantasy VII and leave us be. The mayor and council continue to deny and pretend that they don't need and use the criminal aspects of the D-test to their advantage. Who will disguise traffic from the port if the streets are empty? You aren't even being evil properly. If you were smart and evil, that would be a different thing, but I'm literally waiting for you to announce a VPD RoboCop that will eventually backfire on you like every other money-focused initiative you enact. Hope you're hitting mad gains at the office gym and your Lulu's, Mayor Sim. I can't afford groceries.
Okay, we'll go to the next speaker. Speaker 60, Carol Martin. Hi, Carol.
Hi. Don't start the timer just yet. Who's this Kim Mayer guy here? Oh, you're the problem here.
Okay, let's.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Okay, now you can start the timer. Okay, no, I just had to come to this meeting because I've heard a lot about you. I've never seen your face and I've never voted the city elections, but I worked downtown for 30 years. Did a lot of work for missing and murdered women, did a lot of changes, got involved in a lot of lives of women, a lot of families of the missing and murdered women. As you know, we just finished the Feb 14 Memorial March. It's really sad to see, after 30 years of sitting at the same table where we talk about strategies for housing, how it hasn't changed. And the last meeting I went to, a housing meeting, I asked them, what foundation are you working from? Because I've gone to so many meetings. They've collected so many data. What's the foundation you're working from? They're starting a fresh new page. So it's really sad to see that we start over and over and over and over again when it comes to addressing housing. As you know, the list on our Feb 14 Memorial March has gotten really long. It's really sad that we had to send women home in boxes or put them 6 feet under or have them cremated. A lot of those women were not housed. It was very difficult to get women into housing, especially from the downtown east side. A lot of the mothers, when they lose their kids, they lose their housing. I was working in the courts. Women don't have housing. I have to go walk the streets to look to them and make sure they went to court. It's really sad to see the conditions, and it's really sad to see the decisions that are being made. Where, there needs to be a conversations about the pros and cons of housing and its effects on people. I've never seen it so bad downtown. I've never, in all the years I worked down there. And it's really sad to see the list. It's not just women. It's also the men, the elders, the youth, the children, the women, children aging out of the ministry. Oh, I forgot to say I oppose this, what we're talking about. I think housing has always been an issue, and it's been commodified, and we're leaving out the very vulnerable people who need. And the housing does make a difference for families. They do make a difference for women. They do make a difference for children. I've worked with a lot of women in the downtown east side, and I stood with them in the courtrooms. And a lot of women have pulled away from the downtown east side, either working on the streets or actively getting involved in the drug life. They pulled away. Once they get into housing, they actually find jobs. They volunteer. It makes a huge difference. So I'm hoping that you rethink about what is happening, because I think a lot of the decisions that have been made at the city level, I see a lot of the damages that has been done in the beautiful
Carol.
city.
I gave you some extra time, but you are over time.
Okay, you can contact me downtown anywhere. I do a lot of walkabouts down there, and it's nice to see your face. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in, and thanks for that offer. We'll go to speaker 61, Phoenix Winter.
Thank you for lowering the table. My name is Phoenix Winter. It's been a while since I've been in these chambers, and it would be really nice to see us get what we need, which is more supportive housing and more social housing. So I'm against the motion. I'm also have to mention that I've been homeless across Canada and have a mental illness, and I'm very grateful to be able to be on the territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm very, very grateful to have a place to land, and so that makes me a resident of Vancouver. I really wonder who this motion is for, because when I was in the downtown east side a few years ago, a developer stopped me and talked to me and said, "Oh, I don't think we can get rid of social housing," and it seemed like very much like he wanted to do that. So I would like all of you to think about the effect of the people that need housing, what this motion would be on them, because there's more people in Vancouver as a whole, which means there's more people that will need things like supportive housing. And when I was homeless, I ended up at the Salvation Army on Belkin House, and we called it Belcatraz. But it was somewhat supportive housing. It was a personal development program, and we could stay there for 6 months. We paid rent. There was food offered sometimes, and there was somebody there 24/7. And what I have to say is I'm really grateful that I landed in subsidized housing, and it's made such a huge difference to have stable, safe, secure housing. And I mean, it's always under threat, but it's so important for people to have social housing and the option of supportive housing. Because the downtown east side of Vancouver, it's not about the buildings. I know developers think about the buildings and the land, but it's actually the people that are like family to me down there. And it's really important because we can hug each other, we can support each other, and there's a lot of bad, but there's a lot of good there too. And it's such an important stepping stone. And I know that people that are homeless now are being used as a political football to try and get the outlying cities to take more responsibility. But I ask that you think about the people that are on the street now. And I hear them, like, even from where I live, they'll be screaming in the middle of the night saying, nobody cares about me. And I just want to go out and say, like, well, I care. And it's really hard to see the people that feel forgotten. And so I'm asking you to remember them. And I mean, that's why we do it, right? To show that we care. So I'm asking you to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, speaker 62, Kevin Joseph Conrad. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 63, Brittany Guruk.
Hello, Council. My name is Brittany Garrick. I'm a Vancouver resident and I oppose this motion. This motion's demands do not align with its ideal outcome listed in point number 11 of, quote, Vancouver ensuring that those suffering the most receive the safe, stable housing they desperately need, end quote. The City of Vancouver has a responsibility to its residents. The City of Vancouver has a housing problem. Regardless of the need for more affordable and accessible housing in other cities, the City of Vancouver must focus on meeting the needs of the people who live here. And the people who live here in Vancouver are telling you what they need. They need more affordable housing that is available to everyone of all ages, genders, social conditions, and abilities. Supportive housing is one of the very few truly affordable housing options, because supportive housing units are provided at shelter rate, which is currently $500 a month. Most other forms of social housing are not affordable to people who receive income assistance payments because they may be $1,000 or more a month for a unit that only accommodates one person. Point number 5 and Section A specify that this motion aims to prevent any new supportive housing for individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness with severe mental health challenges and/or those who use substances, but that it will not reduce supportive housing for seniors, women, family, and youth aging out of care. To divide struggling Vancouverites into categories of who is deserving and who is not deserving of accessible, affordable housing right now is a horrific injustice. Everyone needs housing. Housing is a basic need for a reason, and as you've heard from so many different people who've spoken today, we need more of it now, not less. If you pass this motion, you will be doubling down on your abandonment of unhoused and underhoused citizens of Vancouver. You are abandoning Vancouverites who will become homeless. It is inevitable that people will become injured, lose their job, lose their home in a fire or climate change-related disaster. Something will happen and they will lose their housing. Even current homeowners are vulnerable to losing their housing if something happens to them and they cannot pay their mortgage or property taxes. A healthy society is one in which there is a social safety net there to support people when they lose their housing, for whatever reason that may be. No matter their income, the way their brain works, the traumas they've survived, the injuries, disabilities, skill sets, education, and work experience they may have, no matter their appearance, hygiene practices, and vocabulary, no matter how many degrees they have, no matter how many responsibilities they have, everybody deserves appropriate, dignified accommodation free from unjust surveillance and management. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is speaker 64, Mike McNeely.
Hi, my name is Mike McNeely. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the initiative. In my experience, I know what it's like not to feel safe because I didn't have a place to live. There's no place to sleep, no social, not many social connections. I was losing my sanity. I was being woken up on the street by security guards and constantly watching my back. Combining my health issues with homelessness is a very destructive recipe. I could not work and was forced into going against my values in order to survive. Had I not gotten into social housing, I think my existence would have cost myself and others a whole lot more. So, I'm sure all of you have been downtown to the downtown east side, but today I was walking on the street and I noticed something that would help me give you guys an example. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but I just wanted to show you physically. It's in my bag here. How do people stay warm when they're not housed in the winter in the downtown east side? So this is struggle. Surprise. Okay, so this is how people stay warm in the winter in the downtown east side, people who are homeless. Okay, it's a piece of wood. This is their furnace. This is what keeps them from freezing to death. Could we please oppose this motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, speaker 65 is Max Campbell.
Hey everyone. So I'm Max Campbell. I just want to say I was born in the downtown east side, partly grew up there, and currently I'm a board member at Carnegie. I think my story shows the importance of social housing because my family got into social housing. I got a degree at university. I'm in a much different place than my family was in 1990. Which shows the importance of social services to help people from hitting the ground. I just want to talk about what I think is really important about the downtown east side and doesn't always get talked about, which is the really flourishing social networks that are there. So obviously there are a lot of social problems, social crises. It's definitely true to talk about the downtown east side, but it's also like a thriving social ecosystem that people just don't realize. If you're just driving by on a car, you can't see the density of social connections. I compare it to high school with the level of how everyone knows everyone and is very well aware of what's going on. You don't have to tell people things because the information travels. Of course, that can mean gossip and stuff, but it also means a lot of help. If there's a problem in the neighborhood, very quickly everyone knows about it and people are already formulating plans to deal with it. People talk to each other, they help each other off the street. If they see someone passed out in a doorway, they help them. There's a very dense level of safety net that just comes from the pure social existence that's been built up there. And this is important because when we talk about the concentration of social services in the downtown east side, what you might not know is historically, that's actually the outcome of all this dense social network. It's the people networking together to figure out what the problem is, let people know, advocate for themselves. So if you look at a lot of these things, so I just made a list of 5 organizations. So the Carnegie, where I'm a board member, as I mentioned, Insight, the Overdose Prevention Society, Aboriginal Front Door, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, and many more. They started as community initiatives and became sort of service institutions. This is important because if we're going to disperse the social services, what we're going to end up doing is actually kind of attacking the social fabric as well. It's there's not really a way to dislodge the services from the social network. My real worry here is that it's so much easier to destroy a complex functioning ecosystem than it is to cultivate one. And just like a little sort of cut through to these things to pause social housing and disperse the social services can have massive ramifications that can't simply be paid for again. It's a time, like gardening or any other husbanding of an important system. Yes, so I oppose this motion and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Max. Speaker 66, Avtar Bath. Avtar here. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 67, Bonnie Rose Butchart. Okay.
I finally have housing.
Okay, I'm going to ask you not to do that again.
I won't.
Very alarming for everybody in the chamber.
Everyone's awake. I finally have housing. It was 6 years in a 3x6 with no window. Can you even imagine? I felt like that bear on the internet when they take away the cage and you just keep walking around in a circle. See, I don't know what street you walk down, Hastings or Gastown, but I walk down Hastings. My friends live there. Some of them, a lot of them deceased now. But I cannot even explain what housing does for your sanity. It like changes the whole world. And if you've never experienced homelessness, then you have no clue. You have no idea. It's not a relatable subject for you. And it's really easy to just push people aside that you can't relate to. When I read what this proposal was all about, I was disgusted. I was disgusted. It is such an obvious, right? It is such an obvious, glaring, problematic proposal. You're trying to create chaos and anarchy in the downtown east side? What? So you can eradicate the homeless? So you can eradicate houselessness? How about use that extra room you have and offer someone a place to stay who doesn't have a place to stay? That's a housing option. How about so many other things? How about just find an actual solution and not just do what colonizers have done for so long? Because this problem is systematic and it is actually racism. Racism is a spectrum, and on one end you have classism, and then you have, and all that classism, I feel like I'm not explaining this well, but all that classism and everything is that division that is created between Gastown and Hastings, that divide, you're just adding to it. So I deeply oppose this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to speaker 68, Ronnie Grigg. In person, I believe. No? Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 69, Ian Marcuse. On the phone? Not online? Okay, we'll come back. Speaker 70, Kylie Murphy. In person? Not present? That's not Kylie there. We have Kylie Murphy in the chamber? Nope, okay. We'll come back to them. Speaker 71, Heather Clark. On the phone.
Yes, I'm here. Can
Hi,
you hear
Heather.
me?
We can hear you. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. First, thank you for the opportunity to address this critical issue with the mayor and council. I acknowledge that I'm speaking on the ancestral, traditional, and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. I'm here as a concerned Vancouver Canadian citizen who also chairs the board of directors of First United Community Ministers Society, serving the downtown east side, and I speak in opposition to the motion. I have a question to mayor and councillors. What factors influence your decision making? Think about that. Why not write this down so you can reflect later about your decision making about others less fortunate? Which of these factors did you note for your decision? Past experiences, Thinking about these, what are yours? Prior encounters can shape how you evaluate options and make choices. Emotions, positive or negative emotions, can significantly affect decision-making, sometimes leading to impulsive choices and clouding rational judgment. When have emotions influenced your decision-making? Third, cognitive biases. Mental shortcuts can lead to systematic errors in decision-making, like biases. When have your biases influenced your decision-making? Now, with this motion? Social influences. Influence from peers, family, and authority figures can impact decision-making. What are your social influences? Personal values, beliefs, and attitudes towards a situation. And the environment, surrounding context, including time pressure and distractions. These can really influence decision-making. Have you experienced that in your decision-making when your context changed? Imagine your environment, just imagine this, that involves sleeping rough, inadequate and sometimes unsafe housing, perhaps homelessness. And how would this affect your decision-making, making the best decisions for you? Essentially, decision-making is a combination, or the influences, a combination of psychological, social, and situational elements. Given these factors that intersect with each other, can you imagine that without a supportive environment, supportive housing, how an individual dealing with social, emotional, housing, employment, addiction, etc., these issues, how their decision-making
Sorry,
is
Heather,
compromised?
you are over time, so we'll have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling. 72 is Devin O'Leary. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I start
when you're ready.
Okay, cool. My name's Devin. Good to see y'all. I'm a resident of Vancouver and the downtown east side. I actually used to bake bagels for Rosemary Rock Salt, but now I work with and am representing today the Carnegie Housing Project, where we break down the link between people's crappy housing situations and crappy housing policy. And I don't think that you should pass this motion. We are so deep in a crisis, and saying that we should reject the 3,000 people on the supportive housing waitlist is digging the crisis deeper. The city's housing targets report from last summer said that we need 26,000 new shelter rate units in the next 10 years, but the target y'all agreed on was only 2,500 units. That's wild. What do you think will happen to the 23,000 people who are being left out? Will they have to leave? Will they be policed on the streets? You note in number 10 on this motion that, quote, people need stable housing in their own communities, closer to family, cultural connections, and local services. Does that not apply to Vancouver? What this motion seems to be saying is, too bad, not my problem. A much more reasonable motion could say, holy crap, what's going on? How do we fix this? Let's talk with people who understand this stuff. It could say, whereas for decades, Vancouver has lost 10 times more affordable housing than we've added. Whereas in the next decade, we are only planning to build 1/10 of what's actually needed. Whereas the experience of not having housing and sleeping on the streets for years destroys people. Whereas people are surviving through addictions and precarious mental health, who are rich and poor, housed and unhoused, desperate for connection that we are so deprived of in this society. Therefore, be it resolved, give people a frickin' break. That we are all going through it. And we shouldn't abandon each other when we need some support. That we lead by example and stop the loss of affordable housing for profit. That we fight like hell for ways to fund housing that doesn't discriminate against people based on their income. Further that, for the thousands who have been burned up to now, put a roof over their head as fast as possible, no matter how expensive, because it is a fraction of the collective financial and emotional cost of this status quo. And then finally, some PR advice to get the rest of Metro Vancouver more interested in supportive housing. Stop poor bashing. The more y'all mischaracterize the downtown east side, the more you freak out other neighborhoods. That's why in Richmond, they couldn't get their supportive housing project approved, and why Kitts is so adamant about fighting about the one on Arbutus. We can help with your rebranding. We know a lot of things to celebrate about the downtown east side, and implementing a motion that actually commits to solutions would give us a lot more to celebrate. Work with us. We got this. Thank you. Please don't do this.
Thanks, Devin. Speaker 73, Brianna Watson.
My name is Brianna. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. I'm also a student social worker on an outreach healthcare team. As part of this work, I spend most days walking the streets and back alleys of the downtown east side. To City Council and Mayor Sim, I want to state very clearly, you spent even one day in the shoes of a healthcare worker in the downtown east side, you would be appalled at this motion. This motion uses manipulative language that distracts from important facts of reality, casting the city of Vancouver in a positive light while people are dying on the streets. This is one of the most wealthy cities in the world, and yet I work every day with people who are regularly sleeping outside because they have no other choice. Shelters are full, and the wait list for housing is years long. This motion refers to mental health and substance use as the root causes of homelessness. Again, let me be very clear. The root cause of homelessness is government neglect of purpose-built housing. Vancouver has the resources and capacity to put a safe, good quality roof over every single person's head and is choosing not to. In fact, the current crisis of housing scarcity is so extreme that people who are unhoused are being actively triaged by professionals to see who is most imminently at risk for dying on the street. That is the person theoretically allocated the next supportive housing unit in our current system. The inherent human rights violations in this situation should be very clear to you. People should not need to spend years on the street, going in and out of hospital dozens of times a year, and be on the brink of death to be allocated housing. Every single person in need should have access to supportive housing. So city councilors, for the many, many people whose lives depend on access to supportive housing, I urge you to vehemently oppose this motion. And to Mayor Sim, your disdain for the most vulnerable residents of Vancouver has been made abundantly clear and will not be forgotten.
Okay, Speaker 74, Anna Cooper. We'll come back to them. Speaker 75, Eugene McCann. Hi, Eugene.
Hi. Thanks. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Eugene McCann. I live in Vancouver and I'm a Professor of Urban Geography at SFU, where I've been on the faculty for more than 2 decades. I'm here to speak against the motion. Vancouver is in a housing crisis. In this context, this motion is especially troubling. It would interrupt the supply of supportive housing and create harm as a result. I want to touch on 3 concerns that have also been reflected on others during this hearing. First of all, process. One of ABC's own caucus members, Councillor Dominato, among others, has noted that this motion has been proposed without rigorous consultation with the province, non-profit housing providers or community groups. Moreover, Councillor Bligh argues that the motion runs counter to the city's recent commitments to deliver more social and supportive housing units in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. Overall then, this motion seems to have been hurried to a vote. And this lack of consultation will endanger the safety of many of your most vulnerable constituents. Secondly, safety. As the motion says, quote, Vancouver has long taken a leadership role in providing supportive housing, end quote. That's great. A better city is a safer city. But a city isn't better if it stops supporting the most needy people within it. It's notable that the Mayor announced his new vision at a meeting of the Save Our Streets Coalition. But as a social scientist who studies cities, I'll tell you that the streets will be just fine. What we need is to think about the people. Cities are their people first and foremost. The city needs to focus on saving our people by continuing to build net new supportive housing. Thirdly, politics. Clearly, this is a political motion. It's a hardball negotiating tactic to force the province and regional municipalities to build more supportive housing. Fair enough, I guess. But this hardline approach plays out on the backs of the most vulnerable Vancouver residents. How many of your local constituents will suffer and die during this political standoff? If the answer is even just one, then this political tactic is not worth it. So I urge you all to vote against this motion because its negative consequences for the safety of people who need supportive housing far outweigh any political benefits. It suggests Vancouver will become a model of increasingly callous policy making, a city willing to let people suffer and die in the short term for possible longer term political benefits. Instead, I urge you to be a model of community safety for all, and by doing more rather than less supportive housing building. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 76 to withdraw. So Speaker 77 is Greg Richmond on the phone.
Yeah.
Hi,
I'm on the
Greg.
phone.
Yes, we can hear you. I just need to ask you quickly, are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Richmond, and I am the Executive Director of Rain City Housing. We are an agency that operates over 1,200 supportive housing and shelter units across Vancouver, the Sunshine Coast, and the Fraser Valley. Our roots, however, are in the downtown east side, where we've operated over 40 years. I'm deeply concerned about this motion, and I'm speaking in opposition. And I have 4 points that I would like to make. My first point is, as many others have spoken to, the motion will simply harm people. At this moment, thousands of Vancouver citizens are living outside in the cold without secure access to food, healthcare, or washrooms, and are living without physical safety and fundamental human dignity. Many have been outside for years, and each year their health deteriorates and their lives are shortened. This motion seems to be intended to make room for more bureaucratic processes. However, for the actual human beings living outdoors in Vancouver at this moment, the pause can be a matter of life and death. We need our leaders to respond with urgency about homelessness and not with more bureaucracy.
Okay, thank you for the comments. We'll now go to Speaker 78, Alana Prochuk.
I live on stolen Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh homeland in Vancouver, and I represent West Coast Leaf, a nonprofit that uses legal strategies to advance gender justice. So I'll be focusing on the potential gendered implications of this motion, but as other speakers have outlined, there are just so many reasons to be incredibly alarmed by it. West Coast Leaf would like to thank our community partners for contributing so much to our understanding of housing issues, and especially dialogue participants who shared expertise for our most recent gender equality report card. And based on their insights and our research, we strongly oppose Motion 3. Banning new supportive housing would only worsen Vancouver's devastating lack of truly accessible, affordable housing. As of 2021, only 1 in 1,000 Vancouver rental units were affordable to households with incomes in the lowest 20%. And our community partners have shared that larger families often remain on the social housing wait list for more than a decade. Far from promoting safety, the motion would endanger women, children, and others who face gender-based violence. Without access to housing, many find it impossible to escape abuse in the home. And the situation can be even worse for parents who are facing violence, especially Indigenous parents. If they leave an abusive relationship and become homeless, their children might be apprehended, But if they stay, they risk being reported to the Ministry of Children and Family Development, being unjustly blamed for failing to protect their children and still having their families torn apart. Although the motion includes an exception for supportive housing geared to women and families, restricting most supportive housing would hurt women and families by reducing the supply of accessible, affordable housing overall. And it's disturbing that the motion fails to consider the needs of groups like Indigenous people, trans and two-spirit people, and people with disabilities, all of whom face systemic injustices that cause high rates of poverty, housing insecurity, and exposure to violence. And I want to be really clear, adding more exceptions would not fix this inherently harmful and in fact lethal motion. At its core, the proposal to ban most new supportive housing feeds into the dehumanization of people living in poverty who use substances or have mental illness. And if you go ahead with it, it would intensify the life-threatening dangers that they're already subjected to. Housing is a human right, as set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international legal instruments. And West Coast Leaf urges the City of Vancouver to align your policies with international law, downtown Eastside community knowledge, and common decency, and invest in community-led housing solutions for downtown Eastside residents. And supportive housing must be available to everyone who needs it without exception. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 79, Jennifer Foster.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Jennifer. Yes, we can. So please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I strongly support this motion. I have been in one of the old SROs to help someone who was homeless transition off the street into supportive housing, and I know firsthand the conditions in many, like his, are decrepit. I know many people who are homeless choose to live on the street rather than in their derelict, unsafe, and frankly inhumane SROs. I know them personally, so I wholeheartedly support fixing up those that need fixing. Also, as a master's level social worker, I know the importance of keeping people in their communities. People shouldn't have to leave their homes and towns to access supports. It's harmful to their well-being and their chance of recovery to leave home. People need to be able to access supportive housing where they live, so I'm strongly in favor of this motion for pushing a regional approach. Lastly, I applaud the aspects of the motion that deal with increased mental health and recovery support, which I know are what is needed for all those living with addiction, mental health, and who are homeless. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 80, Michaela Smith. We have Michaela in the chamber? No? Okay. Back to them. Speaker 81 did withdraw. Speaker 82, Emily Luba on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Emily. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I just couldn't. Could you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody before me for sharing personal experiences and facts, and everyone who was outside for the rally. I was working, but I wish I could have been there. Ironically enough, I was working building housing, doing electrical work, which me and my coworkers will never be able to afford. It's for UBC staff and faculty. And if we just reverse this motion and think about that, housing is being built for people to access their community, the UBC community. Downtown Eastside, it's exactly the opposite. It's being removed. There's a class element there. I've spoken before council numerous times, and I've tried to appeal to your morals. I've asked, how do you sleep at night? I've tried to, and I don't think I can. I don't think you have any. I don't think you care about people. I think you care about money. And I think you exist as a city council and as a government to protect 100% corporate profit. And this motion is really sneaky because it's like you're talking to the downtown east side and what's for the downtown east side. And yes, you hate poor people. I know that too.
Okay,
but
Emily,
more so, you want
we
the
don't.
rich people.
Emily, we don't hate poor people. So I just please ask that you not.
It's gonna decimate. It's gonna decimate.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask that you stay on topic, or I'm going to have to cut you off.
I think that is absolutely on topic. This motion significantly harm the downtown east side social fabric, and it's going to kill people. People won't have access to their resources. They're going to be dispersed elsewhere. People are still going to be accessing resources and not have housing. Both those two factors alone, I think I'm very on topic. But I'll continue. There's a profit motive behind this motion, and there's a profit motive behind this entire electoral system. Essentially, the democracy for the wealthy. Each whole process, we all say our bit. You make a decision. You can just choose to ignore everybody. Like, that just makes no sense. And yet I'm still here because I refuse. I'm still here every time, and I will never stop being here. But it does come back to the economics. And I don't know how to appeal to people who want to make more money to tell them to not want to make more money. And of course, we all need money to survive. We need to pay for things. But the motive of business owners like Ken Sim, two businesses, the Rosemary Rock Salt and the Nurses Next Door, which is privatized healthcare, you're always going to want to make more money. So I think you should just be upfront.
Okay, Emily, that's your time. Thanks for calling in today. Okay, we'll now go next speaker. 83, Cheryl Grant, on the phone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Cheryl. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Cheryl Grant. I live in Vancouver, and today I am calling on behalf of the Kitsilano Coalition, which is also a founding member of the provincial coalition Call for Change. The Kitsilano Coalition is in support of the motion to pause new supportive housing investments in Vancouver. A pause will allow the city time to evaluate, prioritize, and determine the appropriate replacement of aging housing stock. The current SRO buildings and temporary modular housing are deteriorating and do create risk for vulnerable residents. However, congregating people is also the wrong model for housing. As Judge Gove and Dr. Julian Summers of SFU have spoken about, including at the Arbutus and 7th public hearing, congregated supportive housing is the wrong model of housing. The Kitsilano Coalition and Call for Change remain committed to advocating for individuals' scattered approach to supportive housing, which offers permanent, dignified homes with access to mental health and addictions recovery services. By pausing new developments, the City of Vancouver can work with experts and have authentic, collaborative engagement with communities to ensure stable, supportive housing that benefits individuals and local neighborhoods. Significantly, this motion encourages a regional approach to housing. Right now, Vancouver bears the overwhelming amount of supportive housing, yet many people are displaced from their home communities. By expanding housing across the region, people can stay near and connect with their families, communities, and local services rather than forcing them to move into or remain in Vancouver. In addition to consideration to housing conditions and model, the city needs to call on the provincial and federal governments to invest more into recovery programs and addressing the root causes of homelessness that are impacting the city and across the region. Grassroots partners in the Call for Change emphasize that drug-free housing with recovery services is crucial for long-term success. The STEP program also helps transition people into social housing, keep supportive spaces available for those most in need. Again, we support the motion, the Kitsilano Coalition, and it is not only to address the immediate needs, but also lay the foundation for a more sustainable solution to homelessness and creating safer communities while helping the vulnerable individuals to live with dignity. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl. Next speaker is Speaker 84, Desi Wayuni.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Hi, Desi. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, so my name is Desi Wahuni, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to speak in opposition to the motion. Like I said, I live in Vancouver, and I also work in downtown Vancouver. And so because of this, I frequently use businesses, entertainment venues, and community meeting places in the city, including in downtown and the downtown east side. And so it's not uncommon for me to see people on the streets struggling with multiple complex issues, including homelessness and substance use. And I believe strongly in taking actions based on solidarity with my fellow neighbors and city residents. So I also learned from a recent CBC article that approximately 5,000 people are on a wait list for supportive homes. It is unacceptable already that there is such a huge wait list for people in need of supportive housing. Mayor Sim, with your motion, you want to pause investing in new supportive housing units citywide until other municipalities build more. Even if the proposed motion would only affect a small portion of those people on the wait list, it is still a terrible, terrible move. It is a questionable act, to say the least, to hold some of our neighbors, most vulnerable neighbors, hostage for the so-called attempt to make Burnaby, New West, and other municipalities build more. Indeed, this makes our city sound immature. Working together is what we need to provide solutions to complex issues in our communities across the region. So definitely not division and not that faith. So I believe passing this motion will only erode trust from Vancouver residents about your intent and ability to solve the homelessness and mental health and substance use crisis in our city. Passing this motion will only negatively impact the people in need of supportive housing and definitely will not make me safer. So I urge you to vote in opposition to motion 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 85, Arabian, pardon me. Not online. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 86, Amanda Burrows.
Hello. Hi there. My name is Amanda Burrows. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the Executive Director of First United. I am a resident of Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. I live in Chinatown. I oppose this motion. Like so many who have spoken already in opposition of this motion, I share their sentiment. I'm really just here to plead with you. Please don't approve this. Please don't approve a motion that's surely going to harm more than help, and at the very least sends a signal to our country and our region that we don't care about the poor. But I know you care about the poor. Do you remember where you were 5 years ago in March of 2020? Do you remember what was happening in the city? It was COVID. Everybody was so afraid. And everybody in the downtown east side was so afraid that this would disproportionately affect our most vulnerable, who were 4 times more likely to die of this pandemic than the rest of the population. And so what did we do? The government, social, healthcare, frontline workers, peer workers, all came together to protect this neighborhood. And look, I don't know what the motivation was. I don't know if the motivation was to protect the neighborhood because everyone was afraid the rest of this pandemic would rip through the rest of the city, or if the motivation was moral or the right thing to do. But we all came together. We came together so well and protected this neighborhood that even the New York Times highlighted how we responded. This is the type of response that we need in this type of crisis. It's not even a crisis, it's an emergency, and we need to declare a state of emergency, actually, that this is a homelessness crisis. And as such, we should combat it with all the tools we have, which are obviously supportive housing and partnerships. And you know what we're doing at First United, 11 stories. 7 floors of Indigenous social supportive housing and 4 floors of wraparound services to help the residents above and the greater, wider community. We just turned 140 this year. We've been in the downtown east side a long time, and we are led by a vision where we can be a neighborhood where everyone's worth is celebrated and all people thrive. And our project is surely an example of actually uplifting this neighborhood, actually rejuvenating this neighborhood for the low-income people that live there. When I look at a motion like this, if it were to be approved, would a project like ours not fit your criteria? A project like ours that is going to house unhoused Indigenous neighbors of ours? How discouraging. How disappointing. Everybody in this chamber, I think, loves the city. I hope so. And a motion like this does not express any of that love. It punishes the poor. rather than promising the poor the hope and the housing I know we can do. Please rethink what you're going to do. Please inspire us. Inspire me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just noticing Councillor Montague on the queue. Councillor Montague, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was just looking at the time, and there's only a handful of speakers left. I'm willing to put a motion forward to push through dinner to not only just hear the end of speakers, but I think we should actually move to finish the business of the day rather than break for dinner. And I'm hoping others will.
Is Council amenable to that? Okay. Councillor. Yeah. I think Councillor Joe seconded that, and we're just a coffee break we'd like, maybe. Yeah, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate we're up against 5, so we need to move a motion before then. So I appreciate Councillor Montague bringing that forward. I just would say that maybe a 10 or 15 minute break just to gather ourselves. It's been a pretty emotional afternoon. Would be great.
Sure. Yeah,
Thank you.
I would agree. Why don't we do that and complete this item, but also take a 15-minute break between the speakers and the debate? Does that work for people? Okay, great. So all in favor say yay. Okay. Any opposed say nay. Great. Okay, so that's the plan. We'll continue with the speakers, and we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and do debate and decision. So thank you. Okay, so I'll go back to the speakers. Speaker 87, Angela Kruger. Angela.
My name is Angela May Kruger, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I come to you today as a mixed Gosei or 5th generation Japanese Canadian settler with familial roots in the downtown east side. I come to you as somebody who is standing on and living on traditional and unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land, is trying to intervene in the ongoing violence of settler colonialism. And I come to you today opposing this motion. I'm opposing this motion today for all the reasons that 80-some speakers before me have outlined, but I'm also opposing this motion to hold you to your word. Because in 2013, when the city of Vancouver apologized to the Japanese Canadian community for the city's role in the 1942 internment of Japanese Canadians, which is to say also Japanese Canadians' forced removal and dispossession, the city of Vancouver not only took full responsibility for its actions, but moved a further resolution, drafted by the late Japanese Canadian internment survivor Grace Aiko Thompson, that, quote, the city of Vancouver pledges to do all it can to ensure such injustices will not happen again to any of its residents. Mayor Kensim, how dare you propose a motion that violates that pledge? I'm also opposing this motion because, in fact, it's not actually a motion at all. It's a threat. A veiled threat, maybe, however thinly so, but a threat nonetheless. The threat is not just directed at people who need supportive housing in this city, but to your neighboring municipal governments who you are threatening with public shame at the expense of low-income and under and unhoused people who, if this motion passes, will suffer and die. The Japanese Canadian community was almost totally destroyed, and the downtown east side is one of the only places where I've ever felt community belonging. The proposal to temporarily stop construction of supportive housing is not an alternative solution, and you know it. It's a proposal to legalize slow torture. And if that word seems extreme, then I would invite you to go sleep outside tonight, and the next, and the next, and then to argue with other adults about whether or not supportive housing should be built. To Councillor Bly, congratulations on your escape from the ABC party. To Councillor Pete Fry, thank you for your humanity. To Councillor Lisa Dominato, I've heard you speak at other events. Please, even if you feel or know that your vote won't change the result, please stand on the right side of history and oppose this motion. To the rest of you, Mayor and Council, I know you've endured many personal attacks today. But what else can we say? We've provided so much evidence that this motion, if passed, will kill, and yet you're preparing to vote on it as though the ethics of killing people is up for debate. We are trying to make our city a better place. Please oppose this motion and join us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 88, Nicholas John Ellen, on the phone.
Hi.
Hi there.
Yeah, my name is Nicholas Allen. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I speak to oppose this motion. Just a bit about myself. I'm celebrating 4 years clean off drugs and alcohol tomorrow. And part of my journey was supportive housing. I was homeless in 2016. I got connected through a shelter to supportive housing. Supportive housing connected me to psychiatric care. Psychiatric care connected me to treatment. And then treatment connected me to a fellowship where I found lasting sobriety and a new life. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in 90 days. It took 5 years of bouncing around the system, going through a lot of service providers on and off the street, in and out of the psych ward. It's not a magical overnight thing that happens to us. But it wouldn't have happened if I didn't have access to supportive housing in the downtown east side. And I know for a fact that if I didn't connect to that service, I would be dead today, because everyone I know that I was friends with in 2016, the ones that didn't make it, most of them didn't make it. The average life expectancy, a person on the street is 2 or 3 years, I think. I just want you to know that, if you pass this motion, people are going to die. People that could have made it are not going to make it because you're not building supportive housing. That's the consequence of this decision. So, have a good day.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Next speaker is Speaker 89, Lance Ollie. Hi, Lance.
My name is Lance Hawley. I was homeless for 9 months. I lived in my car for 3 months. I lived at David Barnes Park for 6 months. And being in an SRO now and doing a lot of research, talking to individuals, how the mayor is suggesting 30-floor towers. They want 30% that make $40,000 a year. They want subsidized housing. They want the third one. My brain's not working properly. I suffer from mental health issues, substance abuse, alcohol only, and I have disability issues. And when my anxiety kicks in, it's frustrating because I speak for all of the Lower Mainland and BC. I'm not from here, but I don't need notes. I need to speak for all the people across Canada that we need social housing. We need mental health support. I have a therapist. I have a doctor. And I have to speak for everybody that we need housing now. And if we can't build it, then take the buildings that are vacant, refurbish them, and get the people off the street, because that's where they belong. They belong in housing. Case and point taken. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker is Speaker 90, Noah Gottfried. Okay, we'll come back to them. In our speakers list, we missed 2 people for council members. In case you're wondering, there's no number 91 and 92, so I have those names. I'm going to call on those speakers now. So speaker 91, S. Jackson.
That's me. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Serena?
Yeah.
Hi, Serena. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for being here. I know this is a super long meeting, and I appreciate you giving your attention to the dozens of speakers on the line and in person today. So I used to call Vancouver home, but last year I had to move, and I was unable to find a home I could afford in the city I'd lived in for half of my life. I am opposed to this motion. We need more housing of all types in Vancouver, and freezing new supportive housing in our city is the polar opposite of the action we need to solve our housing crisis. Mayor Sim, you introduced your motion today by stating that you believe in supporting vulnerable residents and that we must treat supportive housing as a regional issue. If that's the case, then all cities in the region need to do their part. We don't have enough supportive housing anywhere, including in Vancouver. So lead by example and don't throw your hands up in defeat. The motion states, for the purposes of this motion, supportive housing refers specifically to low-barrier supportive housing for individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness with severe mental health challenges and/or substance use disorders. We need low-barrier supportive housing to get people off of the streets and into homes. Living outside is dangerous to people's physical and mental health. It's expensive on a personal and on a societal level. I'm sure you've all experienced a sleepless night at some point or felt the discomfort of wet socks or an empty stomach. I want you to think about what those sensations would feel like for weeks or months or years on end. Until last year, I worked for a housing provider for youth in East Van. Every client I worked with who had experience using drugs began using while homeless. They used drugs to make the unbearable realities of life on the street a little more survivable. They used to keep warm, to suppress appetite, to stay awake, and to soothe physical and emotional pain. And who could blame them? With a safe, warm, dry place to live and access to supports, I saw young people find stability, health, and happiness. I also saw our wait list continue to grow, and I regularly wished we had more spaces available. As the cost of housing continues to rise and wages fail to keep up, more people will find themselves with nowhere to go. This motion will make things worse, not better. Housing is a human right, and everyone deserves a safe place to call home. I urge this council to continue to invest in housing of all types, including and especially supportive housing. I am asking you to be brave. You have power. Be leaders. Do the right thing and vote down this motion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker is speaker 92, Sandra Ho, on the phone. Hi, Sandra.
Hi there. My name is Sandra Ho, and I live in Vancouver. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to support the motion to temporarily pause new supportive housing investments in Vancouver, with the goal of focusing on replacing old, unsafe housing and ensuring a more balanced approach across the region. I think most people in the general population support this motion, contrary to what we've heard today with many representatives from nonprofits and special interest groups. This motion aligns with the research by Dr. Julian Summers, a leading expert in homelessness and mental health, who has found that the current approach to housing has not been as effective as it should be. Many of our current supportive housing buildings, especially SROs, are in deplorable condition and no longer meet basic standards, safety standards. These buildings are outdated, unsafe, and often unlivable, and the quality of housing plays a significant role in improving health outcomes for people with complex needs. Simply offering a roof over someone's head isn't enough. We need housing that provides safety, stability, and the right kind of support for recovery. This is why it's critical that we focus on replacing these deteriorating SROs with dignified, supportive housing that meets those needs. Additionally, Vancouver currently bears a disproportionate responsibility for regional supportive housing, holding more than 75% of the region's housing stock. Dr. Summers emphasizes the importance of regional equity in homelessness response. People who are homeless should have the opportunity to stay close to their families, support networks, and communities, rather than be forced to move to Vancouver. This motion encourages other municipalities to contribute to a regional solution, helping people remain in their own communities with access to local services. By pausing new projects and focusing on replacing unsafe housing, we are taking a more thoughtful, effective approach. We can also call on other levels of government to invest in mental health and addiction services, which Dr. Summers identifies as critical in addressing the root cause of homelessness. In conclusion, this motion represents an opportunity to improve both the quality of supportive housing and the regional approach to homelessness. By focusing on replacing deteriorating buildings, encouraging regional contributions, and improving recovery-focused housing, we can create a system that truly supports those in need. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 93, Russell Chong.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Russell. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Russell Chong. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver, speaking in opposition to this motion. I'll just start off by saying that I'm deeply troubled by this motion, and I just want to provide a brief counterpoint to the previous speaker, just that if we need more supportive housing, then a pause is clearly not what we need. Now to get to my comments. Vancouver is in a housing crisis. That much is clear from what we see around us living in this city, and it's something that's clearly on your mind in the wording of this motion. But pausing net new supportive housing and opening up the downtown east side for profit-driven development is not only not a solution, it's a cruel ploy to worsen the suffering of the most vulnerable in our society that will have ripple effects on the quality of life for people all across the city and region more broadly. Simply put, pausing contributions from the city of Vancouver will not allow more supportive housing or services to be built elsewhere in the region. There's just no causal link there. As the motion notes, housing is an issue that can't be solved by Vancouver alone. It requires the cooperation of all municipalities in the region and senior levels of government. You advocate for a regional approach, yet the suggested motion essentially precludes that by taking away the keystone of the city of Vancouver. Rather than motivate other municipalities or senior governments to act, all this motion will do is inflict suffering and kill some of the city's most vulnerable. Rental rates in the city and the region more broadly have continued to rise, even with increasing vacancy rates, as indicated by the recent report from the CHMC. Given this context, we must ask ourselves, what will be the consequences of pausing supportive housing? Less homes that are accessible for those that need them most, pushing those people out onto the streets where they're vulnerable to the elements, and more. While I understand that human decency and this moral obligation might not be core values aligned with some of the members of council, I might be able to frame this in terms of an issue that they do care about, business. Having worked in Chinatown myself, I'd seen my fair share of unhoused folks camping or sleeping in front of our storefront. In talking to these people and asking them to move so we could have access to the storefront, I got to know some of their stories about the difficulties of finding housing, and especially those that the housing that could get them the support they needed to improve their lives and get off the street. Beyond the human impact to those who are unable to find housing or access services, pausing supportive housing and attempting to disperse Vancouver's vulnerable populations will make life more difficult for small businesses already struggling with high rents and increasing costs by adding this challenge that can often deter customers and staff. Now, if council's goal is truly to uplift the downtown east side, it starts with uplifting the people who live there, who make up its vibrant, even if sometimes troubled community. Pushing the actual residents aside and pausing city contributions to homelessness response supportive housing developments will not do that. It's just pushing the problem to the side where you hope that people can't see it. The city's tried that in the past, which shaped the way the downtown east side and Chinatown have developed over the last 40 years since Expo, and particularly the last 15 since the Olympics. We'd be fools not to learn from those mistakes. Again, I speak in opposition to this motion. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 94, Nadia Iacernia. Hi, Nadia.
Hello.
Hi. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is Nadia Iacernia. I've lived in Vancouver for 25 years. I'm a resident right downtown. I'm also the president of our Strata building, which is right across the Murray Hotel. And I am in favor of this pause because we do need a big pause button of this. We've surpassed the saturation level of what Vancouver can absorb. It's out of control now. So, and also to remind people, the the housing issue is a provincial and federal matter. It's not a city core service. So we as taxpayers are paying more into something from people who are coming from all over Canada, and they're not properly triaged, which would be the first thing they need to find out, and then deal with them accordingly and or send them back to where they came from. But we're saturated. It's too much. Right now, as I'm talking to you, I have a nice bird's eye view of the Maria Hotel, and it's a drug bazaar out there. There's people that are just hanging out, and they just, you know, we're taking advantage of what taxpayers have been offering, and they're laughing at us. So for me, I mean, I'm talking a little bit with emotion because it's been 2 days, and this is what's happening in front of us. So our building alone, we've had probably about 13 windows broken in about, I don't know, last 2 years. So definitely pause in favor of this motion, and I am not paid to do any of this as a president, Strata Council president. I'm just speaking on behalf of what we've been experiencing, and these derelict buildings have to stop because there's no place for them in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Next speaker is Speaker 95, Andrea Castanis.
Hello.
Online. Andrea, is that you?
Yes,
Hi,
thank you.
hi. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. My name is Andrea Castanis, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and live in Strathcona, which is part of the downtown east side. I'm not taking a position today on opposing or supporting this motion, but I'd like for the debate to be focused on the salient issues. And in reading the motion in detail, I'm concerned that the way that it is drafted may create some unintended consequences related to the distribution of future supportive housing throughout Vancouver. The exemptions that are set out in the motion would have the impact, perhaps, of enabling fast tracking of further supportive housing that is already in stream or where an application is submitted within the next 6 months for consideration by staff. But that option is limited to areas where staff have control over what is built where. And so my concern about how this motion is drafted and whether that is or is not the intention is that the impact of this motion will be to pause supportive housing everywhere except for the downtown east side. The downtown east side Openholmer Development District is essentially pre-zoned for supportive housing, which is, I think, a consequence of the downtown east side plan. And when the mayor is saying now that plan needs to be relooked at, I'd say that I agree. There is a certain complex matrix of social, health, poverty factors that exist in the downtown east side, and many levels of government have identified the issue and failed to come up with a viable solution. When the debate progresses this evening, I'm very much hoping that as opposed to concentrating, pausing, or expanding supportive housing, we'll look at a citywide approach. And my concern is that this motion will have the impact of preventing the city's social housing initiative from moving forward in a way that allows people within Vancouver who have been here for a long time not to be displaced while they search for housing that's appropriate for their current needs.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was our last speaker. So we're just going to go through the list again to see if some of the speakers that we missed are on the line. So I will start back with speaker 22. That's Kenzie Maines. It was an in-person. Not seeing them in the chamber. Do we have speaker 29, Jenny Wren? Was another in-person appearance. No, okay. Speaker 32, Taz Zahid on the phone.
Hello.
Taz?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
hi. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. So, wow. You've had a day. I think you heard a lot of truths about yourself. I won't repeat them because you don't like hearing it. But I will say, Ken. Wow, Ken. The swagger. It's faltering. The vibes are off, man. The vibes are off. I guess if any city, people are listening, any media still paying attention, and any public still listening, this is kind of what happens when we elect, a council that is made up of largely developer, business, and police interests. Cruelty is baked into their logic.
Okay, Taz, I'm going to stop you there. We have a code of conduct, and I just need you to be respectful about the people sitting around this
sorry,
chamber.
I didn't realize I said something disrespectful.
So please continue, but if you can't do that, then I'm going to have to cut you off.
All right, I'll try to be as respectful as possible, given the context of this motion, given the context of this council. I feel like I was pretty respectful in what I said. But I guess I'll add that, friends of Chip Wilson, I'm not surprised, would try to displace poor people. I'm not actually, sure where this logic leads. But, if we think about, the kinds of people that support ABC.
Okay, Taz,
not surprising.
that's going to be it for today, so thanks for calling in.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will go to our next Miss Speaker, Speaker 39, Kendall Anderson. Okay, not on the phone? Okay. Speaker 42, Lee Gangbar, not on the line? Okay. Speaker 48, Jane Doe, not on the line. How about Speaker 49?
Hello?
Hi, Donna. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please go
and
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Donna Baines. I'm a professor and the former director of the School of Social Work at the University of British Columbia. I'm also on the board of PHS, an active volunteer with the Battered Women's Support Services, and a resident of Vancouver. I speak from an evidence and research-based position against the motion, and I also speak from a level of experience from my years of work as a social worker. Supportive housing provides an essential service to people experiencing homelessness, violence, trauma, and mental health problems. Refusing to build much-needed supportive housing will not lower the number of people needing and seeking housing in Vancouver. It will only deepen the harm and trauma experienced by these people and other people of goodwill in this city. Halting the construction of new supportive housing units will also not ensure that other municipalities pick up a higher proportion of supportive housing and services. Only high-level negotiations with governments and communities can broker the deals necessary to incentivize municipalities to a regional strategy to care for their most vulnerabilized citizens. Regrettably, as other speakers have noted, the approach taken by the motion on the table treats trauma and harm to homeless and badly housed Vancouverites as an acceptable cost in regional negotiations, which it most certainly is not. Currently, Vancouver has a sophisticated and high-level balance of services to provide for the complex needs for many of the homeless and poorly housed. It will take other municipalities years to develop the same level of wraparound care, and in the meantime, the death rate will climb in Vancouver, not in the other municipalities. Let me repeat that. The death rate will climb here in Vancouver, not the other municipalities, and the reputation of our city will continue to decline around the globe. Research shows that supportive housing, most of which is provided by nonprofits, saves money by providing on-site preventive and care services that divert people from healthcare, police, prisons, and other costly public services. Though I speak against this motion, I am strongly in favor of the motion introduced earlier by Councillor Bly to consult extensively with stakeholders in government and to develop a regional strategy that meets the needs of everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to our next missed speaker, which was speaker 57. Are them on the line? Nope. Okay. How about speaker 62? Okay. Speaker 66. Speaker 68. Speaker 68.
I'm on the phone.
Hi, is that Ronnie?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Ronnie. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ronnie Gregg. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the executive director of two nonprofits in the downtown east side. One is Zero Block Society, which is a small but emerging organization that I brought forward to care for the many harm reduction workers who are doing the heavy lifting in the compounding crises, the housing crisis, the overdose crisis, and additional crises added on occasion. In a community that's so familiar with crisis, there's little support available for the complexity of grief, burnout, and physical and mental health impacts of people working and living in a state of perpetual crisis. The second organization that I recently became the executive director of is VANDU, the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users, a legacy organization, which is what it should be considered, in this community whose impact has been not only here in the downtown east side, but also internationally. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion. I've also lived in the downtown east side for almost 20 years. I've raised my family here. I've worked in harm reduction and overdose response for over 15 of those years. I've focused my work in supervised consumption services, but I've also spent a lot of time working in housing, shelters, and encampments in the city. I've been in many, many situations where I've been tasked with finding urgent solutions, whether it's shelter, housing, detox, or medical supports, where there are precious few, if any, solutions available. All that despite claims from politicians, police, and outsiders that there are plenty available. It's safe to say that I could be considered a poster boy for the poverty industrial complex. I've also experienced my own struggle with housing as a single parent. I've experienced displacement, temporary homelessness, and long periods of precarious housing. I've experienced escalating rent, and when I finally was able to establish stable housing, my rent increase was 5 times what it was when I was originally displaced. And now recently I'm facing displacement again because our home is being put on the market in the next few months. I've spent much of my life and career caring for the needs of this city and community and can say we have never had sufficient supports for the needs of people in perpetual crisis. Housing is the first stabilization. If we say our hope for people is their health and wholeness, then the first stabilization is housing. That's the only option. We need more. It's urgent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker that we missed, speaker 69.
Hello.
Hi, is that Ian?
Yes, it is.
Hi there, Ian. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, hello, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am opposed to the motion to pause supportive housing development without consultation and without greater public scrutiny. My name is Ian Marcuse, and I live in East Vancouver. I worked in the downtown east side at Lookout Emergency Shelter and with Watari as a peer youth drug and alcohol support worker for a number of years when I was younger. I currently work with the Vancouver Food Justice Coalition, including food organizations who work hard to provide downtown east side food supports. I very much acknowledge that the downtown east side faces immense challenges, including the need to upgrade many existing SROs. But I do feel strongly that pausing new supportive housing sends the wrong message when affordable housing is most needed at this time. Both supported housing and affordable rental stock is a key issue for downtown Eastside residents and repeatedly identified in community consultations as essential to a sense of security, safety, and belonging, as well as positive health outcomes. So I ask whose voices are calling for a pause. I work in food justice as a key social determinant of health, so I'll speak to the intersection between housing and food security. Without appropriate supportive housing, our most vulnerable community members are far more likely to experience food insecurity, including outcomes in the form of diet-related illness, higher rates of morbidity and mortality, and massive costs to our healthcare systems. Survey and interview results from downtown Eastside residents in various studies over the years found that although access to food is generally not a barrier, given the large number of food providers in the area, housing, or lack thereof, can have an effect on food access. Providing food in-house reduces the need to go outside of the building to access food and improves food security as well as mental and physical health. Supportive housing often includes various food supports, including on-site communal kitchens, individual kitchens, on-site cafeteria or meal delivery program, in-room cooking facilities, and food programming such as community kitchens. Conversely, a lack of access to cooking and food storage means that homeless individuals are more dependent on outside food providers. During bouts of homelessness or marginally housed individuals reported that their drug use increased in order to deal with the discomforts of living on the streets or in shelters. This in turn which further decreased their food intake. Studies have also shown that individuals going through recovery who have received 3 meals a day at their residence reported that these meals were an important factor in restoring their health. Staff in supported housing have noticed that there is reduced anxiety about accessing food, improvement in behavior, including increased attention span and reduced aggression. On-site food provision may be especially important for women, as going out for food can be dangerous if they get caught up in street activities and if they are fed in-house. In closing, a fully supported housing model in community where people live with dignity should be our first priority in building care and community well-being. Thank you for your time today. All the best.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker that we weren't able to reach originally was speaker 74. Do we have them? Anna Cooper? No? Okay. Speaker 80, Michaela Smith. Okay. Speaker 80. Nope. Okay. How about speaker 85? Okay. And speaker 90. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. As we decided earlier, we will take a 15-minute break and we will return for debate and decisions. We'll be back at 5:43. Thank you. welcome back. We will now resume the item. We heard from the speakers, and now we're going to go into discussions. So, committee members, if there's any discussion, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Fry.
And apologies, just to allow me to collect myself a second there. Yeah. All right, so that was a long session. I would say out of the 80 something speakers we heard, the majority were in opposition to this motion. And I did look at some of the correspondence that came through in support of this motion, and I would say that many of those letters lacked much by the way of comment. They were merely a simple, I support this motion comment, you know, which is, in my experience, is fairly typical of a call to action kind of letter in response. But I think what we heard today were a lot of human stories, like real stories. Carol Martin, Mike McNeely with the piece of charred wood, Phoenix Winters, Bonnie Rose, Nick Ellen, Lance, Effie. Those are all very human stories about real people. And you know what else is human? Humans make mistakes. And I think that this motion, respectfully, is a mistake. You know, these are real people. We heard real people, real lives, real stories today. And I know all of you. I know you all care. And I know you do not want to cause harm. And I think that this, even though it's not your intention, and perhaps the intentions of this motion were well-meaning in the sense that, yes, the status quo is not great, but I think not giving people housing and options for housing is not going to solve a lot of the problems with street disorder and a lot of the, you know, struggles in the downtown east side. I think it's only going to make things worse, and sadly, people will die. It wasn't hyperbole when people suggested that folks will die if we take this approach of pausing supportive housing. And I think, you know, my green friend said it well when she described it as the potential to evoke malignant NIMBYism. Because we are seeing that other jurisdictions are looking to us and saying, well, if Vancouver's not going to do supportive housing, maybe we should do supportive housing in Richmond either. So I don't know that this is even going to achieve the objective of spreading supportive housing out around the region. And what it definitely won't do is make an immediate difference for the 2,420 people in this city, in our city, who are going to be laying their heads down to sleep tonight without a home. So, respectfully, I think this would be a great opportunity to kill this, to withdraw this motion. And you have my pledge that I will let it go and we can move on from this, because I think, like I say, we're all humans. We all make mistakes. This is a very human issue, and we don't want to do any harm. So I think this would be prudent to reject this motion, and let's come up with a more thoughtful approach that can bridge those gaps and like talk about how we can work with the province and ensure that we're seeing supportive housing in other jurisdictions. But let's not lose sight of the fact that these are real people we're talking about. These are real human lives on the line. When we say no new supportive housing, that has consequences, real consequences.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen.
I'll just start off. Thanks, Councillor Fry. I appreciate the acknowledgement that I think we're all here for the same reason. And I respect that people are going to want to express themselves in sometimes very strong ways. And that's what this chamber is for. And as long as it's safe and civil, that's okay. But the thing that I haven't been able to square since the beginning of this, I think, very important debate and daylighting of a very important issue is the fact that we are literally having a very strong disagreement about something that truly doesn't exist. Those so-called supportive housing units that we're talking about pausing, they don't exist. They're a fiction. They don't even, because right now, BC Housing is not bringing those things forward. We can wait and we can keep asking to meet with them and talk to the province, but the fact is that the province, for all their good intentions, have not been able to deliver on those units. As I mentioned in my comments earlier today, I sit as the mayor's designate for the BC Urban Mayors Caucus. We've been trying to meet with BC Housing for 5 months, and we're not getting very far. And these are the mayors of all the major cities around the province and the ones who would also be looking to put in supportive housing in their cities. So the strong words and the strong feelings that were expressed in this chamber today, the city of Vancouver is not, doesn't have a huge piggy bank to pay for a bunch of housing units. We know how we play an important role as a partner, offering land, zoning preferences and what have you, but this is not what we do. We rely upon senior levels of government to deliver and action these housing needs, and we are in a position here where we're not getting that action, we're not getting that support. And so I would ask the people who came here looking for somebody to get very upset with, and certainly we heard a lot of strong words and a lot of strong feelings were expressed today. But those should be directed at the funding sources and the real resources that are going to be able to provide those supportive spaces throughout our city and throughout our region. And we need to unlock those and make sure that those are available. But I do think right now we've got approximately 8,000 SRR rooms, roughly 50-50 private and public. And we know the condition of those rooms, regardless of whether they're private or public. The vast majority of them are in a pretty sorry state. None of us would want to live in them and live in those conditions. And we have a lot of rooms that need replacing. So with what we've tabled here today, we're making that a priority. We're making it a priority to try and get those rooms replaced, get those buildings. And I gotta tell you, when I start thinking about the economy that we're in and where we're going and the amount of debt that we're carrying as a country and as a province, I don't have a whole lot of hope right now that we're going to be able to achieve those goals. It's going to require a very all hands on deck approach. And that means bringing in the private sector who are going to have to come in some form, just in the way we do with all the housing that we build across the city. We're going to have to do something here too. Somebody is going to have to want to partner and work with us to create safe, healthy housing. And it's going to require that we have the province and the federal government at the table during this discussion. And right now, that's not happening. And I hope that by daylighting and discussing this, and even hearing the voices of rage in some cases here, that we are actually able to bring attention to that and get some action on it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I didn't realize I was up next. Thanks. I am coming at this from the perspective of not only being a second-term city councillor, but also someone who ran on a personal platform committed to enabling the full continuum of housing, including supportive housing. I also served on 2 nonprofit boards that provided supportive housing, including the Kettle Society here in Vancouver, which actually provides housing outside the downtown east side. In that time, I had the opportunity to work with experts in mental health, addictions, housing experts to better understand how to get people off the streets and into housing. Many have spoken here today, and I want to thank them for their tireless work. Prior to this motion being introduced, I took the time to meet with many of the nonprofit housing providers who have spoken today. Today, we also heard from many with lived experience, as was noted by Councillor Fry. These are complex issues that can't be solved easily, and they are not unique to the downtown east side. They're not unique to Vancouver or Metro Vancouver. In fact, many of these urban issues of homelessness, individuals struggling with mental illness and substance use disorders are being seen across cities, across the region, across the province, and across Canada and North America. Supportive housing is successful, and it is that in-between. Shelters are not permanent housing. Social housing is simply subsidized non-market housing. Supportive housing provides much-needed supports.
This motion, in my opinion, will put people onto the streets more people onto the streets in the down east side and not reinvigorate a neighborhood, something we all agree on. And in fact, there are many points of agreement. Even as an ABC counselor, I agree the conditions, circumstances in the downtown east side and surrounding areas are unacceptable. In fact, we have a humanitarian crisis of monumental human suffering. I agree the toxic drug supply and illicit drug trade and organized crime has exacerbated the situation. I agree that people should have access to services and supportive housing across the region, in every community. I agree that we need to replace the SRO stock with self-contained units and dignified housing with supports. In my experience, most politicians agree on the problem that needs to be solved, but not always the path and the solution forward. And this is where I am today. I appreciate the mayor's staff meeting with service providers that I suggested who had concerns about the motion. I note the motion now reflects in-stream protections and exemptions for health-related housing, seniors, families, youth aging out of care, areas of concern that I raised with the mayor's office. But what about Indigenous peoples, women fleeing violence, queer community members? Fundamentally, I disagree on the approach outlined in this motion, and I will not be supporting it, and I want to share with council why. Evidence in support of supportive housing, there's much evidence. We know from this motion that it will likely exacerbate homelessness, disrupting the pipeline of housing stock. I've spoken with mayors and councillors across the region. This motion will not compel other cities to step up. They've just said that many of them have land or projects on the books that weren't funded by the province. It will not distribute supportive housing across the city. It will not enable step-down housing after people leave treatment and recovery. It has created uncertainty for housing providers and tenants. It's still unclear which supportive housing projects will go ahead. There was no consultation with the nonprofit housing sector or providers. And the narrowed scope of this motion, while I understand the intent of having exemptions, it's actually stigmatizing. It's now focused on no net new supportive housing for people who are the most vulnerable and struggle with mental illness or substance use disorders. And in fact, the new Minister of State for Community Safety has just signaled that supportive housing is part of the solution to these issues. We know that when we look at supportive housing, 78% of people experiencing homelessness in Vancouver were living in community before they became homeless. 95% of supportive housing residents in BC remained housed at least 6 months, including 81% who remained housed at least 1 year, showing residents can achieve housing stability with supports. And we found there's a significant return on investment in terms of people, the expenses spent on people who end up incarcerated or in healthcare because they didn't have supportive housing. If this motion is in some way a referendum on the current supportive housing framework, then let's have that discussion with the province and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I've heard from service providers that they want greater tools to deal with tenants who are violent. I've also heard they want to have a discussion around operating and capital funding. But with this no net new supportive proposal on the table and other municipalities being reticent to commit, and the province taking years to commit funding, we really need to ask ourselves, what will this motion achieve and where will people who are unhoused go? When will this pause end and what is our measure of success to live the pause? I don't support this. We need provincial and federal government engagement. And my vision for the city, the downtown east side and all of Metro Vancouver is one where neighborhoods thrive, people have homes and are safe. The motion today will make that more difficult and do more harm.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I will also provide some remarks here. I want to first appreciate all the speakers. I heard your story, really touched me. As a city, Vancouver has shown incredible leadership in providing supportive housing. I understand housing is more than just a roof over someone's head. It's a foundation of stability, dignity, and recovery. I think there is some mis and disinformation about this motion. Of course, this motion is not to stop building housing. It is actually about prioritizing, replacing unlivable housing with dignified, stable homes, ensuring that we are not just adding new units, but improving the conditions who already live there. With existing language contemplated in this motion, I could support this motion. I think many of our SRO buildings are in deep disrepair, infested, unsafe, and unsanitary. And without urgent actions, we risk pushing even more people into homelessness. For me, personally, I have always supported well-planned, well-managed supportive housing. In fact, I voted fully in favor of 2 supportive housing projects just 5 minutes away from my home because I believe in solutions that are compassionate, evidence-based, and rooted in community responsibility. I also have spent time educating the Chinese community about supportive housing and why it is so critical. Also correcting some misinformation about supportive housing spreading out in the Chinese community. There are misconceptions and fears, but I have seen firsthand that when people understand the wrap-around supports available, mental health care, addiction recovery, life skills development, they will recognize that supportive housing is a path to healing and stability. They are great operators there, do amazing works in the community. They should be recognized. And perhaps these supportive housing operators, they should receive even more support. I understand this motion targets the bad actors that should be improved. Well, yes, there are 80 people opposing this motion. But one thing I want to highlight is that many people who support this motion do not always come out to speak. Perhaps because of their work obligation, availability, or language barriers. However, their voices matter just as much as everyone. Council received a letter yesterday from multiple organizations in Chinatown. I think you all see this letter yesterday, including organizations from Chinese Benevolent Association, Chinese Freemasons, Chinese Cultural Center for Greater Vancouver, Vancouver Chinatown Merchant Association, Vancouver Chinatown BIA Society, all expressing their support. This letter represents hundreds, if not thousands, residents and businesses in Vancouver. Just because many people, they don't speak English, doesn't mean they don't care or they don't have an opinion. Their support is real, and it should not be overlooked. This motion also calls for other municipalities to step up so that vulnerable individuals can find support closer to their families, friends, cultural communities, and local services, rather than being displaced to Vancouver. Regional equity is not about turning people away. It's about ensuring they have access to housing and care in every part of Metro Vancouver. Finally, this motion urged the province and the federal government to invest in mental health and addiction recovery services, which are essential if we want to truly address the root cause of homelessness. This is about responsible governance, compassion, and fairness. It's about ensuring that we invest in supportive housing and we provide homes that are safe, livable, and sustainable, not just in Vancouver, but across the entire region. So with that, I'm going to support this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll just start by thanking all of the speakers who spoke to this motion and bringing your voices of both lived experience, but also the supportive housing providers who, I think have at every opportunity since this motion was announced, put their hand up, sent Zoom links, asked for engagement, asked to be part of the conversation after the fact. So I just think it's important to recognize that nobody around this room are experts on supportive housing. Even though everyone speaks like they are, they're not, including myself. It's about engaging with people who actually know what is happening, including senior levels of government and supportive housing providers. That's all that anyone is asked through this process. So we've got some folks saying, that this housing doesn't even exist. I mean, I don't even know how you would even square that with bringing forward such a divisive motion if that is the truth. I certainly am not going to spend my precious 5 minutes here throwing the province under the bus that we've heard. This is about partnership. I don't want to make this any worse than it already is, any signal to the province to say that they're not doing enough, and so we're going to pick up our toys and go home. That's not leadership. So this motion, this issue, I spoke out against. It cost me my place in the elected caucus that I ran with in 2022. And I've been wrestling with that. I'm not going to make this about that, though. But what I am going to make it about is the fact that this is not what Vancouver voted for in 2022. In fact, I actually have the glossy copy of the platform that people voted for in 2022. And it starts with a letter from Ken Sim, Dear Vancouver. And I won't read the whole letter, but I've asterisked 2 paragraphs. It's time for change in Vancouver, change that reflects the hopes and ambitions of everyone living in the city. We can make progress on safety and affordability, and we can take meaningful action on climate change without making life harder for our city's most vulnerable. That's who I ran with. That's the platform I ran with. And so if anyone's wondering why I'm no longer with the caucus, it's because that's what I continue to stand up for. So at the end of the day, what's happening here, instead of the platform we ran on with ABC, we're seeing a plan being developed behind closed doors, not to improve this neighborhood, but to dismantle it, to take away critical resources from our city's most vulnerable need to survive in hopes that they will go elsewhere. Doesn't make any sense. I think we all agree the status quo is not working, and that's why I brought a plan forward 18 months ago that we talked about yesterday that's got a lot of hope in it. But instead, we're pretending, or we have people who are pretending that it can all be solved by moving people out of the neighborhood, particularly Indigenous people, and by allowing who knows what's coming down the pipe, spot rezonings, condos, whatever. It's a plan that the Vancouverites haven't seen. It just doesn't make sense. But what does is a plan that looks at how to lift up this neighborhood and how to make it a vital part of the city's future. Every major city across this country has low-income neighborhoods. I go to the Big City Mayor's Caucus as part of my role as president of FCM. The mayor has never attended those meetings in person in a meaningful way, but if he did, he would talk to the mayor of the big cities across this country, and he would actually learn what solutions they came up with. Maybe he'd even join the committee that Councillor Klassen goes to in his place. Don't get me wrong, I know the downtown east side has its unique challenges, but I've also seen how neighborhoods can be transformed, can be lifted up, and can become a reflection of the city's heart and soul, and that's what I believe is possible here. I've met, along with I know others on this council, Councillor Fry, Councillor Dominato, with folks throughout this neighborhood. They know what we need to do. We just need to listen to them.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much, and I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. Wow, where do we start? Pretty emotional day, and I just want to thank the speakers who came in today to, share their thoughts with us, and I'd like to acknowledge all the people that wrote in. The last count I had 186 letters of support, 30 in opposition, but I'm sure those numbers changed because that was during the day. And there's a lot of thought. And there's a lot of emotion on both sides of this. Look, we were elected to make tough decisions, the hard decisions that will shift the status quo and set the city up on a path to long-term success. I'm not going to attack people. We're not running an election for mayor or anything like that. We're actually talking about people. We're talking about people's lives. We are talking about the future of our city, and we're talking about solving big problems that have not been solved with the status quo thinking of the last 40 years. We ran on a platform, and you know what? We also are critical thinkers, and when we have other information, we'll continuously tweak and look at what's best going forward. Now, the downtown east side has seen decades of status quo that's led to continued harm and suffering for some of our city's most vulnerable residents. Residents who in some cases live in uninhabitable conditions, who are separated from their families and communities, and who are struggling with mental health and substance use issues. And I do want to bring up the fact that, look, I think all of us sitting in this chamber has been through SROs, and we've seen some good ones, and we've seen a lot of horrible ones that are uninhabitable. And to politicize it, we're talking about catching our breath in the city. We have so many units that need, it's undignified, the conditions that our most vulnerable residents are living in. And to politicize this and to, weaponize, hard choices that we're making because, when we look at the situation we're in and the definition of insanity is doing what you've done in the past and expecting different results. It is a little disheartening, but we're going to plug through this. As I mentioned, Vancouverites, we are a compassionate city, and it shows in the fact that, although we represent 25% of the population, we take on 77% of the supporting housing. And I think if we all just step back, strip out the politics, strip out special interests, what have you, and you just look back at you look at the situation objectively and critically, I think we all know deep down in our hearts that ratio, what we're currently doing right now, 77% of the supportive housing in Vancouver, it's not working. And it's not a sustainable model that will set the entire community and the most vulnerable people throughout the region for success. It just doesn't make sense. So I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the things that the motion stands for. We've already heard it a bunch of times today, but I do want to state this. I did have a conversation with Minister Kahlon this morning, and I can tell you the province is committed to providing funding for supportive housing throughout the region. And I think that's great because there are other mayors in the region who have said they're more than happy to step up, but for the fact that the province hasn't provided funding. So, great. If we daylighted something, awesome. That means more housing, supportive housing is going to be built in other municipalities. And that's actually a good thing. And I think all of us would celebrate that. I don't know. The second thing is, this is a call to all the other mayors. Supportive housing, when done well, works, and they shouldn't fear it. Please decouple what we're talking about today with the fact that supportive housing does work. We can show you numerous examples. Naomi Place, Dunbar and 16th. It's a good thing, and we will continue to fight for that. So with that, thank you very much. I know I'm over time, and I'm going to vote for this motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I was really struck when we were listening to all the speakers that came to speak tonight, or today. It feels, I guess it's evening now, by how passionate everybody is. But I think the one thing that stood out for me was that we have failed people. We have really failed people to have gotten to this point. And there are a lot of inhumane conditions. The motion says, for example, and I think this is really important, and this is really about renewal and quality, that in addition to an urgent need to replace the city's aging SRO and supportive housing stock, there's a parallel need to replace the city's temporary modular housing with permanent quality purpose-built supportive housing units. And I think that's a clause, for example, that our former chair of our seniors committee pulled out and asked the question and sort of concurred and agreed with that and said, how are we going to actually do that? I think how we're going to do that is if we actually take a pause and take a step back. But I didn't hear from a lot of the speakers. I heard a lot about we need to deliver more housing. I didn't hear better or different. I didn't necessarily hear alternative things that we want to do. I was really delighted about a year and a half ago, I think, when the province said that they would take responsibility for the downtown east side. And my answer is yes, please. And please, we need your help and we need it now. There's a couple stories that stood out for me today. There were many of them, but there's a couple I'll highlight. And it was one individual who said they were living in supportive housing, and that meant that there was somebody there that could tell you there was a bullet in your building. Not that there shouldn't be a bullet in your building and you should be living in a better situation, but there was somebody that could tell you it was there. That was one. There was also another story that stood out for me. I think somebody called Belkin House Belcatraz. And the environment that we
have put people into, there's a lot of conversation. I feel like we're leaving a lot of the people behind. They're living in the inhumane SRO stock. If you have walked through and your foot has almost fallen through the floor, if you've seen the quality or lack of quality of the washrooms, the fact that doors are hanging off the hinges, and just the conditions that have been allowed to sustain. And we heard from our building inspectors, will they do annual inspections? I'm like, of what? To leave them people sitting in those conditions, that is inhumane. We do need to talk about better quality and better supports. I also have a copy of the document that Councillor Bly referenced earlier, the 94-point plan. And so I went to look at the commitments that were made for social supportive and non-market housing. And let me read a couple of clauses. And this is a couple of the commitments. An ABC majority will shift the city's social and supportive housing strategy to focus on the delivery of quality, livable housing units instead of the existing quantity first approach, and ensure that a robust, appropriate continuum of care is enshrined in every project. We are asking for a better model. And this is really, I think, that the action going forth from here is those unrelenting, voracious advocacy with the province to demand and deliver better. The platform also said an ABC majority will reopen and then update the downtown Eastside area plan, quote unquote. This was in here. It was in the platform that we publicly put out there and that everybody committed to bringing forward. I'm deeply sad that we're in this place. The mayor actually used the words that I was going to use, which is if you keep doing what you've always gotten, and you know what the adage is. It dismayed me deeply to hear people, I think one of the speakers also described the downtown Eastside as a place of healing. It may be relatively or potentially a healthy community. That's not my litmus test. If that's what we're aspiring to, really? I'm sorry, but I think we need to aspire to an awful lot better. So we are asking the province, and it was talked about levels of relationship with senior governments. I agree fully, but we are asking them to take a step back and stand and actually say, now's the time to do that, because continuing to leave people in these conditions or have the nonprofit providers trying their best in a paradigm that is broken, when the funds, there are issues with the funds flowing from BC Housing, but they also have to flow to the right things in the right way and deliver better models. Look at how tough it was to deliver something like 58 West Hastings, and how much that took the Chinatown Foundation and the advocacy and the additional private fundraising to deliver that in conjunction with on-site health services with Vancouver Coastal Health. That should be a model that we should actually be pushing for and replicating. Having diverse and balanced communities where people can see families being successful and see different people that there's nothing wrong with having some market rental and having social housing supportive units and having everybody live together. That's a healthy, balanced community. It's not relegating people like Bartholomew did back in the day, where only certain types of people could only live in certain neighborhoods. That's discriminatory. That's not a healthy community. And I think that's my time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'll cede the chair to Vice Chair Dominato to make some comments. Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers who came to council today to speak to this motion. There's many deeply personal stories that we heard today, and I'm appreciative of that. First off, I want to reaffirm that I truly believe in the power of well-operated supportive housing to transform people's lives. There's tons of evidence in our own city of this happening. And we heard that from many speakers today about the positive impact that supportive housing has made in their lives. The temporary pause contained in this motion does not mean that supportive housing doesn't work. It does work, but we can do better. There are many examples of supportive housing that's successful across the city, and nonprofits, as I mentioned, who are helping people turn their lives around and making a real difference. I deeply value those organizations and the work that they're doing, and I have met regularly with them and have been in many of their buildings. On the other hand, we can't deny that there's also some supportive housing in our city that is not operating well, that is in poor condition and in desperate need of upgrades or all-out replacement for life safety reasons, to protect the people from fire, seismic risk, and frankly, because the residents that live in some of these buildings deserve better. There are also buildings where people are not getting the support that they need for their challenges, whether that's mental health, addictions, or other complex health issues. I see this motion as an avenue to strengthen our relationships with the province and BC Housing and our neighboring municipalities across the Lower Mainland on the need for a regional approach, as well as redirecting our efforts to renovating and upgrading the supportive housing that we have that isn't in good condition, and replacing the temporary modular housing in our city with permanent, new supportive housing buildings with robust wraparound services. I heard from many of the speakers today the concerns, and I want to highlight for the speakers and for everyone listening that the motion allows supportive housing development is currently in the pipeline to move forward. And there's many exemptions that have been carved out for supportive housing for Vancouver Coastal Health, for Road to Recovery, for complex care, which we desperately want to see more of in Vancouver, for supportive housing for seniors, for women, for families and youth aging out of care, and any applications received by the city within 6 months of the passage of this motion, if it does pass tonight. All of these groups will not be subject to the pause. And again, it's a temporary pause. This also does not include social housing. I heard social housing mentioned by some of the speakers this evening. There's no changes to the city's social housing approach. We will continue to approve hundreds of social housing units a year and thousands of below market rental units that are already in the development pipeline. Nothing changes. We'll continue to do that work to ensure that people have homes. Our city is making immense efforts and contributing tens of millions of dollars in funding every year to improve the lives of people in the downtown east side. And I'm supportive of that 100%. But we can't do it alone. This is really a call to action to reignite our conversations, to get serious about this humanitarian crisis that is playing out in our city, to do better and come up with a new approach that treats it with the urgency and investment that it requires. The status quo cannot continue. It's indefensible, it's untenable, and it's inhumane. And we have a responsibility to do better for all the people in our city who need our help. And that's why I'm going to support this motion tonight. Councillor Fry.
I thought I was done, but I really had to make a couple of comments that, I think Councillor Kirby-Young referenced Phoenix's story about Belcantraz and Effie's story about bullets in the building, and to not understand that they were both referencing how supportive housing helped them, it wasn't like. And then I think to Councillor Meisner's just closing comments there that somehow supportive housing is broken and this is going to fix it. That is not the intention of this motion. It's pretty clear in Article A that the intention of this motion is to pause supportive housing until progress is made in increasing the supply of homelessness response supportive housing across the region. We all understand that that's the aspiration, and that's not a bad aspiration, but this is not the way to do it. I'll say it again. We are encouraging a culture of malignant narcissism where we are going to have every populist movement in every small municipality will be like, well, Vancouver's not doing supportive housing. Why should we? We saw it in Richmond. We will see that ripple across the region. We're not going to solve that problem of inequitable distribution of supportive housing exclusively in Vancouver with this approach. It's just not going to happen. And what we are effectively going to do is concentrate everything in the downtown east side because nothing will be built anywhere, let alone within our own city. It won't be built anywhere. We will make a worse situation. And I am begging you guys, pause this one, reject it, rethink it. We all make mistakes. This is a mistake. It is a mistake. It's a mistake. Please. I'm out of time.
Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue. So I will now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes with Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Bly in opposition, and Councillor Fry in opposition. And that completes motion 3. And the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We'll now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Great, thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the following recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting and urgent business. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Simon, the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. So we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations, reports 1 and 2, and members' motions 1 through 3. Great, thank you, Councillor Montague, seconded by... Great, thank you, Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? For instance, are there any leaves of absent requests needed prior to the next meeting cycle on March the 11th? A reminder that these requests should be submitted in writing to the clerks through the amendments distribution list. I do not see anyone in the queue. Councillor Bly?
We have the LOAs that were on the agenda for yesterday we're dealing with right now. Is that what it? We're dealing with those tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Is that right? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Great question, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, so hold on a second. Okay, thank you. Great. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn? Councillor Montague?
If I may, just for some, because there was a, if I may, under new business, move a
Okay, yeah.
LOA.
Okay.
Well, I'm just getting clear from the clerks on what, if LOAs were just passed yesterday or by the mayor right now.
So through the chair to the clerks, the LOAs, have they? So we didn't cover them. I think we're going to try to cover them tomorrow.
Okay.
Right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Bly,
That's correct.
Is there an LOA that's pressing that we need to?
No, I just want to make sure I got that right. Okay, great,
Okay.
thank you.
Great. So motion to adjourn, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.